You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Deadly free and smoking on them and we've got some cushion on my back.
So what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
All right, sing it, guys. Marcel's not here yet. He will be in. Hi, this is the 420 Radio Show. We are live at 420radio.ca and lifestyleradio.net. I'm gonna, Lori's here and Ross is here and Chris is here. Marcel will be in a few minutes. And the one, the only gentleman that everybody likes to call Dr. Bob, Dr. Robert Mallarmead is here with us. Hello, Dr. Bob. How are you?
Hello there.
It's a pleasure to hear your voice again. Sir, you have one of the most kindest voices I've ever heard speak.
I think a lot of people would disagree with that, especially my 3 ex-wives.
Oh, well, you know, when you're talking cannabinoids and cannabinoidal medicine, it's like music. It really is. And we've all been very, very excited about this week, having a chat with you. I thought what I'd like to do is give you a minute to tell people who may not know who you are and why you're here.
Well, that's a tough question. Who am I and why am I here?
I have a tougher one for you later.
Figure that out. but actually, what I'm going to talk about will explain all of that from the point of view of what I really am. But for just the trivial sake, I'm retired PhD in molecular genetics and biochemistry. And what I really am is an old hippie that loves to get stoned. And I'm 69 years old now. I've been smoking and using cannabis for about 53 years pretty regularly lately. And for the past number of years, constantly, basically. I like to eat it. So what I've done for my whole life is try to understand what life is. And thankfully, from my perspective, I think that I now understand what life is. And that's what I try to share with people, because once you understand what's really going on from the point of view of physics, in other words, I can describe physical phenomena that will take us up to the point where we understand what life is and how it works. And at that point, we can understand the very special, unique role of the endocannabinoid system in the life of all vertebrates, and especially man, and how that's going to contribute and how it has contributed to us being here, but how it's going to contribute to where we're going. So that's it in a nutshell. I was the chairman of the bio department at the University of Colorado, and before that I was research professor, assistant professor at University of Vermont and New York Medical College. So I was a lab geek for many, many years. I love lab experiments, and
I think it's safe I think it's safe to say you know your shit. Right?
I know a bit of science, I must say that. I'm kind of mentally ill. What I do is I sit around stoned and read all the time.
I guess I do that too. I read the news all day. I sit here and I post news all day, so I'm reading all day. And I'm dyslexic.
Well, I'm ADD, so I watch television, old westerns,
ADHD
and
here.
and
It's
everything
on
else while I do all my work.
Netflix and Showbox for me. I have ADHD. I'm on disability for it, so we're totally on the same wavelength.
Oh, I'm very ADHD. I tell you, it's difficult often for me to read one sentence.
Well, since we've brought up the ADHD, I know the guys will want to talk to you too, but they can shut up. I've been here longer. Since you brought up the ADHD, I have severe ADHD. I talk about it all the time. My life has been totally impacted by it. I'm on disability for it. I have a hard time I have social phobias before it. I've had Dr. Behrman on the show. David Behrman was on the show, and he enlightened us onto why it works from a brain point of view. But I've always been interested in that whole, when you give a hyperactive person Ritalin, it calms them down. It works the same way, cannabis, for me anyways. The sativa does one thing and the indica will do another, but it's switched with some people. Can you explain why?
Yeah. I can't explain that all, but I can give you some general ideas.
Okay.
Actually, it's better if I talk about what life is first, because then the answer that I would give you would be more meaningful, because everything that I understand about biology and health springs forth from this underlying understanding of what life is.
You have the floor, sir. You go ahead.
Oh, I can go on forever. So shut me up whenever you want me to. Whenever you want to.
We're not going to shut you up.
So, I studied molecular biology. I was still in undergraduate school when the genetic code was discovered back in the 60s.
Wow.
I was in undergraduate school back then as well. And what I searched for after learning a lot about molecular biology, at that time relatively simple compared to what we know now, but at that point the big discovery was what's called irreverently called the Holy Trinity: DNA, RNA, and protein synthesis. And it linked all of those together for all living forms. By discovering the code, you knew how the linear sequence of DNA could become the linear sequence of amino acids, which make proteins. Okay. So I took a course in thermodynamics, trying to understand what made life. I mean, you can understand that we have DNA and genetics and all of that, but how did that come about? Where did that come from? So I took a course in thermodynamics. Thermodynamics is a branch of physical chemistry, and thermo, heat, energy, dynamics, flow. So flowing energy. Unfortunately, the classical thermodynamics is not about flowing energy, and it's about what's called equilibrium conditions when things are already done, so they're not going to do anything else. So how can you look at life from that perspective? And in fact, from that perspective, life is statistically impossible. So that was kind of confusing and frustrating, especially since I'm a mathematical moron, and that course tormented the hell out of me because I'm a mathematical moron. However, along the way, I discovered the work of Ilya Prigogine, who got the Nobel Prize in 1977 for creating a new field of physics called far from equilibrium thermodynamics. And that is, in fact, what we are. We are far from equilibrium. You want to get closer to equilibrium, get sick and die. Or, wrap yourself up in a plastic bag and leave yourself rotting for 1 million years, and eventually nothing anymore will happen. So the difference between these two forms of physics, one says life is impossible, and the other basically says life must happen. So, of course, that makes a lot more sense. However, it wasn't for many years that Prigogine really kind of reached the apex of his understanding. And that came out in a book called The End of Certainty. And it's a very, very profound book. It's only, it's a short book, but my God, is it dense with, he's the, one of the smartest people that ever lived. No question about that. And what it basically tells you is that time is this constant change that only occurs when you're not at equilibrium. If you're at equilibrium, everything's randomized and you can't tell. There is no time because there's no change. So with that perspective, we go back, we have a Big Bang. We don't have to worry about where the Big Bang came from or what's going on there. What we know is that we have this expanding universe, and that as things cooled and planets formed and they cooled, that at some point on our planet, life emerged. So that's where I would like to really now focus on what's going on. I'd like to give you a whole evolutionary history lesson.
Please do.
As to, pardon me?
Please do, but I have one question first. Before you get,
yes.
Do you mind if we smoke pot while you're speaking?
Yeah, you got to pass it to me and figure out how to do that.
All right.
Okay, I don't smoke very much. I'm an eater. I start my day by eating about 100 milligrams of high quality oil.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then I repeat that at least one more time during the day.
Wow.
I've got a lot of arthritic conditions, and when you understand what I'm talking about in this discussion today, you'll understand why I do that. Cannabis, the quick summary, the quick answer is that cannabis is an essential nutrient for modern man. Forget this drug bullshit. Yeah. It's a nutrient that if you want to live a healthy, long life, you've got to consume it regularly, period. So what I'd like to do now is explain why that's the case. Okay. All right?
Please do. Please.
So go ahead. Sorry.
No. Please continue. That's all I said.
Oh, okay. Sometimes these late delays, scramble my brain a little.
Yeah, mine too.
All right. So about 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth condensed out of basically stardust, and it has a very hot core, so there's energy there, and it's constantly bombarded by sunlight, as well as all the electromagnetic radiation that we're constantly bathed in, as we move through the Milky Way, et cetera, et cetera. So what Prigogine discovered are these things called dissipative structures. And it's very important for us to understand what that is, because we are all dissipative structures. So it'd be nice to know what we are. And what it basically is saying is that we extract information and energy from our surroundings, and we use that energy to maintain our integrity. And we get rid of our waste to the environment. And from a scientific point of view, what that's saying is that the entropy of the universe increases by us actually forming a collection of molecules in which information is increased. Information is the opposite of entropy. And there's this law in the basic law of the way things work called the second law of thermodynamics that says entropy must increase. All right? Which is disorder. So that always led to the paradox. How are we here? How is life here if it's organization and if the natural tendency of the universe is to go to disorder? And what Prigogine showed is that as long as you have flowing energy, it can actually organize mass, which is then the mass is becoming more negative entropic. It's becoming organized. So this now adds a new twist to what everybody thought. See, before you thought, if I took all the molecules that made me up, for example, and I disassociated them so that they were individual molecules and atoms, and I put them in a big dye tumbler, and I threw out that dye tumbler, what's the likelihood of me coming out? Essentially zero. But I'm here. So how did I get here? So what Prigogine discovered by creating the physics and the supporting math for verifying observations that had been previously poo-pooed because it didn't make sense from the standard view. And what these were special chemical reactions that, in particular, there's one reaction where electrons flow from where they don't want to be to where they want to be. So now you have flow. It's basically electricity, right? Electrons flowing. So you have one chemical that has a lot of them and wants to get rid of them, and you have other chemicals that would like to have more. And as soon as you provide the appropriate channels, those electrons can flow and you can convert things, okay? So what Prigogine showed is that there are a number of circumstances where flowing energy organizers matter. And that's what we are. You see, as soon as you stop the flow of a living system, the living system becomes a dead system. If we stop eating, we stop shitting and pissing, we stop breathing, we are stopping the flow that maintains our organization. Now, I'm going to give you a very simple example of that in a different context, because flowing energy can take on many different forms. And flowing electrons is exactly what powers life, but there are other examples that we're all familiar with, and yet we don't think about them in the context that I'm trying to describe, because we haven't been educated that way, because far from equilibrium thermodynamics, when it's taught, is typically in advanced physics courses and graduate courses, and it should be taught in kindergarten by giving people demonstrations of things so that they understand that what I'm going to describe to you is very special. So I'm going to give you a very simple explanation. We've all pulled the plug in our bathtub or flushed our toilet. What do you see? You see a whirlpool that forms. Well, that's a structure. The molecules are no longer random. So they're organized. And what's driving that organization is gravity. And once the toilet reaches the bottom, the water reaches the bottom, that spiral disappears. It's the same thing that accounts for tornadoes or hurricane weather patterns. When you look at those patterns, what you're seeing is a structure that's dependent on the flow of the wind and the heat to generate that structure, okay? So in that case, gravity or heat can be generating flow-dependent structures. In our case, it's the flow of electrons from chemicals that want to get rid of them, in particular hydrocarbons, the carbohydrates that we eat, the protein that we eat, the fats. They all are made out of carbon and hydrogen molecules. And in order to add those hydrogens onto the carbon, it requires energy. And that energy comes from the sunlight. And before life formed, what it did was it powered chemical reactions that formed these heterogeneities, these structures in liquids. You know, if you just pour a liquid and let it sit there, you're never going to see a whirlpool form. But as soon as you allow gravity to act on it, you can see the whirlpool forming. Okay, so flowing energy is the critical deal here. And so once life first emerged, well, let's go back. Before life emerged, you had these inorganic, meaning pre-life, chemical reactions that were forming in the prebiotic soup, the ocean. And as time went on, you had areas where things were concentrated, and you had things coming and going, basically. Think of, you know, the sunlight's hitting it. We have daylight cycles, so you're going to change you're going to have heat gradients forming. All of these things lead to these concentrations that can eventually form these flow-dependent structures. So you had now the ability to generate prebiotic chemical organization before there was ever any life. And as that process continued, because the earth kept getting hit by more sunlight, and you had the warmth of the earth, and you had different chemistry providing sources of flow. Eventually, things got complicated enough that out popped life. And then the same process kept happening. Life keeps taking in more energy, creating more complexity, because what's really going on with all living systems is they're trying to survive. Well, you're trying to survive, but think about your life. Every instant is different, which means that you've got to constantly change to be alive. And what I'm trying to get at here is that change is a constant occurrence. As the universe unfolds, as the biochemistry and chemistry on the planet continues to evolve, powered by the sunlight, basically. And as a result, we keep having instabilities in this big chemistry set called the planet Earth. And those instabilities generate higher forms of organization. In the same way that life formed, according to what I'm telling you, which nobody else will tell you, as this chemistry keeps flowing, it gets agitated, and so much energy flows that the only solution is to get more organized and create a new regime. It's a non-linear change. You go from nothing to something in terms of organization. Okay, so the first organisms were bacteria. They were called prokaryotes because they had DNA, but they didn't have nucleus and a lot of other of the complexity that characterizes our cells, which are called eukaryotic cells. Eukaryote meaning true chromosome, as opposed to prokaryotic meaning early chromosome, essentially, okay? So for 1 billion years, sunlight and the chemistry from the heat of the earth allowed those microorganisms to reproduce and to thrive. But you got to look at what was going on back then. First of all, until they appeared, there was no organic matter. And, excuse me, as they lived and died, what you now did was you generated all of these hydrocarbon corpses from all 1 billion years of dying bacteria. And these bacteria, as they were using the sunlight to make themselves as a byproduct, as a waste product, they made something rather important for us, oxygen. And what that did was it ultimately changed the entire atmosphere of the planet, from one that had virtually no oxygen to one that had a lot of oxygen. So on the one hand, we now had oxygen, and on the other hand, we had hydrocarbons, where sunlight was used to force the hydrogen onto the carbon. So that means energy was in there. And now now you can burn that. All right? So that's how life evolved to a higher complexity to generate the kinds of cells that form us. So the first eukaryotic cells that were formed were protozoa. You know, amoeba and paramecium that you all saw in high school when you looked under the microscope. And those cells did not have endocannabinoid receptors. They didn't have a CB1 receptor or a CB2 receptor or a lot of the other receptors, but they did have receptors, so they have to communicate with their environment, because their environment is what keeps them alive. As you suck negative entropy, organization, and chemical potential out of your surroundings. So they kept getting more complicated as well. And we went from protozoa to sponges, which are pretty unsophisticated. A sponge is not very smart, you know. It doesn't really have a nervous system or a brain. It's got some cells that start to take on those functions. So look for a second at what your nervous system does. It takes information from outside of you, and it brings that information into you. Sight, sound, smells, taste, all those things are regulated and brought into the system, the collection of molecules that is you. And on the other hand, your immune system is monitoring all the mass that comes into the system. Those are the only things that can come in, energy or mass, right? So your nervous system deals with the energy, and your immune system deals with the mass, because you're eating things from outside, and you've got to be able to bring them into you in a way that's safe and harmonious. So if you look, for example, in humans, our gut is where 70% of our immune system is, because that's where you're taking in all that mass. But we're also taking it in through our lungs and through our skin. So we have a lot of monitoring devices there to make sure that we deal with the things that are coming in such a way that they don't kill us. So these prokaryotes evolved into multicellular organisms that kept getting more complex over time. And it's very important to understand what evolution selects for. It selects for survivability. It selects for adaptation. It doesn't select for strength. It doesn't select for intelligence. It selects for the ability to adapt so you can survive, period. So organisms kept getting more complex, but they had a limit in terms of how much they could adapt. And it was at that point that the chemistry set got complicated enough that it had to, before you have a major change in these far from equilibrium phase changes, as they're called, the system itself starts to go crazy. It's like what's happening today with our politics, with our weather, with our banking, with our finances, with our economies. All of these things that you're seeing today around us are the same kinds of things that always happen, because they're the product of this continuous unfolding. We are in a big chemistry set. It's called the planet Earth and the biosphere. It's a combination of the inorganic, the geosphere, along with the biosphere, and how they interact for the life to continuously survive. So what happened with the emergence of the vertebrates, see, these other organisms, your insects and your worms and your lobsters, they don't have the level of adaptability that we do. And our lineage emerged from when a new level of adaptability occurred. And that's when the vertebrates were formed. And quite amazing and mind-boggling is the following truth. Along with their emergence, also for the first time, you had a cannabinoid receptor. You had the CB1 receptor on nervous cells. Now remember, those protozoa had the biochemistry that produced endocannabinoids. You had anandamide in a protozoa, which is anandamide is one of your main endocannabinoids. But it didn't have receptors because they were part of these flowing biochemical structures that had not yet evolved the sophistication of communicating into a more complicated scenario, that of the vertebrate. So let me explain now what really is going on, because it's so simple. You see, it's just people don't understand because nobody says it other than me. So what happened is, think about your brain, think about your head. What's the big characteristic? If you put your hand on your head, what are you feeling? Heat. You're always going to be hot. Your head is the hottest part of your body, and your neck, right? They're always giving off a lot of heat. Why is that?
And that's why
your brain is.
That's where you experience most of your pain as well, right?
Yeah, but the point here is that flowing energy organizes matter. Your brain is the most complicated piece of biology on the planet.
Yes.
So it's got a tremendous amount of organization. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to maintain that. Because if we cut off your food supply and you die, your brain is going to decrease its complexity until it stops everything, right? So what we want to do is maintain our distance from equilibrium. We want to be charged up with life. And we want to be able to continuously adapt to our environment so that we, as a living entity, can continue to survive and thrive and grow. And with the emergence of that CB1 receptor, something very, very special happened. Again, this is only from my perspective. Everybody else will tell you that I'm nuts, but I can prove it all. And they don't even talk to me about it because their heads are so far embedded in their asses that they can't see any light.
There you go.
And I'm talking about doctors and professional scientists.
Hello. Is there anybody out there?
So what's going on is this. You couldn't develop a complicated brain with the existing biochemical machinery of the invertebrates because we generate energy in different ways. And the most efficient way that we generate energy happens to also be the most dangerous. So we have a series of chemical reactions within our mitochondria known as the electron transport system. And what that is a way of taking these electrons that are coming from the reduced hydrocarbons, the food that we eat, and passing them through the complexity of biology until they have no more energy. And what do we put out? CO2 and water. Right? That's what you're breathing out, and we get rid of our water with our urine and along with our ammonium compounds, etc. And your feces is basically 80-90% bacteria. We actually have more bacteria living on us and within that tube of our digestive system because they're much smaller cells. Remember, the prokaryotes are not as complicated. We actually have more bacteria living on us and part of us than we have our own cells. How's that for bizarreness, right? We tend to, it points up the stupidity.
That's scary, actually.
Sterile.
That's scary.
Well, no, it's not scary because we need them.
Oh, okay. So then it's not scary then. It sounds scary.
No, it's
though.
all symbiotic. Everything has to live in harmony with everything else so that everything keeps flowing.
Yes. Okay. I get you.
All right. And the bacteria in your gut regulate your state of health to a tremendous degree now. It's found more and more because the right bacteria live in harmony with you and the wrong bacteria don't.
Yeah,
they cause inflammation,
yeah,
and you get all sorts of illnesses.
That was the scary part.
We have to live in harmony with our environment. And what you want, see that everything is so stupid because everything is driven by marketing. So every time some asshole comes up with an idea that might sell something more, the morons go and peddle shit, and we, the blind sheeple, go and buy the crap.
Yeah.
Let me give you a prime example, and the significance of this will become clearer later on.
Okay.
Today, what do we see as one of our major causes of health, disease, lack of health, is what's called metabolic syndrome. The overweight, the diabetes, the heart disease, all of these come from metabolic syndrome. Well, what is that? It's that we're eating the wrong foods and we're making too many free radicals. And it turns out that it's because we're eating too many sugars. So what has occurred over the past decades, peddled by the government and all the wise nutritionists and all the other morons? Fat-free diet. Well, when you're on a fat-free diet, you're not burning any fat. You're only burning carbohydrates, and carbohydrates are very much enjoyed by this very efficient but dangerous pathway that I'm describing to you. The electron transport system that efficiently makes ATP. We break down most of our stuff ultimately to glucose, and then we funnel that glucose through a variety of pathways, ultimately to make ATP, which is kind of like the dollar bill of biology. It's used for everything. It's the energy source. Just the way a dollar can get you anything, ATP can get you anything, all right? So where are we here? We have living systems. We're making waste, which in the case of humans is we're eating hydrocarbons. Just the way you burn coal and gas, we eat our food, which are hydrocarbons, be they proteins, fats, or carbohydrates. They're still all hydrocarbons. And we burn them down to CO2 and water. And at that point, we've taken everything out of those molecules because you can't do very much with CO2 and water without putting more energy back in. Matter of fact, we use CO2 and water as a fire extinguisher because it doesn't burn anymore. It's already lost its energy, okay? So where I'm going with this is the following. The CB1 receptor that gets you stoned has a very unique role in modulating energy flow in nerve cells. And what it basically does is it fine-tunes that efficient energy-producing machinery so that you can stay in the efficient mode longer than would otherwise be possible. What determines possibility is how many free radicals are being made.
Now, is it like a battery?
Back up again.
Like a battery?
Pardon me?
Like a battery?
Well, a battery is the energy flow, period. Think of the charged battery as you eating your food.
Okay.
And the discharge battery is when you're spitting out your hydrocarbons, your CO2 rather, and your water.
Your spent energy, yeah. Yep.
So that's discharging your battery. By you being alive, you're discharging your battery.
Wow.
And there are two components to that. One is your physical self. You got muscles and bones and all of that. But the other is the fact that you're flow dependent. and all of your chemistry is constantly flowing. And if it's not flowing harmoniously, you're making free radicals and you're aging yourself. So you reduce aging by having harmonious flow and reducing free radical production. Now I'm going to tell you something that's mind-blowing. But this is
my mind's already blown, man.
Mine's gone, man. Holy
My
crap.
mind blew like 15 minutes ago, Bob.
Keep going.
I'm like, ooh.
Am I comprehensible? Are you
Oh,
guys
for sure.
listening?
I'm tripping into
All right, cool.
existentialism here. So.
Please keep going, sir.
All right, so listen to this now. One single free radical molecule, all right? One single free radical. It could be an oxygen with an extra electron, or it could be an oxygen with a hydrogen with an extra electron. Free radicals have unpaired electrons. Electrons like to always exist in pairs. And as soon as you have an unpaired electron, it's looking to hold hands with something else, which makes it reactive, okay? So a single free radical molecule will react with all sorts of things depending on how strong that free radical is, all right? Some of them are really strong and they react with anything as soon as they touch it. So a single free radical can interact with one of the bases in the DNA in one of your cells, and it can change that base. And if all of your homeostatic mechanisms don't prevent that, and then your DNA repair mechanisms can't fix it, and your immune system can't see the fact that you've created, for example, a cancer cell, that single molecule can amplify up through the organization of your biochemistry and kill you. Cancer. Okay? One fucking molecule can kill you. Now, you've got about 15 trillion cells of your kind, eukaryotic cells, making up your body. And every day, every one of those cells gets about 20,000 of these damages caused by free radicals, where one in the wrong place can kill you. And yet we're here alive talking about it.
It's kind of like
Pretty
people.
wild.
It's kind of like people, eh? Some people are just bad for you.
Exactly. It all depends on where they are and what they're doing, right?
That's
You
right.
Put them in a jail and they can't kill anybody.
Well, but and those people that are bad for you can actually affect you. I mean, I know that I'm affected by my surroundings, and when there's what I call drama going on, it really affects me, because obviously I'm right there. I'm going to get drawn into it, but I really don't want to be there. And then when it's done, it's like I've been punched in the gut and I feel ill.
I know exactly what you're saying, having had 3 ex-wives. No, so back to where we were here. A single molecule can kill you. You've got 20 million. I mean, you've got 15 trillion of these cells, each getting 20,000 damages a day. What that should be telling you is that your biochemistry has to be very specifically designed, selected for, to survive free radical damage. And that's the heart of what I'm going to talk about. Because what I'm saying is that while I'm on the one hand saying free radicals are bad for you and they damage you, on the other hand, they are critical regulators of your homeostasis. Because what happens is the complexity of your biochemistry has evolved so that you can do things on the one hand, but doing things is always going to make free radicals. So you've got to be able to do things, and you've got to be able to deal with the free radicals. And that's what all of your biochemistry is about. Letting you do things and letting you not kill yourself with free radicals. So we are constantly exposed to them, but they are what allows us to actually exist. Because in the complexity of our biochemistry, what we've selected for is the ability to self-monitor ourselves. The same way cannabis gives you awareness, your biochemistry has evolved self-awareness in that there are countless biochemical entities that detect free radical changes in otherwise normal entities. So I'll give you an example. We said a free radical could damage your DNA. Well, you have enzymes coded for by genes in your DNA that constantly slide up and down your DNA to check out if there's any screw-ups in your DNA. And if there is, they chop them out and repair it. It's called the DNA repair system. That's actually what I got my degree in. Free radical damage caused by X-rays. But now we're talking about free radical damage caused by our metabolism, by our very essential metabolism. So what I'm telling you now is that free radicals have two roles. On the one hand, they are damaging, and on the other hand, we wouldn't be here without them, because they are the constant signals that tell us anytime there's any imbalance in our biochemical flow. Because anytime there's an imbalance, we wind up generating free radicals to an excess degree, which starts to label things. And eventually, our biochemistry gets so screwed up that we have to shift into a safer mode. That safer mode is fat burning. So when we are burning fat, what you're really doing is you're recycling your biological molecules that were labeled with free radical damage. And what that allows you, it's the same, everything is a fractal. Our society is a fractal. Think about our society. The smarter we got, the more capable we were of doing things, the more waste we made. And now we're choking in our waste, so we're getting some feedback that says, hey, if you can't breathe your air or drink your water, maybe you're doing something wrong and you better fix it. And if you are living on a planet and you're making so much CO2 that you're changing the atmosphere, and it's going to destabilize our polar caps, and they're going to melt, and they're going to flood our shorelines. And by the way, what's going to also happen is we're going to melt the permafrost in Russia and release all that methane, and that's going to give us such an incredible, effect on our weather that the planet will turn into Mars, literally. Well, we hopefully have developed enough brains so we can say we better do something about this, all right? But your biochemistry has also developed those brains, and part of that is it turns on fat burning. So instead of making things to be more differentiated, more sophisticated, and more advanced, it backs up and it says it's time to recycle our shit, get rid of the garbage that we're choking on, and clean up our act. Well, think about it. If you're recycling your parts, you don't have to make everything because you've got parts that you can use. So you're going to require less energy. So you're going to make less free radicals, and you can afford to be a little less efficient in making them. Now, let me backtrack to something that I didn't finish earlier. So here we have our brains, and let's go back to the point when we were invertebrates, and we couldn't really get a better brain because otherwise it would get too hot and it wouldn't work anymore. And now we evolved the CB1 receptor, and what it's regulating are calcium channels. And calcium was critical when you go back before life occurred. You know, you had the cliffs of Dover, calcium carbonate, and depending on the acidity of the ocean, it'll either dissolve them or not. That's exactly what's happening in you with your bones. Your bones are either releasing calcium or pulling it out. And why is calcium so critical? Because all of those flow-dependent structures that are involved in you doing anything are always activated by calcium, probably because of the role calcium played in that prebiotic soup. So if you're looking at your muscles, your immune system, your nervous system, your endocrine system, production of insulin, everything is dependent on calcium. So what that's telling you is that calcium's got to be involved in energy activation. and therefore free radical production. So once you fine-tune that with the cannabinoid receptor, it allowed for our brains to evolve more. So the early invertebrates had no ability to really fine-tune that way, so their brains were limited. Once we evolved with this new chemistry, we as vertebrates, our big deal is adaptability. Look at the difference between a vertebrate and an invertebrate. We've got that spinal cord with our nervous system, our Wi-Fi running through it, our broadband running through it, communicating from your brain to your big toe at an instant. And all of that requires energy, and all of that will generate free radicals. So we have things that will quench those free radicals, antioxidants, our vitamin C, our vitamin E, all of those goodies that we eat from our veggies. They will help negate the free radicals. But the more you do, the more you make, and eventually you make more than you can quench. So now you've got to shift your biochemistry so you don't make so much. And ultimately, the solution to doing that is to turn on fat burning. So when you turn on fat burning, you're making fewer free radicals, and it goes hand in hand with the recycling that I was talking about. In biological terms, it's known as autophagy, self-eating. You eat yourself. A cell that is damaged pieces eats its damaged pieces and recycles them so that the cell can live and do whatever it was doing, or divide if that's what it needs to do.
So I guess the meaning,
Right?
there really is a meaning to the words "eat me."
Oh yeah. So now what you have, let's jump now up the evolutionary scale. What you see is that as vertebrates kept developing more and more complexity, their brains grew in complexity. And what you see is always an increase in that CB1 receptor, to the point that the more evolutionarily advanced areas of the human brain, for example, have more receptors than a monkey or than a dog, or you go back, There's a constant increase in CB1 receptors in the most evolutionarily advanced areas of our brain. Hint, we need to get high. It's what keeps us alive. It's what allowed us to be here. Let me give you a very.
I'm gonna cut you off 1 second. Let's take a quick break, and then we're gonna come back and let Dr. Bob finish, because I gotta go to the can, and I don't want to miss a thing. And we need to play a thing.
My brain needs to process some of this.
That's right. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. We're going to listen to a song and Chris's news, and because I don't want to take another break, I just want to let Dr. Bob go. But Chris did some news for us. Is that all right with you, Dr. Bob?
Absolutely. Of
Awesome.
course. I adapt. That's what it's about.
There you go.
It's accepting change and working with it.
So now, as we're going forward and accepting change, I noticed this afternoon that you shared a song by a band named Pussy Riot. and I
listen to him laughing.
I heard it earlier, like really early in the evening last night, or like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I saw you posted it. Now I've got it and I'm going to play it, but I would, if you wouldn't mind elaborating on what you posted, because I found it very interesting what you said, if you remember. He's looking.
You're asking who?
You. Do you remember? Do you remember what you said about the song when you posted it, the video?
No, I don't. What did I say?
I'm going to find it right now here. Just give me 1 second.
But see, I'm very interested in that because I'm very interested in freedom, And we hear all of the stuff about Russia, and Russians hear all of the stuff about us, because you're dealing with political people peddling their loads, basically to keep their shit together.
Exactly.
That's the group of the
Pussy Riot,
the musical group of women that were arrested for
Yes.
performing
Yes.
in a church, right?
Pussy Riot, they're called.
Yeah, they did 2 years
Right.
in jail.
Yeah. I'm just
So
You post a lot of stuff, man. I'm trying to find it on your wall now. Go on, continue while I'm looking, please.
Well, so I'm always very interested in politics and world affairs. Yeah. I guess in particular because I owe my life to Adolf Hitler and to Tojo, because my father was a GI in Germany and my mother was a young Fräulein, and I popped eye. Yeah. So, and then when I was growing up, this was in the early 50s.
Yep.
My father had come back from World War II. You didn't have very much TV, but what we did have on TV was Victory at Sea. So and my mom was German. So I always was involved with that whole consciousness of the war. So I think that made me very tuned in to history more so than otherwise. Plus, my birthday is December 7th.
What you said was, I've got it here, and then I'm going to play it, and we're going to all go and run to the bathroom real quick. We all need to remember where we came from. Stardust and neutral selection, with a little help from
I should have said natural selection.
Natural. I'm dyslexic. I did mention that. Natural selection with a little help from the endocannabinoid system. No, that was hard to say. Endocannabinoid.
We could tell you were struggling with it there.
Yeah.
Well, everything that I'm telling you now, that I've been telling you this past time, is exactly what that statement means.
Okay, well, we're going to listen to the song. Now, I will say some of you may be offended, so if you are, please don't leave. Just turn it down. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so after Chris does his news. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live with Dr. Robert Malamud, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Some of you may become somewhat uncomfortable as parts of this film unfold. If you will listen carefully, you will agree that the concepts will contribute to the rearing of a mature person who has a healthy, responsible attitude toward the sexual side of his life.
Does your vagina have a brand? Let your vagina start a band. If your vagina lands in prison, then the world is gonna listen. My vagina is tough and dangerous, shaking up the major labels. Vagina gonna take the stage, 'cause vagina got a lot to say. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vagina's where you're really from. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vagina's where you're really from. Vagina's gonna win the race. Vagina gonna play in space. Vagina gonna top the charts. Vaginas fill your shopping cart. Vaginas in the art museum, and people buying tickets just to see them. Put your pussy on a diet, then paparazzi gonna start a riot. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vaginas where you're really from. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vaginas where you're really from. V-A-G-I-N-A, we got pussy for days. Back up, pussy don't play. First they come and then they stay. You gon' always go and find it when you need it. You gon' always come back and repeat it. Oh, 'cause you know what home is. Go down like you know what dome is. Whoa, man, I'm losing focus. Vagina JJ on Hocus Pocus. Don't act like you don't know this. Girls running like US Open. Throw a fit right now. Put up a fist right now. Cause you the shit right now. I'm probably acting like a bitch right now. Don't think dumb vaginas where you really from. Don't think dumb vaginas where you really from. My pussy is sweet just like a cookie. It goes to work, it makes the beats. It's CEO, no rookie. From senator to bookie, we run this shit, go looky. You could tear any page, any race, any age. From Russia to the States, we tearing up the place. I rip shit like Sinead O'Connor. I wear my badge as a badge of honor. I take pride in the way we ride. One love to Maya Angelou, the April wonder. How we do it all, sometimes I wonder. I could play nice so I could bring that thunder. So sad I got it in right here, but this vagina gotta go make them numbers. Don't make them vaginas where you really from. Don't make them vaginas where you really from. Don't make them vaginas where you really from. Don't make them vaginas where you really from.
This is how we all came into the world.
That's not all you go out with girls for, is it?
Going out with girls is fun.
Growing your own vegetables, flowers, or even medicinal plants can be a challenge without the right equipment and proper know-how. At BMA Hydroponics, not only are they your urban horticultural experts and suppliers, but their staff holds the customer's needs paramount to making a sale. Family-owned with decades of experience and knowledge, they offer free advice in person, by phone, or email. BMA Hydroponics wants to ensure you have the advice you need, which is why you'll find tips and tricks on different ways to grow, like wick, ebb and flow, drip, or aeroponics system, as well as other helpful links at bmahydroponics.com. If you can't find what you're looking for, just let them know, and they'll do everything they can to get what you're looking for. At BMA Hydroponics, each staff member also possesses a federal exemptee MMAR license, making their strong suit empathy, experience, and dedication to their customers. Because when you know how to grow, you'll have results that make you proud. BMA Hydroponics in Belleville, Ontario. Visit bmahydroponics.com.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
Welcome to the 420 Radio Show, and this is your 420 seconds of news with Chris Backer. Richard Bergman used to investigate people in BC for cannabis grow-ops in possession of pot as a sergeant in the RCMP. But now the retired officer is fighting the war on drugs as a civilian and concerned parent in the suburban Ottawa. He pleaded with Chief Charles Bordello at the Police Services Board meeting Monday to crack down on cannabis dispensaries, especially the two that have popped up in his Orleans neighborhood, one of which is just steps away from a kids' tutoring center and a martial arts club. Loving and caring parents cry disbelief when they walk their children to tutoring clinics and taekwondo studios that have a marijuana store right beside it. Speaking on behalf of parents who didn't have time to attend the board meeting Monday evening, Bergman called the lack of police enforcement a direct assault on our children. Police across Canada are faced with the challenge of enforcing the current laws that are poised to change with legalization of cannabis, as the new federal government has pledged to do. In Toronto, police have raided countless shops over the past few months, only to see some of them reopen the next day. Cracking down on them, Bordello said, is more complicated than just showing up at the front door with a police badge. There have been no such raids targeting the 16 known shops in Ottawa, but Ottawa's police chief confirmed there are active investigations into the businesses. We don't have at the Ottawa Police Service the ability to say you can't open, Bordello said. We don't have that legal authority. The chief also suggested that the city have a role in mitigating the proliferation of these businesses by strengthening licensing bylaws to prevent them from opening in the first place. Councillor Jody Middick, whose Innes ward has 2 cannabis dispensaries, said after the meeting Monday he has received hundreds of emails and phone calls from upset residents. While he said he will support recreational cannabis once it's legalized, He said he echoes his constituents' calls for police to take action now against the illegal pot shops. And now Shoppers Drug Mart wades into the cannabis market while Justin Trudeau stands around with cold feet. With the promise of legalization around the corner, the pharmacy has decided to take advantage of the burgeoning market. A public request by shoppers to sell pot in its stores shows the pusher stigma has finally begun to fade. Shoppers is part of the Loblaws chain known across Canada for its family-friendly Canadian superstores and President's Choice brands. The move by Shoppers Drug Mart shows government inaction can't stop the evolving position of cannabis in Canadian society, but the longer Ottawa waits to make its rules, the more it loses control. Sky High Holistic of Santa Ana, California was involved in a controversial raid over the summer in which 3 police officers with the Santa Ana Police Department were caught on Sky High's surveillance camera eating cannabis edibles and playing darts. One officer can even be heard making jokes about wanting to kick Marla James, an amputee, in her quote-unquote fucking nub. The dispensary was now applied enough legal pressure that the city of Santa Ana has agreed to pay a settlement of $100,000, money that will be split between dispensary volunteers Marla and David James and a physician who lost the use of his utilities as a result of the raid. The city has also agreed to drop all charges. The 3 police officers responsible for embarrassing the entire Santa Ana police force had either resigned or been terminated at this point. This is because the Orange County District Attorney's Office went after them, slapping all 3 with a variety of charges ranging from misdemeanor theft to vandalism. They have since pled not guilty and are due back in court some point next month. Not long after being charged, the cops filed a lawsuit with the Orange County Superior Court in an attempt to get the video suppressed as evidence, claiming their privacy rights had been violated. However, the complaint was tossed out of court because the judge said cops should not expect privacy in their on-duty performance of an official function at a cannabis dispensary. The Bolivian government's Special Force for the Struggle Against Narco-Trafficking, FELCN, have seized 8 metric tons of cannabis across the region this October. Several campesinos were arrested and crops burned in the fields at various locations. The Bolivian newspaper La Razón named the site of major raids. Both lie on the edge of the rainforest, just where the plateau drops down into the Amazon. This transition zone is the country's key cocoa production area, but now more and more cocaliers, or cocoa leaf growers, are apparently turning to cannabis. According to the official reports by the Prensa Latina, from January to August, the FELCN seized 114 tons of drugs in 7,874 raids across the country. But unfortunately, they don't break the stats down by the drug. And British Sugar will be swapping tomato plants for cannabis seedlings after signing a long-term contract to supply this crop to the drug company GW Pharmaceuticals. The cannabis plants, which are of a non-psychoactive variety, will be grown in British Sugar's 18-hectare glasshouse in Wissington, Norfolk, where the company, a subsidiary of Associated British Foods, is currently cultivating tomatoes. The space is the equivalent of 23 football fields. Every year we try to work out the best commercial assets for the glass house. Paul Kenward, managing director of British Sugar. Our glass house is very well suited for growing that particular variety of cannabis plant family, and it's fair to say that the return will be better than on tomatoes. We're confident of decent yields. GW Pharmaceuticals, a UK biotech, has developed an experimental treatment called Epidiolex for severe forms of childhood epilepsy. It is derived from compounds in the cannabis plant that have achieved stellar results in the final stage trials. The glass house will provide enough raw crop a year to treat 40,000 children globally, making British Sugar a major supplier to GW. GW wanted a very professional grower, and we have that expertise. This is a crop that grows into medicines. We need to be grown consistently and reliably, said Mr. Kenward. By growing this crop, we are indirectly helping sick children and doing something socially worthwhile. GW plans to file the drug with the U.S. regulators in the first half of 2017, and Chief Executive Justin Gover hopes that the treatment could be on the U.S. market by the end of next year, with the European launch following shortly thereafter. And the number of cannabis and hemp fairs in Italy has skyrocketed in recent years. The biggest in southern Italy, the Canepa in Mostra, was held in Naples this month, under the shadow of Vesuvius, the region's 1,277-meter tall active volcano. Crowds flocked to the event for entertainment, dynamic conference speakers, and roughly 90 different exhibitors. Opening the fair, which ran from October 14th to 16th, was the charismatic mayor of Naples, Luigi de Magistris, who has signaled his openness to cannabis as an industrial resource, medicine, and source of inspiration. His support curried favor within the cannabis community, and organizers presented de Magistris with a 3D printed crown of hemp leaves embellished with a 22-karat gold hemp leaf. Hopes are high that de Magistris could help fuel a soft revolution in Naples. His approach is certainly different from the past. His predecessor, Rosa Russo Gervolino, was responsible for an anti-cannabis law during his time as Minister of Domestic Affairs. The law so disgusted the Italian people that the country passed a referendum in 1993 to fully decriminalize cannabis use. Italy's legal hemp economy is growing fast. The country is now Europe's third largest producer after France and Lithuania, with 2,070 hectares harvested in 2015. There are roughly 120 farms growing hemp in southern Italy, as well as dozens of paper manufacturers and other processors. Kinesis of Sicily produces bioplastics from hemp, and one of the bigger players, South Hemp Techno, opened a hemp processing plant in Crispiano, Tarantino in 2014 that it's widely considered the best in Italy. Public opinion and media coverage are evolving along with the industry. 10 years ago, the Fumero cannabis shop was discredited by the media as a new shop where drug addicts could find replacement organs. These days, the same publications seem much more open to cannabis becoming part of the mainstream. All this is unfolding as Naples works to reinvent itself as an open, modern, and tolerant city. And that's been your news. Peace, love, and hippie shit. Back to you guys.
Tune into the Pace Radio Show and catch Kim Cooper, Debbie Stoll-Skiffin, or Allison Murden, along with myself, Al Graham, as we talk to Canadian and international cannabis advocates who are working hard to help patients and to end cannabis prohibition. Catch us live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at lifestyleradio.ca.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
I'm feeling really good and very strong and very happy that I am now almost free of seizures and 48 for 48 days. So I feel so much stronger and better and much more better than I ever felt before in my whole entire life. This is like the best day ever. This is like a dream come true.
Tune in to the 420 radio show. Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. With Marcel, Lori, and Al. Along with their guests. Tunes. 420 seconds of news with Chris Backer. And weekly grow tips from Ross Middleton of BMA Hydroponics. Pull up your couch. Grab a coffee. Light up and join us right here on lifestyleradio.ca.
And we are back. This is the 420 radio show, probably one of the most stimulating shows I've had in a few years. We're talking with Dr. Robert Malamute, or as we in the community lovingly call him as Dr. Bob. And
Dr. Bob, crazy Dr. Bob.
Your bong is ready, sir.
Jason's here too. Dr. Bob wanted to continue where he left off, so we're going to let him. So enjoy.
All right. So we were talking about complexity and how evolution continues to generate more complexity, and how with the emergence of the vertebrates, something new happened. We had CB1 receptor, the CB1 receptor that gets you high. And what I want to explain now is how, by virtue of that modulating efficient energy production, it led to the human brain. And how, as you look up the evolutionary scale, you keep seeing more and more CB1 receptors in the most evolutionarily advanced areas of our brain. And by the way, our endocannabinoid system is the most abundant neurotransmitter system in your brain, and we don't teach it in medical school. Your endocannabinoid system in general homeostatically regulates everything in your body because it regulates free radicals, which regulate everything in your body. So we don't teach the most fundamental reality of life in our medical school. So now I want to explain this, the kind of the proof of that, in a sense, in one particular aspect.
Please do.
Your brain is 5% of your body weight, and it uses 20% of your energy. And you feel your head, it's always hot. Well, it's hot when you're making energy efficiently, which is why you need to make energy efficiently, otherwise it would be too hot. And as you know, brain and the head is very susceptible to injury. There's a fundamental reason for that. The reason is that it's always in that sugar burning mode, in that electron transport system mode for making energy efficiently, and therefore always susceptible to any free radicals that would be made as a consequence of any kind of backup in the flow. There's an interesting little visual for this that I'd like to try out on you guys. Imagine you have a hose, and it's got a turn on one end and a shut off on the other end, and that the hose has a bunch of pinholes in it. Now, if the hose is open and you turn on the faucet, those pinholes don't leak and the water comes out the end. That's energy flowing through your electron transport system. And the water that comes out the end is used to make your ATP, your energy, okay, in this little visual here. But now imagine you either turn the faucet up really, really high, or you turn down the outflow so that pressure builds up in the hose. Now you're going to start to have leaks. Think of those leaks as your free radicals. So that's what goes on. As soon as too much goes in, like you're eating too much, or not enough is going out because you're not exercising and using the fuel, then you wind up making extra free radicals. But because these free radicals, remember, one molecule can kill you, and you're making this incredible number in all of your cells, what I'm saying is that most of your biochemistry is simply designed to keep the energy flowing and to keep you to keep the cells from self-destroying with too many free radicals. In other words, apoptosis or necrosis, which are the two general forms of cell death. Apoptosis is kind of a slow unbubbling. It forms little balls that are membrane bound, and they can be eaten up by your immune system, as opposed to if you poke open a cell and it bursts all its guts out, because then it's extremely inflammatory. Because all of the things in the cell, so you got to remember, everything is talking to everything else. All of those chemicals that we're dealing with here are parts of flow and parts of harmony. And it's like an LSD trip where you're watching all of these visuals interacting and flowing with fluidity. That's what's going on in your biochemistry. And for things to be activated, your mitochondria, the energy factories, they open up little holes and they let calcium in, which then activates the electron transport system. So you make all this ATP. But if there's any impairment in the flow, then you make more free radicals, which then homeostatically tell the system to do something differently, because otherwise you're going to make too many free radicals and the cell will die. And ultimately an organism will die if enough cells die. So anyway, 20% of your energy usage comes from your brain, which is only 5%, which is why your brain has to be in that energy efficient mode, which is why it's so susceptible to damage. In contrast, you look at your heart, 70% of its energy production, 60, 70% comes from burning fat. So that means it's in the recycling mode. So, your heart goes through a burst where it needs a lot of energy makes electron transport system, makes free radicals, damages things, and then it goes back to fat burning, recycles the problem, and everything is cool, except if you're eating the wrong foods. And for example, all that fat that clogs up people's arteries, it's not because they're eating fat, because they're eating carbohydrates. The carbohydrates are turned into saturated fats. You cannot make unsaturated fats. They are essential nutrients. We get them out of fish and seed oils, things like that. And they happen to have the ability to turn down inflammation. How do they do that? They turn on fat burning. So there's a lot of nutraceuticals that are very good for you. Vitamin D turns on fat burning. Resveratrol, that comes from red wine, turns on fat burning. Your polyunsaturated fatty acids, your omega-3s. Again, the stupidity of the medical industry. Every doctor will tell you, eat fish oil and polyunsaturated fatty acids. They're good for you. Take in your omega-3s. And then they'll turn around and they'll say, marijuana is no good for you. We don't know what it does. We know what it does, but they don't know what it does because they don't read the literature. Those fish oils are how your body makes pot. That's why it's good for you. Those same doctors don't understand that every time they get hungry, it's because their brain made some pot and they gave themselves the munchies. They don't understand that your endocannabinoid system regulates everything in your body from conception until death. Your immune system, digestive system, endocrine system, cardiovascular system, nervous system, digestive system, reproductive system, muscle, skin, bones, everything in your body is regulated and kept in balance by the pot that you make and the pot that you eat. If you don't have pain, chronic pain, your body makes enough pot. If you are in chronic pain, you need to take in some more, and you need to change your diet so you're not screwing yourself by what you're eating. And that goes back again to the insanity that's been perpetrated on the public with fat-free diets. You know, just think, use simple little logic here. You think your arteries are going to clog up with fat if you're burning fat or if you're making fat? You know, it's that simple. And that simplicity holds everywhere. You know, for example, let's look at diabetes quick. You know, here you have either insulin-resistant diabetes or you have type 1 where you don't make any insulin at all. All right? Well, let's look what's going on. You're eating all these carbohydrates. You're making all these free radicals. Your sugar levels in your blood goes up. That alone, for physiological reasons, is not good. You know, too much sugar changes the osmotic activity of your blood. It's not healthy, okay? So your pancreas senses that and makes insulin. And what's that insulin do? It binds to receptors on cells throughout your body and tells them to take up the sugar and burn it. Well, what if they've been burning too much and they've been making too many free radicals and the cell has said, too many free radicals, shift pathways, do not burn any more sugar. Well, guess what? That's what's called type 2 diabetes, insulin-resistant diabetes. And what is it? It's simply your cells saying, stop killing me. I don't want any more sugar. But being stupid as we are, we ignore that and we keep giving them the shitty diet until the pancreas is burnt out making insulin. Because it keeps trying to make insulin because the sugar levels are too high in your blood, but the cells are saying, I ain't going to help you anymore because you're killing me. And then finally the cells stop producing any insulin because they undergo apoptosis because they made too many free radicals trying. It's crazy. And if you have type 1 diabetes or if you're insulin dependent, I have many friends now who no longer use insulin. Why? Because they go on a ketogenic diet. A ketogenic diet, you make ketone bodies when you burn fat. And if you make enough of them, then it shows up in your blood. So it's a big fad right now, a ketogenic diet. Why? Because guess what? You lose weight when you're burning fat. So my one friend who's like 300 pounds. He just lost 20. He hasn't been taking insulin for about 3 months now. His sugar levels are normal because he uses oil every day, which turns on fat burner. See what's going on. I didn't get into the CB2 receptor yet. Let me back up and try to dissect this further. Your CB1 receptor regulates your calcium channels so that you can stay in the sugar burning mode and make energy efficiently so that you can have a brain. In contrast, and it evolved later, your CB2 receptor turns on fat burning. Now, the more your brain's advanced, the more, those early vertebrates were able to run around, which means they were exposed to more things, which meant that they needed to develop their immune system in order to survive the greater levels of exposure by being more alive because they were using the CB1 receptor, okay? So, because remember, your immune system is monitoring mass that comes into the system. Well, it turns out that CB2 was first discovered in the immune system. It was called the peripheral receptor or the immune receptor. But after all this time, and I've been talking about this for years, the scientific literature never really talks about what I'm telling you. CB2 turns on fat burning. It turns on autophagy, self-eating, okay? Now, let's look at what goes on with viruses. Let's look at HIV, okay? HIV developed in a differentiated environment. It's developed, in humans, and we have this very complicated system of everything, us, and yet this virus has evolved the ability to kill us. Well, that virus evolved, all of its adaptability evolved in the differentiated sugar-burning mode of our cells, of our immune cells, that for the most part, when they're making antibodies or doing these other things, they have to turn on sugar burning, all right? Because they need to make the energy efficiently. So HIV has evolved and lives in a world of sugar burning, where cells are communicating with each other because they're differentiated and sophisticated because they make energy efficiently. Well, guess what happens if you turn on fat burning by eating lots of cannabis and taking nutrients like I described that turn on fat burning? You control HIV. So I've got one friend who's had HIV for 26 years. When I first met him about 5 years ago, he was fully drug resistant and had full-blown HIV. He had HIV count in the millions, had no T cells, had dyslipidemia from all the years of using the antiretrovirals. And we were in Washington, D.C. lobbying for a biotech bill because he needed new drugs. This guy's a piece of work. And he comes down with a Kaposi sarcoma. These, this is what killed everybody back in the day before the antiretrovirals. You see people with HIV with purple blotches all over them. It's basically a blood cancer. It looks like a skin cancer, but it's really blood vessels that are growing cancerously. And eventually it hits your organs inside and you die. There's no cure. It's all bullshit. The doctors say, we can treat it. Yeah, they pick off a couple of your scabs and then you die. That's treatment. How ridiculous can you be? This is the #1 cancer in Africa.
Wow.
Because you got so much untreated AIDS. Okay. Yeah. And they just let the people die horrible, painful deaths. All right. So my friend comes down with one. We're in Washington, D.C. in Congress. And I pull out my jar of oil. I say, here, put this on. And he was hesitant because this guy's a character in his own right. But I don't want to go off into that right now. I go back to Colorado. He goes back to New York. 3 days later, I get a phone call. He goes, Bob, what the fuck is going on here? I'm holding a Kaposi sarcoma in my hand. They're not supposed to fall off. So now it's 5 years later. He's got undetectable viral load, even with a spinal tap. He has normal levels of T cells, although they're not all functional. And he got rid of the dyslipidemia on his back. You should already know what's going on here. You're not going to deposit fat on your back or in your gut, in your organs. If you're burning fat, you're not storing fat. You're only storing fat when you're eating all those carbohydrates and burning all those sugars. All of that fat is there because your body is trying to protect your cells from you killing them with all the sugar. So we can control viral infections. We can control cancers. It's all the same kind of a story. You see, when you're always in the sugar burning mode, that's normal for us because we eat too many sugars. You know, 100 years ago, we ate much more fat, and that's why the ketogenic diets are so healthy for people. So we're able to promote health by reducing free radical production. And again, free radicals are the heart of aging. They're the heart of all age-related illnesses. So whether you're talking about cognitive dysfunction, you know, Alzheimer's, or you're talking about autoimmunity, multiple sclerosis, you're talking about heart disease, cancer, all of these things tend to start, for the most part, as sugar-burning cells, making too many free radicals, and then, and now I'll tell you some very radical things now that nobody in the scientific world believes except for me, but they don't even know it because they don't want to hear it. The metabolism that changes between fat and sugar burning changes by virtue of chromosomal architecture. You know, you've got, every one of your cells has 1 yard's worth of DNA in it. That's crazy. When you think you can't even see the cell and it's got a yard's worth of DNA, and it's got to duplicate that and then partition it into dividing cells. That's just insane. You know, it's beyond comprehension to visualize that. Anyway, where was I going? I forgot where I was going.
While you're thinking, I have a question, actually.
Yes.
Al Graham of the Pace Radio Show here on Wednesday nights asks, are autoimmune conditions... Oh, Al, he asked me something else. I got to find it again here. 1 second here. Sorry. Are autoimmune conditions related cannabinoid deficiencies?
Yes, because they're related to free radical excess.
Okay. I hope that answered your question. Did you remember what you were saying?
No, of course not. I don't remember what else. I don't remember saying anything.
Marcel, maybe we should take a second here. Marcel, why don't we were talking off break about the fact that Marcel had MS. Why don't you elaborate, Marcel?
Oh, actually, that's a perfect thing to talk about here.
What was that?
So that's a perfect thing to talk about. MS is an autoimmune disease, and it winds up basically destroying the myelin sheaths, which is basically insulation over your wires, your nerves. And without that insulation, your nerves don't conduct properly. And as a result of not conducting properly, they make more free radicals and they eventually die. So that's why you progress from bad to worse, typically. So when you take enough cannabis, you turn on fat burning, and your nerves can burn fats as well. They just normally are not doing that. But when you burn fat, you produce ketones. And ketones, ketosis, can serve as a replacement for glucose in your brain. And it turns on the recycling. But the other thing that it does is it turns on stem cells. Think about it. Stem cells are cells that can replace your other cells when they're aged and damaged. So, for example, in your brain, your cannabinoid receptors, your CB1 receptor, is responsible for neurogenesis, making new neurons. Okay? What does it make new neurons from? Stem cells. So you want to have enough stem cells that you can make enough neurons to replace the ones that are dying. Okay? Now, you take the high doses of cannabis, the neurons that are dying are going to stop dying because they're going to not be making as many free radicals because they're going to be burning fat. And you're going to be expanding your stem cells because stem cells divide by burning fat. Stem cells have two different modes of division. They can do what's called symmetrical division, where they make one stem cell turns into two stem cells, turns into four stem cells, and you're only making stem cells. That's all driven by fat burning. That's all driven by the CB2 receptor. We know that that hemopoiesis, the production of new blood cells, is promoted by cannabis. We know that in the nervous system, you generate new nerves, neurogenesis, and you make new connections, plasticity, driven by the CB1 receptor. But what you need to be able to do as you turn on sugar burning in the fat burning stem cells is you need to have enough stem cells. So the fat burning expands the stem cells, and then the CB1 differentiates them, and that's why you've overcome your neurological deficiencies. Now, there is a school of thought, and this may be the situation where we're seeing different people essentially curing themselves of MS. Because I've seen that as well now with people who've taken the high doses. And what I think is going on is the high doses are expanding your stem cells, and because you're using cannabis, your CB1 are then differentiating them. And I think there's probably a lot of different ways, a lot of insults that could trigger the immune response that leads to MS. And there is a whole school of thought that MS is caused by things like Lyme disease, Burgdorfia, the bacteria that causes Lyme disease, or other viruses or bacteria that wind up promoting this neurological deterioration as a result of immune cells acting on inflamed and in an inflammatory situation. So taking the high doses of cannabis could have actually killed whatever pathogens were leading to the immune response that led to the MS. So that would be my take on what's going on there.
Right. Chlamydia pneumoniae is the one in the lungs that's been associated with MS, and that was back in the 1800s. So
no, there's a variety of things that have been implicated, but and I know of one doctor that I haven't spoken with him for 20, 30 years, but he was down in Tennessee there. I forgot the University of Vanderbilt, and he believed that all MS came from different kinds of pathological infections. And he was using PCR, which is a very sensitive technique to amplify DNA or RNA, if you're looking at an RNA virus, for example, so that you could detect things that you couldn't detect by other means. It's extremely sensitive. So this has been going around for a while here. And I was actually on the phone the other day with an alternative physician friend of mine who hasn't drank the pharmaceutical Kool-Aid. And she was saying as well that a lot of this MS is again, just a variant on certain types of infection. So it's out there, and that would certainly be an easy way of explaining how cannabis was able to reverse it.
Oh, I figured that out a long time ago.
Oh, no, that's awesome. Yeah, but you didn't explain it like that, Marcel.
No, but see, here was my take on
You've
MS,
never really no.
I was told that it was an autoimmune disorder. I was told that it was by, of course, neurologists.
No, but it is autoimmune because your immune cell system is doing it on your cells. But the question is why?
But then the other aspects were the vascular aspects, and this is why the CCSVI treatment is so successful for so many, because they actually get some blood flow out of their brain. And then, of course, the fungal one, which was the chlamydia, the pneumonia chlamydia. I looked at cannabis as well. It works and is patented as a neuroprotectant. So if it's neurological, then I'll use cannabis. Antifungal and antibacterial, cannabis does that, so I could cover that base. And cannabis is a vasodilator. So it would cover the vascular issue. So no matter what they threw at me of this is the reason of MS, cannabis was already proven to be able to correct all of those conditions.
So again, remember, everything in life is holistic. So if you're healthy holistic. If you're ill holistic. And cannabis regulates everything. So it's the ultimate modulator of your holistic biochemistry, being able to drive you through either safely through sugar burning or by protecting you and turning you into the fat burning. It's just amazing because it will promote, from what I'm believing, your stem cell regeneration of your organisms. of your organs, rather. Your organisms.
That'd be nice, though.
You know, I'm 69 years old. I have all sorts of nasty inflammatory crap because of my genetics. And cannabis has kept me, you know, quite remarkably well through having gone through a variety of nasties. You know, I've got what's called HLA-B27. It's one of your immune genes that tends to promote pro-inflammatory stuff. In particular, something called ankylosing spondylitis, which is basically arthritis of your back and spine, as well as psoriasis. And well, I've got psoriasis. I don't have the ankylosing because I've used cannabis my whole life. Doctors are quite surprised. I've got a variety of arthritic conditions. You know, at times, like 1 year ago, every joint in my body hurt. I was in so much pain. I had gout on top of all of that, and I was recovering from heart failure from having AFib for 12 years. So what I wound up doing is just significantly increasing my already high doses of cannabis and doubling or quadrupling all of the fat burning and antioxidants that I consume. And now, a year later, you know, I haven't had gout for a year. And that, in conjunction with going to a chiropractor regularly, so that to help with the sciatica, all of these things come together, and I'm feeling pretty remarkably good. You know, I run regularly. I go to the gym. I should have been there tonight, but I'm on the phone with you guys. I forgot.
You could have done it running.
You could have done it from the gym.
Yeah, you could have been on running and working out on your phone.
No, I don't run in gyms. I can't stand treadmills. I run outside. I go to the gym and I use the weight machines, you know, workout machines.
So
I've exercised my whole life. You know, when I was in high school, I was on the gym team, gymnastics team, and when I went to college, I started out as a chemistry major. But my second year in school, I used to like explosives. And I played with explosives and blew myself up and wound up in the hospital. So I dropped out of being a chemistry major. When I was 16, two things happened. I started college and I started smoking dope, and then I blew myself up at 17. And so I changed my attitude towards schooling and everything else, because I was, you know, even though I started young, I'm not a very good student because I'm basically very ADD. I have trouble reading a sentence.
Yeah, me too.
So I jump around, and jumping around is great because that means I read a little bit of everything.
That's right.
And that's why I know so much.
They taught me in public school, they taught me how to scan because I have ADHD and I'm dyslexic. So they taught me how to scan. And that helped me a little bit. But what really helped me was the screen right in front of my face. I mean, I get an exam and I freeze up. I have a hard time. I forget everything. I fail automatically. But you give me a practical exam, a hands-on exam, and, you know, 90s.
Yep.
Right. The computer screen has helped me. I sit in front of 3 computer screens all the time. I read news. I won't say for a living because I don't make a living at this, but I read the news 99% of the day. And I was never able to do that as a kid. I don't think I've ever read through a book completely in my life.
Yeah, I don't read books either. I can't.
Movies, yeah.
I don't read whole scientific articles either because I can't. You know, plus at this point I know everything they say. As soon as I read the beginning, I know where they're going, and as long as I know the techniques, I understand it all.
You see, but yeah,
but it allows me to just jump around.
You take it from a different perspective, though. You take it your brain works science all the time. It's you're always thinking about a solution, yep. Right? So, I mean, from a learning point, the absorption, how you retain all of that information, you must have either a huge penis or a big brain, one of the two. Because you're storing it somewhere.
Well, you know what? It's flow dependent. It's a different kind of learning. Let me tell you how I taught my classes, and you'll understand what I do. So my advanced classes, which included endocannabinoids and medical marijuana, aging, and DNA repair. Those were the 3 advanced classes that I really loved. And I don't give any exams. And the first 2 weeks of the classes, no matter which class I taught, advanced or non-advanced, would be about the far from equilibrium thermodynamics, so that people would understand that we're all part of this constant creative flow.
Yes.
And then I would take attendance, and I would give the students credit for asking me questions or answering my question. And I made them sure they understood that my class was a joint research project between them and me, trying to show whether the things I'm talking about, which are the things I've talked about tonight, are real or not. Their job is to question me and show me where something is wrong, or let's work together and show that something is right.
So now
and
here,
at the end of the year,
here comes the skill testing question. There's going to be an exam after this, people. I hope you've been taking notes.
No, it's the exact opposite. Came the end of and I told them right in the beginning, there's no exam.
Okay.
At the end of the year, they have to write out. I give them their grades based on their attendance and the questions that I give them a number, and I show what the numbers, different people in the class had their numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what they have to do is they have to give themselves a grade and write a 1-page justifying the grade they gave themselves. Because the whole design of the class is not to be stressed. Because listen, everything I'm telling you about health is distance from equilibrium. You can go further from equilibrium by developing your muscles or your mind. So it's natural for us to be healthy by learning more.
Yeah.
And that's all part of what I teach them. And the responses I got were that students learned more in my class than any of their other classes. It was the only class they would go home and talk to their family and friends about, and they loved it.
And that makes sense to me because, back in the 60s, I would go to history and we would walk in, and I can't even remember his name. He was that memorable. We would walk in and he would be writing on the board, and there would be 6 boards full of his writing. And he would say, write that down. It's going to be on a test at the end of the week. Then I would go to my next class, which was music. And then I'd be out back smoking a doobie with the music teacher. And then we'd go in and we'd make some awesome fucking music. I'd blow the trumpet for the band and all that shit. Like totally different teaching styles. You can't get away with that now. I'm the son of a doctor and a vice principal / teacher. So, both things are done totally differently now,
Well, I know that it worked for me because the stuff that I've learned and that I explain to you people is because my students have asked me the hard questions. You see, we spent years with teaching those classes so that they verified it all with me. It really was a joint, no pun intended, the research development project in all of my classes. I wasn't there to teach them.
Yeah.
We were there to learn together.
And at the top of the show, I don't remember if I actually said it, but I know I was joking with everybody just before we started the show. The one question I wanted to ask you was why? And you explained why. You really did. I got it.
Why what?
Why does it work?
Oh, yeah, because it's the essence of our life.
Do you think that cannabis could be considered the tree of life?
Absolutely. I work, my friends, I work with people all over the world. I have a lot of crazy friends. And in Jamaica, my friends are the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church, leaders of the church. I'm involved in a $350 million project there because they're reorienting the entire economy of the country. It's a whole deal. But anyway, for them, cannabis is the sacrament. And for me, scientifically, they are correct.
Doctor, here in Canada, I don't know if you're aware, Health Canada is taking it upon themselves to think that 3 to 5 grams is the maximum amount that any patient really would need in the way of cannabis. And I'm thinking you probably disagree with that, huh?
Well, let's see, if they had 5 grams and you had an efficient extraction, that would give you, a tenth, let's say. So you'd get 1/5 of a gram of oil. That's not nearly enough for most people who need it for serious health reasons. So that's ridiculous.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what I thought you'd say.
Especially when at one point I was using 5 grams a day.
Yes. Is that the person who had MS?
Yeah, that was 5 grams of oil per day.
Yep. So you don't need to take that anymore, 5 grams, do you?
No. Actually, I'm taking.
How long did you take it for before things got fixed?
I was researching it and changing formulations to find better way to work, and that didn't happen till about 2012. So from 2012 is when I figured it out. 2013 is when I started implementing it, and I started cutting back on my dosage in 2015 because the neurological damage was already repaired, and I was starting to get high. And what I found is my body was repairing. I was starting to get high where I was never high before. Now I'm taking maybe 1/50th of a gram a day.
Oh,
in
20
a different
milligrams
formulation.
Very little.
Yeah, I'm taking an extremely small amount.
You also smoke a lot too, right?
But I smoke a lot.
Well?
Microdosing now.
Yeah, I microdose now and for me, it's more. I stay completely pain-free. I stay completely symptom-free, and I don't get high, so I'll just leave it at that dose.
Oh, nice.
But let's also remind people that even though that works for Marcel,
it doesn't necessarily going to work for everybody else.
That's right. But there may be a combination of what Marcel is doing and what another patient is doing.
That's why
that's one of the things
our own clinical trials.
I always emphasize, we as individuals, even if you took twins, the biochemistry of 2 twins is not the same. No way in one cell is it the same, let alone in 15 trillion cells. So we are all completely different. Even if we have the same genetics, our biochemistry is completely different. And the cannabis plant is so unique in its ability, not just with THC and CBD and the other cannabinoids, but all the other terpenes that are in there are all profoundly important in terms of modifying these biochemical pathways. Something that I've come to realize, and I now absolutely am convinced it's true, is that when you look at other herbal medicines, when you look at all of the Chinese medicines, almost every medicine you look at, when you look at what the active ingredient is, you will find that that active ingredient turns on fat burning and hence is anti-inflammatory. And all of these terpenes that we can get out of all of these different fruits and vegetables are in cannabis. So different strains emphasize different cannabinoids, different terpenes, and different other things. And the key is to match up the plant with the person. There's no way to do that up front. People should just get out there, get stoned, use different ones, find what works, and then, live a happy life.
I'm glad you said that.
Amen. Amen. Hear, hear.
If I had a hand clapping machine right now, it would be going off.
Everybody's saying, what's the ratio of C? That's bullshit. There's no magic ratio.
How much do I take is the question that I got. How much do I take every day?
That's becoming stupid like the FDA. The FDA is the biggest farce. The fact that these assholes talk about the double-blind standard as the golden standard, the double-blind control. Think of what they're doing. They take some poison pill and they figure out that you can take certain amount of this and not die, and that they can demonstrate some statistically significant change in some parameter that may be so insignificant as to have nothing to do with your health, but it was still statistically significant.
It makes it justifiable.
And it's just insane. Yeah. They're going to test it in some subset of people, and then magically, you take this quantity, this amount of times every day. We don't care if you're man, woman, young, old. We don't care what your diet is. None of that matters because we did the triple blind. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
But
there
I'll
we go.
Jump in here on this.
Here we go.
We kind of have no choice but to do those types of studies to appease government like Health Canada. So we're doing double-blind studies using a cannabis product.
We're doing what fucking Health Canada should be doing.
Right. And we're getting astounding results, and we're starting our PTSD trial this week.
Sweet. Well, you know what? Listen to this. This is what's going on, and this is what's going to happen if Canada's as stupid as the U.S. But looking at what's happening in the U.S., it's actually beautiful because they're the idiots, the blips, the backward-looking cannabinoid deficient people are committing suicide and they don't even know it. So it's my contention that, backward-looking cannabinoid deficient people run the world. That's why the world's so screwed up. And what we're experiencing right now is a phase change and an evolutionary change. Remember, I told you that cannabinoid levels have always been selected for increased levels. So we now know that, and we're experiencing it by using more. We don't have to wait to evolve more cannabinoids like has always happened. We can do it ourselves because we're smart enough to know that we can use the plant. So what's happening in the United States is you're going to have the backward-looking people adhering to the big pharma model, going to the doctors, wasting their money, getting sick and poisoned, and you're going to have the people who are operating on state-level medical systems going to their dispensaries, and we've already seen it happen now in Colorado and other states where it's legal. A dramatic reduction in Medicare costs, Medicaid costs, because people would rather spend money out of their own pocket and feel better than take free poison.
We've actually been proving that in Canada for quite some time.
Well, this is now an epidemiological experiment because within the next few years, it's going to be completely apparent that the one side does better. We already know, for example, that cannabis users have thinner waist, that they have lower levels of diabetes, that they have lower levels of bladder cancer. We know that it inhibits Alzheimer's. There's going to be so much Alzheimer's in the United States that it's going to bankrupt the healthcare system, which is already bankrupt, but totally by the year 50, they estimated it. Well, who's going to be the ones who get Alzheimer's? The people who are using pharmaceuticals, who are eating the shit diets, the GMOs, and all the other crap. And what you're seeing now, we're in the middle of an evolutionary change. You see, one of the things I haven't talked about today, and this is really, I believe, to be extremely profoundly important science. The metabolism, as I told you, the fat-burning cells have a unique architecture. They close up the genes that burn sugar, and the genes that are burning fat are exposed. You can change the architecture by what's called epigenetics. You modify not the sequence of the DNA, but either the bases of the sugars and other things so that the architecture changes, all right? You acetylate your histones, and that opens them up. You deacetylate the histones, and it closes them up, all right? But when they're open and expressed, that's also when they're more susceptible to genetic change, to DNA damages. A stalled transcription fork will cause strand breaks in the DNA. Strand breaks in the DNA are recombinogenic, and they promote changes and duplications, which is how you wind up evolving genes. So what I'm telling you is that metabolism becomes epigenetics, and then epigenetics becomes genetics. This is totally against everything that everybody in the standard scientific world believes. And I am quite certain that I'm correct.
I think you're
it's
correct.
Targeted mutagenesis for a targeted evolution.
Wow.
Wow is
It's
right.
very wow.
Wow. They really
You
can't
see, so
really
let me
say
give you
wow
some
on that.
examples of what this means, all right? You take a person with breast cancer, and they have a hormone responsive breast cancer. So what do the doctors do? They give you some anti-estrogen, tamoxifen, or they have newer ones. It doesn't matter. It's the same point. What they're going to do is they're going to block some of the roadways. All right. You're on one side of town and you want to get to the other side of town. Well, there's the highways, there's the back ways, etc. Okay. And as soon as one area clogs up, the traffic goes someplace else. Well, that's what happens with your biochemical pathways. So when you're in the differentiated mode, when cells are talking with their neighbors and they're working together, even if they're working together bad, they're still talking to one another, okay? And when you have a cancer, they're working together bad and they're promoting a solution for the cell to survive. Guess what that solution is? Cell division. They're dividing to live. And when you have drug-resistant cancers and you treat them with chemo or radiation, guess what? They grow faster because that's how they're surviving. Instead of just burning and making the free radicals, they're shifting synthesis so that they're making more. There's always a balance between synthesis and degradation and energy use and energy burning. And if they're not appropriately harmonious, that's when you make too many free radicals. So cells select different roadways, All right, let me back up and give you another story here.
Okay.
All of these different roadways are used at different times. So one of the characteristics of cancer cells is what's called the Warburg effect. Everybody hears that cancer cells like sugar and cancer cells are acidic. Well, they're acidic because they're burning sugar, but they're not burning sugar down to CO2. They only burn them down to make lactic acid, which is acidic, okay? Because by doing that, they're bypassing the electron transport system. They're making energy inefficiently but safely, all right? So I forgot where I was going with this.
Now there's one downfall.
I know where.
That's the one downfall. Memory.
Well, but that's actually a good thing. Because if you didn't forget, you would be hardwired. If you're hardwired, you don't have creation.
Fair enough.
Stuck.
I get that.
It's anti-life.
There
you have
you
to
go.
learn. You have to remember and forget, because it's only by forgetting that you have creation.
So kids, remember when your dad is telling you fucked up, he's telling you he loves you.
Yeah.
It depends on the dad.
I guess.
Yeah, I suppose.
I guess so. Yeah.
You see, I've one of my sons is very normal and linear and remembers and knows everything. My other one is as big of an airhead as I am, and it's only by the grace of God, so to speak, that I survived in the world and succeeded, because I'm such an airhead, I was suspended in 6th grade, and then they skipped me, so I never did the 8th grade. I always felt stupid, though, because people would learn things. People get to learn a song. They'd come back the next day. They'd know songs and poems. I could never do that. Crazy. So anyway, I hope I've given you a lot of stuff to think about.
Certainly have. It's been really mind-bending. Just following along and trying to comprehend everything that you're saying is just... It's been a challenge, but it's been so informative and has led to a lot of deep thought for me. That's for sure.
I've got about 80, almost 90 YouTubes out there that explain all of the basis of what I've talked about in more detail. So you can look at individual
I watched 2 of them
things.
today.
I've watched a few of them over the last little while too.
So where I was going a minute ago is that this Warburg effect that so characterizes all cancers is also part of our normal cell cycle. Because think about it, everything's obvious when you see with clarity, When that yard of DNA has to replicate inside of that little teeny cell, you don't want to expose it to free radicals, because when it's replicating, it's not protected with histones and other proteins. It's not all wrapped up. It's out there naked and exposed to free radicals. So guess what? cells don't use the electron transport system when they're replicating their DNA. They use aerobic glycolysis, the Warburg effect. So it's a normal part of our cell fluidity. The problem comes when you select for the wrong stuff in the wrong place. Just the same way that you don't want free radicals to be produced when cells are dividing like that. You don't want, a virus doesn't want you to produce too many, because then the cell will die, and yet the virus is telling the cell to turn it into a factory for making viruses. So they have to have ways of controlling this free radical production. And it's the same thing. The cells, if you have enough cells that are existing in all of these different states, because they're in different states of replication and other challenges, they're in all of these different adapted states. And now you go and you hit them with chemo. Well, some of those cells will die, and some of those cells will be in a state that allows them to survive. Their metabolic pattern at that time allows them to survive. They have an epigenetic platform that is consistent with their survival. And that epigenetic platform over time will mutate and turn that platform into the future genetics. That's why you see cancer cells. Like if you look at a breast cancer tumor, it's got like 100 different mutations in it. Well, those mutations came because you selected different roadways as you tried to block with tamoxifen. You see, you tried to block that end. So all you're doing with all of these therapies is selecting for drug resistance, the ones that you can't kill. And cannabis kills best, from what I'm gathering, when you have a sugar-burning cell that hasn't been treated with chemo or radiation, and you give it a lot of cannabis, and it forces it into fat burning, and they don't have the machine. They can't do the switch. It's like putting diesel fuel in a gasoline car. It doesn't work, and they die. However, if some of them survive, because they're in a metabolic state that allows for survival, then you got to deal with that. But now they already know how to go back and forth between these different metabolic platforms. And what seems to be working, and it's speculative, but it makes sense, and there's a whole lot behind what I'm saying, but intravenous high doses of vitamin C. Vitamin C in high doses doesn't act as an antioxidant the way it does when you eat a little bit of it, or even if you eat a lot of it. When you inject it into the blood, it interacts with the iron and generates free radicals. So cells like cancer cells or virally infected cells or bacterial cells, infected cells, they have all dealt with different ways of protecting themselves from the excess free radicals that occurred from the perturbation. So you've got to be able to screw that up. And when you add the vitamin C intravenously, when it interacts with the iron and generates all of these free radicals, that causes the drug-resistant cells to overload and kills them.
We're all in the gaze of your listening.
The hell took a bong hit sideways.
Yeah.
So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
What a story. Wow. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I've given you a lot of stuff, but you won't find it in any books anywhere. And if you tell it to doctors, they'll tell you you're crazy. But you know what? Stoners right away know it's true. That's how I knew it was true, as I figured it all out. It's obvious.
It makes sense the way you explain it. It makes sense.
If you take a minute and actually listen to what you're saying, it makes sense. And like Chris said earlier, when I'm listening to it, I'm drifting off. Oh, butterfly. Oh, wait, what is he saying? And you just come right back the way you're going. It's very smooth. I really enjoyed listening to you, sir.
Well, I'm glad it was enjoyable, and hopefully it's some use, and hopefully some of your listeners. I put all this stuff on my Facebook page too, but I'm saturated, and I have to set up a fan page or something. But I'm just, it takes me time to get anything done because I'm so nuts,
Of course.
I feel smarter already. So
please tell people where
Oh, yeah,
where
that
they
would
can
be
find you,
awesome.
though. Tell people where they can find you, where your website is.
Well, if you go to Facebook, you know, I got a Facebook page. I will set up a fan page so I can mirror things to that. I just am lame. And I've got about, I think it's very close to 90 YouTubes out there. And some of them are extremely, I believe, educational with novel thinking, like the stuff I've, you know, told you tonight. There's more details on all of that stuff, be it HIV, metabolic plasticity, you know, breast cancer, estrogen receptors, blah, 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 blah. You know, I've got tons of stuff out there because, you know, what I do is as I think about stuff, I put it out there so I can get feedback and so people can utilize it. And, you know, it works. It does work for all of the things.
I think that we could be here all night if we wanted to, getting high and listening to Dr. Bob. But 2 hours has gone by. I wanted to make sure that people know we already did the where they can find you. You just did that, didn't you?
Yep. Did you tape this? I hope.
Oh God, yes. The podcast is ready. It goes out about 10 minutes after we've done it. So,
okay. So if you could send me that link, I'd
Absolutely.
like that, and I'll post that on my site.
Oh, we'd appreciate that.
I also have I set up a foundation, a nonprofit foundation to try and help people like Shona, where, you know, the law is fucking sick people.
Yeah, we didn't even get to talk to her about that.
Pardon me?
We didn't even get to that conversation. That'll have to be a whole other conversation.
Well, we can do this again sometime. But there's a lot. What I want to do is I want to go to the World Court and charge the various governments and agencies with crimes against humanity. And I lay out my arguments for that, which is based on all the stuff that we talked about tonight.
Wow. And how is Shauna doing?
She had surgery on Monday. I didn't speak with her today. Yesterday, she was looking better and feeling a bit better. A number of people have volunteered to bring her medicine. Hopefully they have. So we'll see. But at least she's feeling better. You know, she has all these adhesions from various surgeries in the past, and the doctors tried to tell her that, you know, she's a hypochondriac. And I mean, you're just dealing with idiots out there. I'm telling you, the medical profession really is criminally insane.
I agree. Totally. 100%. I know more crazy doctors than you can shake a stick at. And ones that just plug their ears and go, nah, when you try to tell them the truth.
It took me 5 years to talk my doctor into signing me for 3 grams. And he just kept, I know nothing about doses. So between conversations with me and other patients slowly started coming in. By the time I actually asked him, I waited a year, and he said, well, you never brought me the papers.
You know,
So-
the only thing a doctor has to really know is that there's no lethal dose.
Yeah.
And to verify that, my friend who I told you about with HIV, he also happens to have a PhD in molecular epidemiology. And when he went to South Africa to the HIV conference earlier this year, he didn't take any medicine for 2 weeks. If he doesn't take his medicine, he comes down with Kaposi's. He came back from there sick as a dog. He had, I think, 16 Kaposi's popping up on his body. This guy is a real piece of work, let me tell you. It's a story, and then you can have a show just about him.
No.
But in any event, he took, and this is the second time he's done this, about 50 grams of high concentrated oil orally in one day.
Wow. That's a lot.
He goes into a cannabis coma for a few days and comes back and the Kaposi's gone.
I you know, unfortunately, I never gotten over that hump, you know, that get rid of the high and just feel better point, because I don't have enough. It's a constant roller coaster of having some, don't having some.
There's no 50 gram hump, Al.
No, of course not.
No. Well, that's the crime. That's the crimes against humanity right there. That's the whole point. This is an essential nutrient. If we don't consume enough of it, we die younger and we suffer along the way to a greater degree with all of the age-related illnesses. And this is the condition our government wants us in? fuck them. That's
There
all
you
I got to
go.
say.
And
Fuck them.
on that note,
Fuck them for sure.
Dr. Bob, it has been a complete pleasure talking to you, and I hope you'll come back and do
All
it
right,
again.
guys. You be well.
We're gonna
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
say goodbye.
Thank
and
you very much.
I got one Halloween song we're gonna listen to before we leave, and then we'll be back next week. I don't know what's going on. Does anybody else? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Not next week. I got the week after that.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. This is
figure
the
it out.
420 Radio Show. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Bob, for spending the last couple of hours enlightening us. The podcast.
Thank you for having me.
The podcast will be literally up when I push the button. And we'll be back next week. Thanks for listening.
Have fun, guys. Take care.
Night, everybody.
Peace.
Peace out.
Yep.
This is Bubbles from the trailer park, and they're playing some fucking excellent music on lifestyleradio.ca. I hope I didn't sound too nervous there.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
I was working in the lab late one night when I heard the gurgle of a water pipe. So I turned to see my monster in a cloud of smoke, who said, "This shit ain't bad. Here, have a toke."
We smoked some hash,
We smoked some monster hash.
some monster hash.
It was his personal
We
stash.
smoked some hash
We got completely trashed.
on monster hash.
We smoked some monster hash as we partied in the castle with the living dead. Mouths were dry and eyes were red. The ghouls and goblins shrieked and screamed. Won't somebody please pass the
They
Visine?
smoked some hash,
They smoked some monster
some
hash
monster hash.
from Frankie's personal
We
stash.
smoked some hash
And they all were
on
smashed.
monster hash.
They smoked some monster hash. The mummy was toking on a ball.
Take a toke.
Wolfman said, "Don't bogart that, pass it along." The swamp thing was toasted, rolling on the floor, laughing hysterically and pleading for more. The steam was rocking as the werewolves moved to the undead reggae band's dance hall grooves. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Frankenstein baked some Alice B. Tokelets, brownies and
We
cakes.
ate some hash,
We ate some monster
some
hash.
monster hash.
It had the graveyard
We
smash.
ate some hash
And we all got
on
trashed.
monster hash.
We ate some monster hash. The party would have gone on till we all passed out. But just then we heard a blood-curdling shout. "Watch out! Beware! Cover your necks! Dracula's got the munchies and he's totally
We
wrecked."
smoked some hash,
He smoked some monster
some
hash.
monster hash.
He was completely
We
smashed.
smoked some hash
That Transylvanian's
on
trash.
monster hash.
He smoked some monster hash. Now every night the dead rise up from the grave to partake in a happening THC rave. For you, the living, this hash was meant to. When you get to my door, just say the toys sent you.
We smoked some hash,
We'll smoke some monster
some
hash,
monster hash.
and we'll all get
We
trashed
smoked some hash
from my personal
on
stash.
monster hash.
We'll smoke some monster hash. Yes. Easy boy, save some for daddy. This is good.
Tune into the Pace Radio Show and catch Kim Cooper, Debbie Stoll-Skiffin, or Allison Murden, along with myself, Al Graham, as we talk to Canadian and international cannabis advocates who are working hard to help patients and to end cannabis prohibition. Catch us live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at lifestyleradio.ca.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned.
On to the next story. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. This one caught my eye. The WNBA, women's sports, offers to end cannabis testing for women's basketball players as part of a reported deal with the union. Very cool. Professional sports may be on the verge of another major shift in cannabis policy. According to Marijuana Moment, the WNBA is reportedly offering to end cannabis testing for its players as part of ongoing negotiations with the players' union. If finalized, the change would align the league with a growing number of sports organizations that have moved away from penalizing cannabis use. In recent years, leagues like the NBA and the NFL have relaxed or modified their cannabis policies, reflecting changing public attitudes and increasing recognition of cannabis as a wellness tool. For athletes, the issue is often tied to pain management, recovery, and mental health. Some players have advocated for cannabis as an alternative to prescription medications, particularly instead of opiates and sleep aids. Supporters of the proposed change argue that cannabis use off the court should not be grounds for discipline, especially in jurisdictions where it's legal. Critics, however, continue to raise concerns about performance, safety, and league image. The reported agreement signals a broader cultural shift, one where cannabis is increasingly viewed less as a prohibited substance and more as a personal health choice. If the policy is adopted, it would mark another step towards normalization of cannabis use in professional sports and reflect the ongoing evolution of how institutions approach both player wellness and substance regulation.
Used to wake up stuck in grayscale, same four walls, same still air, brain like a TV stuck on static, couch my kingdom vacant still. Then a friend said, man, try something, brown back porch, half a moon, bit the stem, laughed at nothing, suddenly colors filled the room. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door, left its keys on the table, said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. We mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Oh, yeah. Heartbeat drumming in my ribcage, floorboards breathing with my feet. Every shadow started dancing to a rhythm under the street. Saw my scars turn into rivers flowing out beyond the blame. Took a toe, took off the armor, heard my own voice say my name. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left his keys on the table, said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters, then watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Yeah, I talked with the ceiling. Said I've been down here too long. Then the lamp turned to a lighthouse, flashing out a four-note song. Oh, yeah. I was barefoot in the backyard, every heartbeat on the one. Laughed so hard I broke the handcuffs, felt my body weight like love. Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 83 as we continue to our discussions with people who we respect and have been helping the veterans community as a whole. We're interviewing one of our own today, which is a gentleman who would years ago worked for Harborside, and has been in the medical cannabis space for over a decade. And he has been contributing. He originally had an organization called Operation EVAC, now called Compassionate Veterans. And we would like to welcome the one and only Venerable Ryan Miller. Thank you for joining us today, Ryan.
Thank you so much for including me. Glad to be here.
So I'm just going to get right into the brass tacks of things. This first question is kind of a multiple answers, because it's how did you originally come to cannabis? So give us multiple examples, such as when did you originally hear about cannabis? When did you get turned on? And when did you realize it was going to become your life's work? So it's kind of a three-parter.
Yeah, that's a great question. First, I just want to thank everyone for being here now, just showing up. I believe sharing space is sacred, and we will never have this moment ever again. So thank you so much for arriving. I'm here on occupied Muwekma and Ramaytush Ohlone territory, otherwise known as Palo Alto, California, not too far down the road from Wade. My pronouns are he, we, and comrade. Yeah, I'm just really grateful to be here. I do want to apologize to any elders that I'm speaking before. I'm just a simple human being doing my humble best. I was introduced to cannabis probably about 15 years old. Of course, didn't probably feel it much at first, but continued the practice and learned how to feel good and feel better with the help of cannabis. I used it throughout high school as a big part of like my coming of age, big way of like socializing with friends, making friends. There was a time actually, the first time I tried cannabis was where my dad lived in Vacaville. And, you know, I got some weed from a friend out there, brought it back home to my Bay Area where my mom's family's from. And we're smoking weed on this camcorder. People are taking video. This was before the camera phone. And somebody asked me like, hey man, where'd you get this weed? And I said, I got it from Vacaville. And they were like, Vacaville? Who's getting weed from Vacaville? And so for a big part of my life, that became like my nickname. A lot of people know me as Vacaville. But yeah, I used cannabis throughout high school. I also used a whole lot of alcohol throughout high school. And certainly that didn't go away once I got to the military. And I had to cheat on my urinalysis to enlist in the Marine Corps. There was a product called Bales, BALE''S, and it was effective at the time. It worked well. I got in. Didn't use cannabis at all during active duty, but did drink a whole lot of alcohol. I got, meritoriously promoted twice. I was the company and battalion Marine of the Quarter at one time. And I also had 2 alcohol-related NJPs, non-judicial punishments. And it really kind of just eliminated the possibility of that being like a career path for me. So I decided to get out. I got out as a Microsoft certified Microsoft certified systems engineer, Cisco certified network associate, and I got discharged here to larger Silicon Valley, which seemed to be an optimal, military experience and training to convert to the civilian equivalent. But the majority of my friends were blue collar folks, garbage men, electricians, plumbers. I didn't have any really network in tech, and I had a lot of social anxiety. So it really prevented me from having the skills to network. I remember I went to a veterans in technology meetup in San Francisco. I had to have 3 drinks at the bar before I could even approach the networking group. Me and another Marine ended up closing out that bar, went to another bar nearby, closed out that one. And so, yeah, this was a big part of the difficulty transitioning, I think, which can probably, leads us right into that next question.
And with that, I will go to Councilmember Tony Landry for our next question. Tony.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Ron, for being here. I've always been a fan of you, following you on Facebook and everything. And it's great to see you going through the transition. And that's my question's about it. Can you tell us about your transition from the military and how you started evac to your current company?
Yeah, thank you. And Tony, it's mutual. I'm glad that we've been able to connect through this, and I've always been super impressed with you. From this and Jose Belen's group, I think I remember you being involved with that. So it's always been a pleasure, Tony. Much respect, much love. My transition, I was 98 to 02 in the Marines, and I was data communications 4066 at the MOS. It was pretty good. When I got out, I went right to like community college. That's actually, the first semester I took sociology, and Professor Salinas at Chabot College in Hayward really helped me kind of have a more societal lens of the world, and how social forces shape individual outcomes, which I guess I can just leave it at that for now. But I worked a lot of retail work, did like retail management for like 8 years for FedEx office. It was Kinko's before that. And that like consultative sales experience really helped me learn how to sell weed. And so I worked at a dispensary in unincorporated Alameda County in Ashland called A Natural Source as a bud tender. And this was like, we just had big jars of weed on the counter, and we weigh it out right in front of them. And it was fantastic. It was remarkable to be able to like earn money in a somewhat protected way. It was certainly a risk in those days. And that dispensary was shut down. And then I applied to Berkeley Patients Group, and I got to work really alongside some of the smartest, amazing people. It was the first time I worked with like multiple transgender folks, and they were fantastic. And it's really where I learned about compassion through their Helping Hands program. And for folks that aren't in California, compassion in the context of California cannabis is this tradition of the free, non-commercial exchange of donated cannabis products to low-income folks, really sick folks, veterans. The origins from it were from a lady named Brownie Mary and an Air Force veteran, Dennis Perrone, that helped really like gay AIDS patients in San Francisco alleviate, a lot of their pain and suffering. So that's like the roots of compassion. And that's where I learned about it at BPG through their Helping Hands program. BPG sadly got shut down, broke a lot of people's hearts, including mine. And from BPG, I didn't apply for unemployment. I didn't apply to any other jobs, but Harborside Health Center. I got right in there, Harborside. And Harborside, while it was a health center, had a reputation for providing like free holistic services to the community. They did acupuncture, Reiki, massage therapy, yoga, herbalism. And I was the team lead for the clones department. We sold a lot of plants and seeds at the time, where the co-founder, Dave Weddingdress, invited me to start a support group for veterans. I didn't have any experience at the time, no training. I just happened to be a veteran, I guess a decent, cannabis guy. And at the time I was dating a PhD, and we had already kind of discussed some programming. So I accepted the invitation, partnered with a brilliant meditation practitioner, Jane Leonard, who also worked at Harborside. And for 2.5 years, we created Harborside Heroes, where monthly we would meet and have a discussion prompt. All I distributed mostly was a topical product called Internal, which was External, which was a topical spray, non-psychoactive, and a tincture called Internal. That was a full cannabinoid spectrum, but primarily THCA. So it was mostly non-psychoactive also. And that's mostly what we distributed. We got a couple of other donations from generous, farmers. And in 2016, I left Harborside. And that's when I created Operation EVAC, educating veterans about cannabis. While I was at Harborside, Relief in San Francisco was another dispensary. They wanted to, me to help them start a support group there, but Harborside wouldn't allow it at the time. So they were the first dispensary that I started with when I left Harborside in 2016. So I went from doing this once a month for 2.5 years to 4 times a week, two in San Francisco for relief and the Apothecarium, one in Oakland at Magnolia, Berkeley again with Etienne at Berkeley Patients Group, 7 Stars in Richmond, and a Perfect Union in Sacramento. And I would, collect cannabis from farmers all over the state, store it at my mother's house, weigh it out in little baggies before, jumping on my bicycle and the BART train all throughout Northern California or on the Amtrak to go to Sacramento. What else can I say about that? Yeah, it was really, cannabis helped me get to, a better mental health experience. I don't think we've kind of dipped into that. We'll probably get into that maybe at some point. But really helping out veterans really helps me even, accelerate my mental health recovery. So it's really been a big part of my, identity, coming back to the civilian world as that guy that can help support veterans. So yeah.
That's quite a journey. I want to say we were very happy that Harborside followed the BPG model regarding, free resources such as acupuncture, massage, and we had Chinese herbalists as well. Unfortunately, not all did. I was very happy because Steve had been an early mentor to me and the Cannabis Action Network, and for him to come in 7 years after and open Harborside, we wanted to make sure that the compassion that, as you stated, Dennis Perone had established was carried forward. And just to clarify, unfortunately, DPG was shut down in 2012. And Ryan was unfortunately one of the 50 plus people I had to lay off when the government shut us down. So we were fortunate to stay open, and we're still open to this day. But when we downsized, we were not able to go back to those original services just because space didn't allow for it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Next up will be Councilmember Michael Davis with our next question. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan. I think that is important. What you said about improving your own mental health, being a veteran and helping out. I'm a veteran also, and I think that, through cannabis and, helping, other veterans and just helping out, through like my photography and trying to help out through that way is also kind of help my mental health out as well. And I feel like through this activism and through the Veterans Action Council, my mental health has significantly improved as well. And I think that, this is something that, veterans, more veterans should seek out. And I thought I would just mention that real quick before I ask you your question. So I'm glad that you mentioned that.
And if you don't mind, like, I love that you're involved in art. And, it's a couple of questions later, but it's been a big, part of my transformation also. And I just think like art therapy is super real and important for veterans to take practice, tap into the creative part of our brains when we've really been trained to engage the destructive parts.
Absolutely. Yeah. Your question that I have for you is, what inspired the transition from Operation Evac to Compassionate Veterans? And then how does that new name reflect the organization's missions and goals?
Yeah, this is a great question too. So Operation Evac, educating veterans about cannabis. My co-founder, Taryn Buxton, who was also a Harborside employee that left and started Oakland Extracts with a Navy veteran, Aaron Tran, came up with that name. And our logo was like a helicopter, and the evac was like stencil, militaristic kind of lettering, right? And pandemic kind of really changed our practice. We used to meet in all those cities, like I said, 4 times a week. And we shut down and went to Zoom. At one point in San Francisco, we'd have like 85 troops show up to our meeting. And our online practice, the most we've had is about 35. So the digital divide is been devastating, absolutely. But we have been able to kind of rebuild in terms of having access to veterans in, I think, 14 states now. We've had an active duty Marine join our support groups from a barracks room in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. He also logged in while he was on deployment. I don't want to say where, but it was in Eastern Europe at the time. So we've gone international. We have a Canadian veteran that joins us. And we've had troops join us from like their bedrooms, the hospital beds. So while we can't replace, that in person at the time that we did, having the access and the accessibility for folks was really a big thing. But compassion was like banned with Prop 64 in 2016, and we had to lobby for like 3 years to get it, to make it happen. Essentially, we had a bill that passed the Assembly nearly unanimously, the Senate nearly unanimously, and then Governor Brown vetoed it. And it really like devastated me, broke my heart. I thought about, self-immolation at the time. I called 988 and they didn't know what to do, because self-immolation is not a, stress or depression related. It's a political act. So long story short, I guess, was, one of our first distributions, because we meet online 3 times a week and we meet up 4 times a year to distribute the maximum daily limit. In our partnership with Recompass, who's a fantastic organization, Nicole Redler, Max Weiss, really helps get that off the ground and really, makes it so I don't have to use my mom's garage and kitchen table to store this stuff anymore, which is a huge lift. And so we had given away the most product we ever had, 8 ounces. I even gave away an ounce from the traditional market on the side. I think we were giving away some microdose mushrooms from a generous distributor, Galaxy Labs, who was also founded by Marine Recon vet. So I've given away the most product I ever had. And some people even said, "Hey, is there any coffee?" Snacks would be nice. Is this all we get? And I went from that distribution to a couple days later, I went to a Vipassana, a 10-day silent meditation retreat. And I just kind of like, you're meditating 12 hours a day, 13 hours a day. And I was just kind of ruminating on this experience. I'm having my own kind of spiritual awakening in a lot of ways. And that's kind of when it hit me. One, to show this evolution from Harborside heroes, which I think hero worship is problematic, particularly in the context of the American military. Operation EVAC, it was brought to my attention from a member of About Face, Veterans Against War. His name's Ollie. Told me, "Hey man, you might want to look at your logo if anti-war, anti-imperialism is important to you." And I was like, ooh, at first I got real defensive about it, and then I was like, damn, he's right. I had to kind of like humble myself. And so I had this idea, you know what, compassionate veterans, one, let's simplify it. EVAC, educating veterans about cannabis. It's an acronym, takes another layer to kind of interpret. Compassion is what I wanted to center on in terms of this culture of cannabis redistribution and donation of free, medicine for folks, and really kind of shifted into this mission and goals about the next part. And because I've been doing the suicide prevention thing for like a decade, and redistributed hundreds of pounds of cannabis, had 1,500 or so support groups, right? And while our community is doing fantastic, the larger veteran community is not. Like, the suicide thing is not getting any better. These forever wars aren't going anywhere. So it kind of made me zoom out and think about, too, like, the veteran, American veteran, we suffer, right, because of our experiences, our proximity to state violence. Also, like, that other person on the other side of the battlefield also suffered. Like, this is what compassion is about, is like putting ourselves in the shoes of the other, actually like learning that there is no other. Like, we are one, right? And so I do want to like capture the attention, the resources, support this veteran community, and I also want to see how we can build bridges to refugees and survivors of American militarism. See how we can heal each other's PTSD and grief, and achieve forgiveness and restoration and reconciliation towards, peace, liberty, liberation, justice for all.
Well stated. Next will be Council Member Laughter. Wade, you're recognized.
Wow, Ryan, I gotta say, this has been an amazing conversation so far. I'll just do a quick recap of what I remember. You started off talking about your time in the Marine Corps and your issues with alcohol. And somehow, you made a transition from alcohol into cannabis that led you into not so much a commercial slice of the cannabis work, but a compassionate side of cannabis. And I was fascinated by your way of stretching the definition of compassion. And I liked what you said. I've always thought of compassion as what a lot of people are capable of walking a mile in someone else's shoes and feeling what I call empathy for their situation. But compassion is when a person who experiences that empathy decides to do something about it, to act, to make a difference in the world. And I see you, Ryan, just one up one side and down the other. I love it. I feel like you might have already answered the question I'm going to ask you, but I'll throw it out there and let's see what you come up with. Can you share the most transformative moment in your life journey and how it shaped your mission today? Thank you, brother.
Yes, thank you so much, Wade. I appreciate that. I kind of touched on the mental health piece a little bit before, but let's go there a bit, into the darkness, if you will, for a moment. I did get out in 2002. I was doing okay, community college, retail work, whatever. In 2004, Pat Tillman was killed, and he was from San Jose, California, and went to Arizona State University, and then played for the Arizona Cardinals as I think a defensive player, defensive back, and quit the NFL to join the Army and became an Army Ranger and was killed in Afghanistan. And it really kind of struck me, right? Because like, you know, here I had these like aspirations to become like a tech bro and make a lot of money and stuff, you know, when I left the military, and it really wasn't working out so well. And then this guy like had this example, it really showed me, you know, because he had that material success and he sacrificed that to serve in what he, you know, believed in. And then as I got to learn more about him, you know, I went to his funeral here in San Jose. It really had an impact on me. I learned how kind of critical he was of the war, and how he had an appointment with, I think, Noam Chomsky, who I was really encouraged that got involved with the Veterans Action Council at one point. And so it kind of really invited me to start looking like with a more critical lens at these things. And there's something that was happening too at this time, you know, when I would self-identify as a veteran, you know, I deployed to Okinawa, Japan was where I was stationed at, deployed to Brunei, Bali, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Hong Kong, Thailand, Australia, Korea twice. I'm a shellback, if the sailors know what that's about. But when I got home, everyone was only interested in Iraq or Afghanistan. And so it really made me feel like I didn't do enough. I didn't get the combat action ribbon. I didn't get the combat deployment. I didn't get the Purple Heart. Didn't come home in a flag draped coffin. And this narrative of unfulfillment led to inadequacy. Well, inadequacy was also further influenced by the pogue shaming that we have in the Marines. Pogue is person other than grunts. Maybe you've heard of rear echelon mother effer. Maybe you've heard of FOBIT, forward operating base, person that didn't go beyond the wire, so to speak. Because at the top, you'll have like the dead, then you'll have like the Purple Hearts, then you'll have maybe the special operators, the grunts, and then, you know, me, the non-combat, non-infantry. I'm a 0%, right? Veterans' guilt for not doing enough is not a disability qualifying condition. It is a form of PTSD, veterans' guilt, but not according to any sort of disability rating benefit. So basically, like, the most transformative moment was when I smoked the venom of the Sonoran desert toad. And this is 5-MeO DMT, I think about 2014. No, excuse me, 2018. 2018. And so I'm in the Mendocino forest. If anybody's heard of Swami, he's a popular, you know, California cannabis farmer, spiritual leader, awesome dude. I was on his land in the middle of the Mendocino forest. I was on these cushions, tapestries, surrounded by the forest. The 5-MeO, you inhale it for 10 seconds, you hold it for 10 seconds, and then as I exhaled, I died. I dissolved. My ego was released, and it was the most relaxing, pleasant, beautiful experience of like surrender and bliss. And I white out, so I can't see anything but just this warm white light. And I'm just bathed in this comfort, like the womb. And in my peripheral vision, I could see like ink in water, like a little darkness over there. And so I made this like, let's go dark decision. And that warm white light transferred immediately to this dark, cold, scary, terrifying, uncomfortable, like horrific experience. And I'm like writhing on these mattresses, regretting that go dark decision. And I'm just like, release, relax, allow, release, relax, allow, just trying to talk my way through it. And at one point, my finger trembles on the mattress on my outstretched arms, and a little bit of light comes through in that blackness. And I tap my finger a little more light. Now I start like slapping these mattresses, more and more light, pow, 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 pow. And I'm awake, I'm reborn, and I'm connected to everything. The trees, the birds, the bugs, the people. And I look at the facilitators, I felt this, wow, like this is why you do this. I like took my shirt off. If my belt buckle would have been manageable, I would have been naked. And then I feel this divine love that was precisely curated for my specific need. And I could feel around me pipe hitting, door kicking, commandos, snipers, all surrounding me, like providing watch and care and concern and love for me. Just me. And I felt like that's hard work. That's not easy work to do, to provide that cover and concealment, security and overwatch. And that love informed me that I could let go of that backpack of guilt that I didn't do enough. It kind of informed, I try to tell them like, hey, you guys can go off duty now. Like, I'm good, thank you. And it made me feel like, oh shit, I got this sensation like it's my responsibility to help other non-infantry, non-combat veterans feel like you're enough, worthy, lovable, complete, whole, just as you are. Let that just soak in a little bit before I go to that next transformative experience that I had was at last year's Veteran Art Triennial in Chicago. And this was multiple exhibits throughout the city that curated American military veterans, Native American artists, and Iraqi artists. And its intention was to commemorate the 20-year anniversary of the illegal and immoral 2003 invasion in Iraq, and to illustrate that the modern forever wars are rooted in the Indian wars that were right here on Turtle Island. The counterinsurgency tactics were learned here against like elders, women, children on the genocide here in America. So at the end of this art exhibit in Chicago, I witnessed a Native American person smudging an Iraqi artist. And I just really struck me like this sacred experience, both these two victims of American militarism separated by opposite sides of the earth. And he's offering like prayers, like healing prayers with the sacred sage medicine. And it really just converted this guilt that I had for not going to Iraq or Afghanistan all the way to gratitude. Gratitude that I avoided staining my family lineage in this dishonorable imperialist experience. Which probably leads into the next question.
Probably does. With that will be Council Member Leslie Free. Council Member.
Thanks, Etienne. Ryan, I love everything that you're saying. I mean, I love that you're bringing up the self responsibility and accountability in relationship with working with the divine and these medicines, because it's all of it. So my question is, what lessons can the broader wellness and veteran communities learn from indigenous traditions in their approach to healing?
Ooh, this is such an important question. And I also want to state that I'm no expert. I'll likely make mistakes in what I'm going to say. And I apologize to anyone who I might offend. I was first exposed to Native American traditions on Alcatraz in about 12 years ago. I think it was my first time I went there. On Alcatraz was occupied in the 70s by Native folks. They just took it over for a couple of years. And every year on Thanksgiving holiday, there is a sunrise ceremony. And I've been going that year over year with a childhood friend of mine for about a decade. And that's where I was really like introduced to spirituality, a lot of different social movements, Palestinians being one of them, would show up and speak there. And then in 2016, I deployed to Standing Rock, North Dakota, for the indigenous water protection. There was a Veterans for Standing Rock was a GoFundMe that raised like $1 million. Wesley Clark Jr. was the guy that organized it. And we bussed in from all over the country. And I had experience peacefully protesting on the streets of Oakland and San Francisco, first for like anti-war, then for anti-police brutality. But that was my first experience with prayerful protesting. And, you know, on our way out there, Obama stopped the permit for the pipeline. And so that was like a success. And so it was like an answer to prayer for a lot of people. And the action that we took, the march that we had, was, you know, really a spiritually transformative experience. And that whole sort of pilgrimage was spiritually transformational. So I went there as like an atheist, and I returned as a prayerful person. Since then, I've been going to a Sundance ceremony for the past 5 years in North Dakota. And so I think like primarily we can learn a lot, right? But primarily relationship to spirit, relationship to land, and relationship to like cosmology and like orientation, where we think in terms of the tribe, right? The collective. And we think also in terms of like 7 generations ahead. So And for me, that was so important to like have access to an authentic, like American, right, quote unquote, spirituality. It's such a deep privilege to be invited to these sacred spaces and these sacred ceremonies. So I think like we can learn a lot spiritually from these ancient ceremonies and practices. In a Sundance ceremony, I was the fire keeper, and one of the prayer rounds is a veteran round. And for one of the whole days is a day for veterans. And that's where the prayer is centered on the veterans. And that was the first time I'd ever been like welcomed home. Like, I didn't expect a parade or anything, of course, right? But I don't even think we had a barbecue or nothing at the house, right? But the first time I was welcomed home in ceremony, in ritual, in prayer, with the whole village essentially praying with me. And so we can learn a lot about how to welcome home our warriors. But something also I've learned about the Plains natives specifically is this less than lethal warfare. Because if you read Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz's Indigenous Peoples' History of the United States, the native folks were horrified at the violence of the settlers, especially in terms of their slaughtering of elders, women, and children, which in native warfare were typically off limits. But there's, in Plains culture specifically, there's this idea of counting coup. And this is basically where you sneak up on your enemy and touch them on the head. And then that person basically owes you their life. And it was basically, I could have killed you, but I showed compassion. And I spared your life because all life is sacred. And so a lot of their fighting would be like less than lethal warfare. And so we have this sort of like mythology in America and maybe even Western philosophy that's like, oh, this is just part of human nature, which I think is propaganda, mythology bullshit. So one, like spirituality, relationship to the land, right? If you ever heard of permaculture, that's basically appropriated and rebranded indigenous land stewardship practices. So, and then relationship to each other, right? Mitakuye Yasin, all my relations, we are all related. And then this cosmology of like thinking for 7 generations in the future. And what sort of world are we going to be stewarding, right? Maybe convert from owning to stewarding for the next generation.
Oh, without a doubt. That's absolutely beautiful. I have always followed that and early on adopted that 7 generations to come myself. Because when we were fighting in the dark days of the drug war and we were always hearing it's not going to happen in your lifetime, that would always ring in my ears. If I do this now, 7 generations to come, they will not know my suffering. They will not only will they not know it, they will not even comprehend why it was what it was. And yeah, I have felt a huge healing in that I was able to find for self, but also to communicate to others, because others could then, once you state something as simple, I'm doing this selflessly now, so generations from now they won't experience it. That's a whole other level of comprehension most Western culture cannot comprehend. And no Westerner I know has been, no, that's stupid. Everybody has kind of come around, and that's like, oh, that's kind of fucking profound, and it's beyond, right? So I agree. There are many lessons that we can learn from the spirituality, as well as my stepfather, who was World War II combat veteran, only survived his platoon in D-Day, in Battle of the Bulge. And at 88, he was adopted by Quanah Parker's family, and so he did full peyote sweat lodge ceremony, and that was. He was gifted full bonnet with all of his medals going down, and the way that the elders and the tribe accept the veteran is they are elevated in a respected space, not in the glorified way that the Western culture seems to parade around, right? Well,
yeah, man. A couple of things on that, Etienne. You've been to Spanibus before?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be there next year.
Sagrada Familia.
Yeah.
Beautiful cathedral.
Yeah.
Been under construction for how long?
140 years. Will be finished next couple of years.
Right. And so what was that, Gaudi?
Gaudi started it. It's 4 different artists. Each
right
you face is a different artist, but he has the full outside design.
And having that sort of beyond my lifetime mentality. You know, I asked my mom, because we kind of live on the flatlands in San Leandro, are you worried about climate change? We're not too far from the marina over there and, being flooded. And she said, oh, no, not in my lifetime. And that's kind of like a lot of the mentality, God bless them, that we've inherited from our ancestors, I'll just say, right? Oh, shit. And then the second part of what you said was so important. I wanted to...
I was speaking about my father being in a sweat lodge.
Yeah. No, it's changed my life. Great medicine. I cry every time in the sweat lodge. Like, it's a beautiful way to pray, like in the dirt, connected to the land, right? And not, the Sagrada Familia is beautiful, right? Beautiful cathedral, but I never felt as close to God and the universe and creator as I have in sweat. So, sacred, so grateful to be, and really, like, if there's veterans listening that are curious about this, please tap in. Part of the Chief's vision is a veteran camp. And so tap in. See you then.
Yeah, my father and my mother were adopted in Texas, so I don't have that privilege, and I would love to experience that someday myself. Next up will be Michael Crowitz with the next question. Councilmember Crowitz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Etienne. It's just so good to see Ryan driving, so hopefully you can hear me well.
Drive safe, brother.
Thanks. It's funny, our good friend, the Mango Video, he was out sitting in traffic and sweating, and he was so depressed, and it was just, this endless traffic. And then he realized he had been in a sweat lodge and he was not going anywhere, and he was sweating, and he was very happy. Like, what's the difference? And he realized the only difference was his mental attitude. So he decided to look at that traffic jam as a sweat lodge opportunity, and all of a sudden his mood completely changed. I thought that was the cutest story. And on the second front, I was talking at the Emerald Cup, and I realized we were just being so heavy. I was trying to come up with something positive to say. And I realized that, all these time travel movies, they always, are in fear of doing something as small as stepping on and killing a butterfly, because it might just totally adversely affect the future. And I told everybody, heck, we're doing a lot more than protecting butterflies here. I think that we're making an impact. So thank you for that. And I think the future will tell. So, but my question, if I can get it to come up again, is sort of looking at the future, right? So you emphasize that cannabis and psychedelics are essentially what you called fancy band-aids. That stuck in our brain when you said that. Without addressing the poverty, the draft military industrial complex, how can advocacy and activism better tackle these root issues? What are your thoughts about underlying issues that we're just dealing with the symptoms of?
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for this question. I think it's like really the military industrial complex and like capitalism and imperialism are like the 500-pound elephants in the room that we don't really talk about much as a veteran community. I think it's really important that we have to like center the economic, the political, the historical incentives for how our military is deployed, right? And like I said, I've been doing this suicide prevention thing, right? Because really preventing veteran suicide has prevented my own suicide. And cannabis has been great, right? It's been awesome. Harm reduction approach, it's helped convert troops from some pharmaceuticals, polypharmaceutical approaches to cannabis. That's been awesome. One thing I think that I do want to mention that we made a mistake in the plants over pills approach to our advocacy, trying to destigmatize cannabis. It had, I think, an unintended outcome of stigmatizing folks that do find relief with pills. And I just want to acknowledge that, right? But, being exposed to that sociology class on the GI Bill when I first got out at community college, that was what, 20 years ago, right? Just recently, I finished a master's in counseling psychology, and I learned about this thing called liberation psychology that was founded in El Salvador in the 80s. And I think a lot of us could probably remember what America was doing in El Salvador in the 80s that led to horrific right-wing death squads. And there was a lot of violence. The person that founded liberation psychology, Ignacio Martín Baró, was killed and assassinated by a right-wing death squad, a US-backed. I like to say that more often, US-backed right-wing death squad in El Salvador. But it was essentially, informed by liberation theology. That was basically, we got to do more than pray. We have to take action. So I have to do more than be your therapist. I have to invite you to kind of organize, advocate, speak truth to power, act as an agent of change, but also look at the historical, political, economic, cultural factors that have contributed to your individual outcomes. So I say this because, the socioeconomic poverty draft replaced compulsory service in the Vietnam era draft, right? Where it's tuition rates are so high, unemployment rates are so high. The military industrial complex and the prison industrial complex intersect in the same low-income communities, where those of us based on our privilege or luck avoid the school to prison pipeline. We're funneled into violent servitude to clamber toward the myth of upward social mobility. And if we are recruiting predatorily from lower income communities, kids like me, 50% of us have an experience with childhood sexual trauma. Other, high, I would say, adverse childhood experience scores. So we come to the military, a traumatizing experience from traumatized childhoods often. So this is like the socioeconomic poverty draft, where this huge $1 trillion war machine is fueled by the lowest rung of our social ladders, right? And then the military industrial complex has to be centered not only in this idea of like peace and liberation, but if we want a livable planet. And so like I served capitalist imperialism in the Marine Corps from 1998 to 2002. And the military is the #1 consumer of oil. The majority of toxic Superfund sites are former or current military bases. And we have 1,000+ bases around the world. So any conversation about the environment is hollow unless we center the military industrial complex, which is excluded, by the way, from global climate agreements. The military is not even discussed. And if we really want to get serious about this veteran suicide problem, we have to critically examine unjust intervention just as much as we want to investigate the Afghanistan withdrawal.
A few light things, right?
You feel me? Like,
no, I
so
do
the-
100%. No, I'm just adding a little bit of levity too. Next up will be Tony Landry, recommended for everybody. Mr. Landry, he recognized.
All right. Yeah, it's great conversation flow. I'm enjoying listening to you, Ron. And I'm advocate for psychedelic down here. So this question is kind of along those lines. It says you contributed to reforms in like California's cannabis laws and Oakland's decriminalization of psychedelics. What policy changes do you see at the most urgent to help veterans heal?
Man, thank you so much, Tony, for this question.
All right.
And yeah, like helping change policy is some of my most proudest accomplishments. Like going to Standing Rock, getting arrested in Sacramento, protesting police brutality, getting tear gassed in the streets of Oakland. These are like some of my proudest accomplishments. I got fired from my therapy internship this summer for wearing a keffiyeh bandana to group supervision and then a watermelon t-shirt. I'll take it. Thank you. And when that compassion bill that Governor Brown vetoed broke my heart, it brought me to one of the lowest parts of my life. Right. So I'm curious about this, like veteran involvement in groups like the Veteran Action Council, I believe could lead to improved mental health because you're in a community that's involved in affecting change. The shadow side of that, though, is that what I've noticed in reform style political action, there's more losses than there is wins because it's not really designed for like working class people to benefit. I'm curious if institutions like voting and public comment are anything more than the illusion of proletariat participation. Like, okay, here's your vote. Okay, you have 2 minutes. Get back to work. So most urgent, right? Citizens United. Right? What is a democracy when a corporation can contribute the same amount to a political campaign as an individual human being? Right? When there's no accountability for corporations. Citizens United, the nearly $1 trillion a year out of control defense budget, where they're overpaying for things like trash cans. You could see Google, like I think they're $40,000 trash cans. Let's start there. Let's make it illegal for members of Congress to hold stocks in defense companies. Let's disrupt the general grade officer to defense company board of directors pipeline. And really, let's, give kids from lower socioeconomic communities access to cultural rites of passage to adulthood beyond state violence. Close every overseas base, bring every troop home now. We have plenty of bridges to retrofit, habitats to revitalize, housing to build, whatever. Right here at home. Yeah, Citizens United, defense budget, and no congressional stock ownership in defense companies, no general to defense board of directors pipeline. See what happens.
I like it. I love it. I want more of it. Well, Ryan,
I love it too.
I want to thank you for your taking the time and the space and sharing your space and wisdom with us about who you are and what you are. I know that you get a lot of grief from all sides because of, you know, I for me, I didn't catch the grief as much as it was you were in the military. Yeah, like, yeah, sorry, we don't have to, romanticize it and be absolutely, mad about it. But yeah, I'm ashamed of what I did. And, the guys I served with won't speak to me because I say, my Gulf War was over oil, and they don't like hearing that. And they want to, and they have a innate belief to want to believe that what they did was right because they can't face the reality that they weren't right, that they weren't helping people. Because I was one of those, and when people say, oh, I wished I had gone to combat, I wish I never got to combat. I hope nobody goes to combat. That thing you teaches you peace, like living and surviving war. It is the most brutal and horrible thing. But you have also taken a different side because you didn't serve, and there was a guilt over that PTS from not serving, that a lot pardon me, not serving, not going into a theater of combat. You weren't in one of the I's or the A's, right? You were somewhere else. And people forget that there's so many hundreds of thousands of people in the military that never go. Only less than 3% ever join the military, and even of that, less than 1% ever see combat. And we hope no one else ever does. And I think you're absolutely correct. Let's bring them all home. We can stop building bases in surrounding countries and threatening invasion. And, let's look at ways of, what's frustrating, Ryan, is I love the idea of what you're stating regarding the industrial military complex and stopping the moving of the generals into the boardroom. But there was a saying when I was a kid, if there were all women in charge of the industrial military complex, this wouldn't be happening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I humbly invite you to currently go look at the head of all of the industrial military complex companies, and they are run by women. So no offense to anybody, but that mentality that we were going to be much more humble and loving if that were the case has turned out to be a reality far from the reality we're experiencing. Councilmember Davis, you have a follow-up.
Yeah. So as I'm sitting here getting ready to go see Melvin Seals, and I've got some Grateful Dead jamming through my head right now. There's a part of a song, on Grateful Dead, and it says the grass ain't greener and the wine ain't sweeter either side of the road. I would like to think that I'm glad that you've been able to let go of that, that feeling of, guilt of not deploying and not feeling like, you're not good for not deploying, I was actually kind of impressed with the places that you said you did get to go. Those sound like some pretty cool places, man. You know, but you know, I would like to say, as somebody who has deployed to Iraq twice and even went to Afghanistan once as a contractor, that you know, that's messed me up, and I would like to think that there are other veterans who have deployed that would, you know, love to have taken your spot and have not wanted to deploy. There are people that that I know of who had been in the 101st Airborne Division, you know, who had, you know, were on a deployment that they were getting ready to rotate back from Iraq, who already had orders to redeploy back to Iraq as soon as they got home. And like, it's just burnout, man. Like, oh my God, was I burnout being in there just from back to back to back deployments. And brother, I think, yeah, things work out for a reason. And I think, I don't know, man, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope this discussion helps other veterans see
Yeah.
an example that you have become as someone who has come to that healing, and it helps others heal. You help combat vets and non-combat vets alike heal from all services, and this dumb machismo that is perpetuated through the NFL has a whole month dedicated to propaganda, and the Army Navy game is a sense of propaganda, and I see you posted that, and boy, people really got their undies in a bunch over how dare you say something honest and true that we as veterans see and understand, but the general populace is so blinded by that military drunkenness that they're so high on that oh, I can't wait to thank you for your service. Well, I can't wait to ask you if you were an American worth fighting for. Were you? They don't like that question when it hits them, because they think, oh, I'm going to get him with this one, and it's like, oh shit, am I an American worth fighting for? What did I do? I turn it back on them, so it makes that contemplation inward, because I felt that was something I've always for. Well, thank you for your service. Well, what are you thanking me for? You didn't engage me about what my service was, or if I am proud of my service, because there's a lot of shit that says I served and I'm proud. Well, I served, I'm not proud, and that's
Yeah,
okay,
brother.
you
This is important, man. And also, like, service to whom exactly? My freedom ain't got shit to do with Iraq or Afghanistan or AFRICOM, right? Like, service for the shareholders of the military industrial complex, service to capitalist imperialism. Like, let's be like real. And I think, like, whether it's combat, non-combat, brother, like, I'm sorry you went to Iraq, and I'm glad you made it home. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to have this pissing contest if we take these unjust and immoral interventions off the American exceptionalism mythological propaganda pedestal that they undeservingly enjoy.
bathe in it, revel in it. I mean, it's a sickness that we as veterans have to watch from the inside out, right? Because it's hard to unconvince, and if you wear something military, oh, thank you, that's coming, and this isn't a complaint at the American public as much as understanding the perspective that we've been forced to experience because we chose to do this. Right. We didn't expect this. We didn't expect 10% off it. We didn't expect free dinners and lunches at Arby's on Veterans Day and shit like that. That's not what we served. We served to care, to help, and what we ended up finding is that, I served oil companies. I served industrial military complex. When my first firing of rounds into Iraq was a brand new top secret copperhead round that was brought in just for us to fire and deal with, that we shot hundreds of, that cost millions of dollars you have no fucking idea about. And guess what? That's going to be the first one replaced, is that new expensive stuff, not the World War II gunpowder I was using in my artillery, the rounds from Vietnam, and my howitzer that was built during Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? So just the understanding of that exceptionalism. We were humbled because I served alongside the French Foreign Legion, and everything they had was made by the highest bidder. And they wouldn't trade anything with us because everything that was from us was made by the lowest bidder. And as far as they were concerned, was crap. So we got it from either side, even from our international friendlies. You know, we were shamed because of the representation we're supposed to have as the big bad Americans, and that we're just cheap secondaries to everybody else. And that was humbling to experience, you know, as a soldier, you know, being there.
And it's important, I think, to, you know, include in our narrative of this GWAT experience is Fallujah is now the world's epicenter of birth defects. 5 million innocent Iraqis were slaughtered, and there were no WMDs to be found. Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. Deadly Betrayal, Why America Invaded Iraq, is a book written by Fritz, I think is his last name. I think he was a 28-year military veteran. I've just ordered it. And I think we gotta have these tough questions. You know, I think us GWAT veterans, we can learn a lot from the Vietnam veterans that threw their medals back. And it's our moral obligation to really discourage recruiting, especially for women, right, that are at high risk of military sexual trauma without any accountability, any prevention. I'm curious if rape can ever be separated from war.
No, these are hard truths that we as soldiers, and as we as we were talking, the Native Americans and the old tribes, we were welcomed back as elders and as understanding because of what we had experienced. But we don't have, the society has not given us the love and the shelter that the tribes have and given. And I think a lot of us got lost after the wars that were, or even when we served, because we were not embraced by our communities, nor did our communities know how to embrace us.
Right. And Etienne, one thing I do just want to mention, because that struck the memory of what I wanted to say earlier, is you're right. In Native American culture, or excuse me, American Indian culture, veterans are at an elevated part of society and honored. And I think it's important to apply discernment between indigenous cultures of warriorhood, and imperialist militarism. And we have to like disentangle these two that have been conflated into the same thing. And American Indian folks serve in the military at a disproportionate rate than any other ethnic group. And I'm curious, Navajo code talkers were the heroes of World War II. And how much is the American propaganda machine going to take full advantage of that to recruit the next generation of folks that are, you know, economically disadvantaged?
Well, you bring up very great points.
I'm sorry, brother, you had your hand up. Thank you for waiting.
Mike,
Oh, I was just gonna say that you were talking about the book that you ordered, and I was wondering if they were gonna talk about the involvement. So about the involvement for how we got into Iraq and everything, because one of the other reasons that we did go to Iraq was because of a source intelligence from this guy. They coded him operate. His name was Curveball, and that was his code. Like I said, his code name. And what happened was we had information from MI6 and the Germans, and they both said, "Hey, don't use this guy. He has his information is not worth it, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not. It's just they told us like this guy's information is we validated it. It's not right. He kept going around and saying, "Hey, there's WMD in Iraq. There's WMD in Iraq." And what happened was he finally came to the United States intel collectors, and you know they finally got what they wanted to hear, which was WMD, and that's all that it took. And once they had finally heard that, they ran with it. And
Yeah.
once that they ran with that information for WMD, that's what was the thing that kind of kicked it all off. And yeah, we never found WMD in Iraq, and yeah,
Mhm.
so
Well,
yeah.
yeah, man, thank you so much for bringing this up, because it's important to think about, like, yeah, what are the root causes, and like, what was the British role in Iraq after the fall of the Ottoman Empire and the discovery of oil, and how did the Ba'ath Party and Saddam Hussein get into power, and where did their weapons of mass destruction in their war against Iran come from?
Oh, it was
Europe,
always us.
the United States. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Um, what role did AIPAC and Israel have in the decision to invade Iraq? I'd be really curious to learn about that, and I think it is written about in this recently published book.
Well, we look forward to learning more in the future as we learn more. And I want to again thank you, Ryan, for taking the time, being honest, being vulnerable, and sharing your truth with us today. And to everybody who's watching, it is a unique experience that we have as veterans. And I thank you for sharing yours. It's been, I know it's enlightening for others because they don't understand our mentality, and I thank you for helping them get a grasp from your witnessing and your honesty so that they can come to understand it a bit better.
Mm. Thank you. Thank you so much for your hard work in this effort. All of you for showing up tonight. Thank you. Much love, Tone. Uh, and to the ancestors, to the descendants, to the four directions, to the creator, all of you, thank you. To all my teachers, my family, to the Blowback podcast.
I was about to say, do you have anything that you'd like to promote or talk about? This is your time.
Check out the Blowback podcast. They cover Korea, Cuba, Iraq, Afghanistan, Cambodia, and it really helped me unlearn a lot of the propaganda that I've been taught. My grandfather was with Chesty Puller at the Chosin Reservoir in Korea, and they both should have stayed home. We've really demonized the North, but we have a lot to learn about that. And we instilled a dictator in the South that ruled for decades. And working class conditions in South Korea are about as disparate as they are here for working class people in America. I think we have to, allow our heritage of GI resistance, from the Bonus Army to Vietnam to Standing Rock to Veterans for Ceasefire now. Sir No Sir and FTA are great films that can be found on Netflix that share that heritage of GI resistance to the war machine. Learn how we can really prevent the next war together.
Thank you, Ryan. Keep on doing
Love
what you're doing, and all the best to your people there at Compassionate Veterans. I would like to thank council members Mike Davis, Tony Landry, Wade Lafter, Leslie Fries, and Michael Krawitz is on the road. Safe travels to you, and I'm Etienne Fontan. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight for VAC Roundtable number 83 with the one and only Ryan Miller. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great rest of your night.
Love.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, you look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Middle age, counting ceiling cracks. Cold plate, cooling on his lap. Clock says eat, but his body says pass. Fire in his gut, and the hours crawl past. We're talking louder lies for the ones who can't sleep, for the ones who can't swallow more pills this week. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories into tidal wave change. In a tidal wave change. He found a leap that let him rest a while. First full meal, first real sleep, small smile, pages filled with the words we never said. Now a magazine on the table is a voice in our head. talking loud and loud for the ones who can't eat, for the ones riding shadows of a hospital seat. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories in a tidal wave change. Hey, in a tidal wave change. Who speaks for the hurt and the hollow? Who rise down the road we should follow? He just hits record and lets the truth speak plain about sleep, about food, about living past pain. We're talking loud and loud where nobody's wanting, when the law draws a line between relief and sin. He's a pen, he's a voice, he's a late night flame, turning patience into people and a law into change. Oh, yeah, a law into change. Law and a change.
It's coming to us from Marijuana Moment. The headline on this one kind of made me chuckle. People who regularly gather to smoke cannabis with their friends could be deemed a criminal gang and deported under the House bill, Congresswoman warns. So interesting. Don't go down to the United States and gather with friends, apparently. A controversial proposal in the United States is raising alarms among cannabis advocates and civil liberties groups. According to Marijuana Moment, a member of Congress is warning that a new House bill could have unintended consequences, including the possibility that people who regularly gather to use cannabis could be classified as part of a criminal gang under certain legal definitions. The concern is tied to how the legislation defines gang activity in relation to controlled substances. Because cannabis remains illegal at the federal level, even in states where it is legal, some interpretations could potentially sweep in otherwise lawful behavior. Critics argue that such a definition could disappropriately impact immigrants who may face severe consequences, including deportation, if accused of gang affiliation under federal law. One lawmaker described the risk as deeply concerning, warning that ordinary social behavior could be mischaracterized in ways that carry serious legal consequences. Supporters of the bill say it is intended to target organized crime networks, not casual cannabis users. However, advocates say vague language in legislation can sometimes lead to broader enforcement than originally intended. The situation highlights an ongoing tension in U.S. cannabis policy. While legalization continues to expand at state level, federal law has not fully caught up, creating legal gray areas that can have real-world consequences. For now, the bill remains under discussion. It's going to be an interesting one. But the debate underscores how cannabis policy can intersect with broader issues like criminal justice and immigration enforcement.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. And hello, Tamara. How are you?
Managing. How about you, Al?
I'm managing too, but managing for other reasons. Managing because it's winter. It's just not wanting to end here. You know, we still got snow on the ground.
I'm sorry to hear that because it's not that circumstance out here. We have no snow, which isn't
Yeah.
great either. And after listening to Dr. David Suzuki today, my whole vision of any future possibilities has just been totally like eliminated.
Yeah,
Pretty doomy. He's given
yeah.
us a pretty doomy forecast because we didn't listen to climate change. So
I know that our pond is getting a much needed refreshing
yeah.
this year.
Yeah, and it's been super like no precipitation out here. Like a bit of rain yesterday, but we're not
Oh,
getting
yeah,
enough. Yeah. But like I said, by normally we should still be sitting with like at least minimum 4 feet of snow on the ground. And we haven't even gotten 4 feet of snow this year at all.
No,
So
eh?
no.
Yeah,
And that's
you said you got the opposite of what we got.
I mean, there's lots of rocky, like there's lots of like snow on the tops of the mountains, like the
Mhm.
snowpack. The snowpack's
Yeah.
not as heavy and as hard as it normally is either. We've had a lot of avalanches and a lot of deaths because of avalanches this year because the avalanche warnings go up and people are told stay out of the backcountry. But anyways, we've had a few loss of life out there
Yeah.
because people get caught in avalanches because they're out there with their snowmobiles and anyway. But that's the unfortunate. But
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know
Exactly.
how people are, right?
Yeah.
Don't like to be told what to do, right?
So tonight on the show, we've got some studies as well as some information that I think, especially the first thing we're going to get to, information that patients here in Canada could use when it comes to their medicinal cannabis. And before we get started, don't forget the like and subscribe button and Facebook.
And Facebook, yep.
Facebook, you got to
Yeah, no,
share.
I mean, even being a cannabis patient, like I cannot keep up with the cost because I
Yeah.
can't grow my own. I don't have access to, yeah, and I'm sitting
Yeah,
here.
well,
with
I just want to go
previous-
back to I just want to go back to the Facebook part again. And that is because Facebook says that we don't fit community standards, and they're no longer going to recommend people watching us.
I got that on mine too. My page.
So
I'm
yeah,
not going to recommend you in the FYP.
yeah, I'll just keep plugging away, and like with the news show, it's news. It's the same news articles that we post online that other people post online on their sites.
I know I find the same thing, but I did a TikTok before the show saying, hey, we were live on paceradio.net tonight at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, 6 Mountain Standard. And I do that every night before we go live. I do a TikTok telling my 3,000 plus followers on that platform that, hey, this is another platform you can come to. So we can just we've been doing it for this long and it's
Yeah,
it's all been word of mouth. Like it's all been word of mouth.
I was talking to a guy today on Messenger, like he was just sending messages back and forth, and he said that I don't see your shows anymore. And I said that's because Facebook stopped recommending them because
Well, and here's the thing too, Meta just
sharing
ended up-
patient stories and
Yeah.
giving out medical information and
But again, they've really targeted these social media platforms about kids being addicted. And so they're really cracking down on anything that's going to be appealing to children. And we've already know how that goes when it comes to anything with cannabis, right? Because they're not ever marketing it for what it is. They've always marketed it as being something that's wrong, when in
Yeah.
reality it's medicine, right? But they've
Yeah.
never marketed it as that. They've always marketed it as reefer madness, like it's bad for you and it's bad for kids and it's bad about this and it's harmful and all these things. When in reality, we all know that we have children that have benefited from the use of cannabis because of their medical conditions. But again,
Yes, you know.
louder. Health Canada hasn't recognized cannabis as medicine.
Yeah, the even YouTube got into the action here. Within the last week, this show that broadcasted on Friday, it had I was involved in an interview with two people who help people with with medical cannabis, and they help children. And I got a notification that they removed the video. I went, what? These people are telling this story, telling how they've been helping people. And that includes some kids that have come, parents have brought their kids because of seizures and stuff like that. So they were sharing that end of the story, and YouTube didn't like it.
Well, the United States said they were going to reschedule, which doesn't make it easier. It makes it harder for anybody to get access to it.
Yeah.
And in reality, when it comes to anything, for example, we were talking about my grandfather being a gold miner. Okay, how my great grandfather worked in the Blakeburn mines. We were on TikTok, we were on a live, and we got community violations because we said the word miner, which they've TikTok flagged as being talking about people under the age of 18.
As a youth, instead of somebody who that's what they are. That's their occupation.
Yeah, and I got shut down, got a community violation. I wasn't allowed to go live for over a week. And we were literally talking about my grandfather working in the Blakeburn mines during the Second World War. We were talking about our heritage. And all of a sudden the word miner, because it's flagged on the I guess must be flagged on the algorithm if you use that word.
Algorithms, yeah.
It was ridiculous, but I guess because they're being so diligent, because so many lawsuits are going against these big corporate social media platforms, and they're having to pay out billions of dollars to families that have, their children have committed, unaliving and have been addicted, and they're paying out billions of dollars. So they're being super diligent, like censoring really everything that everybody's saying. It doesn't matter. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and all of them. The only one that's not is, Donald Trump's Truth Social. That's the only one that you can get away with saying whatever you want on is Truth Social, I'm sure.
I got booted off of one platform. They said that it looked like they said the news show was the one that was the issue. And they kicked me off the platform. I'm still running, we're still running on that platform, just in another way.
You can say, like I said, the censorship
and doing it for no problem whatsoever. So, obviously, things it grabs things differently. So.
And I think it's really strange the fact that cannabis has been legal in Canada for 10 years almost now. 9, whatever you want,
7,
whatever 7. Excuse me.
But
we still have these barriers with banks and working within, it's not so bad in Canada, but even in the United States, with the states that have their legalized states, right? But again, the stigmatization, even talking about it on social media or educating people on any social media platform, or even going to anywhere for advertising, because it's not allowed to be advertised in any way, shape, or form because of cannabis legalization. It's really stigmatized it, I think, in a different way.
Yeah. For example, a lot of our times, our sponsors have been hydroponic stores.
All of our sponsors have had to hide underneath the guise and aren't allowed to advertise. We've lost sponsorship. And when we've asked I've been looking for other sponsors because I know we need them. And I'm told we're not allowed. I'm told that would put me in jeopardy because I'm in the gray still. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And we'd love to, but unfortunately, if it puts us at risk. And I understand that because there are people that are still working in the gray, helping people in the gray, because a lot of, let's face it, medical has been legal, but we still don't have the access to medical that we need, because the edibles and the things that we're getting in the stores aren't, and like I said, I'm again, like I said, I'm sitting here with no cannabis 3 days before payday. I can't grow my own, and I can't afford I can get by on $40 a day, right, to keep me, but that's $40 a day, and I don't always have $40 a day.
Yeah, which
Meanwhile, I have
works out to $1,200 a month.
right, and I don't have a car anymore. They came and took my car.
You're right. Yeah, I've seen that online.
So I gotta look for a ride, or
Right. Yeah. Well, talking about money, just to remind everybody, it is tax time here in good old Canada. You get your income tax filed, and when it comes to patients, you can do some claiming on your income tax. When it comes to
only
the
if you're buying from a licensed producer.
you
though.
have to qualify, correct? Yeah.
And that means you have to have a license, and you have to
I can't hear you.
show
What's
your
that?
license, and then you have to attach all your receipts from the licensed producer that you have, like a licensed
Yeah,
producer.
yeah,
not
you
like
have to.
the
I was
store.
gonna do it. I was gonna do it slowly, but that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be a patient, licensed patient here. You have to purchase from the licensed producer. You can't go to the store. You have to be at a licensed producer through their system, and at that point, then you can claim your cannabis. Now, what can you claim? Let's see. What can
It's
you claim?
ridiculous. You can claim up to
See-
$300.
Yeah, seeds are claimable. Did you know that? Yep, seeds are claimable.
Yep, I knew that
Yeah.
too. But you have to also
Okay.
buy them from a licensed producer, right? Like you
Yeah.
have to, but you can't claim any of your grow equipment, and you can only claim
Correct.
up to I think $300 of your medicine, which is
Um,
ridiculously low.
Yeah, it says eligible expenses includes amounts paid for dried or fresh cannabis, oils, plant seeds, and related products purchased for medical purposes from the LP. So medical products, would that include, like, why not, like, do LP sell vaporizers, bolts and stickles that bought by Canopy?
Maybe. I haven't
Um,
looked because they have their own websites. Like if you're a patient,
Oh,
you'll have
okay, yeah.
to have a, like when I was with Broken Coast, they would send you a link to a website, and you had to have a client number to get access to that page.
Yeah.
And then what was available for the patients was available on that page. And then they had a recreational page, right, that was available for rec market. And there, I don't recall, but that was before those.
Now, when you
were
went to the
illegal.
patient end of things, was there an accessories section that you could go to?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Was it?
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Okay, well, you might be
You
a
could buy batteries and pipes and screens and all that kind of stuff.
that
Yep.
stuff, yeah. Now, as far as people who are growing their own cannabis, you can claim your seeds that you purchased from a licensed producer, but as Tamara says, your growing supplies are not. So that means the costs of soil, nutrients, grow lights, pots, and electricity don't qualify. Let's see what else. Okay, they say one nuance worth knowing is that certain Health Canada approved medical vaporizers are considered medical devices and are therefore claimable.
That would be something like a volcano.
Correct, exactly.
And that was something that because of actually Lisa Kirkman taking my vaporizer into a hospital, and then it was like there was others that went after her. They recognized the vaporizer as one of the only when they first when they first allowed it, one of the only recommended vaporizers on the market. It really, because it had already been like tested and taken apart, made sure it wasn't like going to be exploding or be like, you know what I mean? Like they took it all apart at the Medicine Hat Hospital. Yeah, it was certified by by Alberta Health Services. Yeah, had a sticker on it.
I know of a lady here who's no longer with us anymore. Rest in peace. And she fought compensation for access to a volcano, and she won.
Yeah.
So workers' comp had to give her a volcano.
And that's probably thanks to Melissa out in
Yeah.
Nova Scotia, but she's been fighting with workers' comp for years. And that woman has finally, like, we should probably try and get her on as a guest pretty soon here, because we're going to run out of time with her, because she has her May date set.
Now, there are some dollar figures and some limits and things like this when it comes to your claiming. And then there is a certain forms that you have to fill out, like your T1s. They say that your medical expenses do not have to align with the calendar year. They say that you can claim any 12-month period that ends in the current tax year.
So 2020.
And it says for couples, it often makes financial sense for the lower income tax partner to claim the medical expenses, since a lower income means a lower threshold for more of the expenses. And that was where the dollar figures I just mentioned above shortly ago, because they talked about people who make $50,000 a year. There's a certain threshold there. And then there is another one as well. And it's something about spending $2,500. You can claim 1,000 of that. And, like, you're not getting all your money back. If anything, you're gonna get some of the money that you paid back, you paid in taxes. Is what you're.
Let's put it this way: my husband paid over $30,000 in income tax last year, and he got less than $3,000 back, and that's with using my disability tax credit.
Yeah.
So.
What else? So this article, for anybody who's interested, you can go to the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Actually, here, I'm just going to put it in our chat.
The link in the comments, yeah.
In the comments. I'm just going to put it right in the comments. For the people who are watching and you're interested, how you can file your income tax for.
And don't be ashamed to bring it up with your whether it's H&R Block or TurboTax or whoever's doing your taxes, because you're a licensed medical patient. You're using it for medical need, even, you know what I mean? Like, do not claim it if you are buying from a licensed producer, have your medical patient paperwork, and don't not claim it. You need to claim it.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not using that system myself, and neither is, but again,
no, yeah, I only ever bought an ounce.
We've already discussed that. But again, if you're using that system, do not be ashamed to take that in and get the money. Like I said, even if it's only an extra $50, if you're in that low income bracket, that $50 right now is really going to matter to you. Because with the price of everything going up, including cannabis, because I went to one store where I normally go, things haven't, but then I went to another store that I normally go, and everything went up by $1. Because the price of cannabis is going to go up because of transport too. So when fuel prices go up, our medicine goes up. And that's a factor for people that when they're patients that can't afford medicine as it is. So the joints that I was normally buying for $15.99 have gone up to $19.99 because of the price of fuel. So that's made it more affordable for me to be able to get my medicine, right? And I'm having to buy from the local cannabis retailer because my res is shut down. And I refuse to buy through licensed producers. I just flatly fucking refuse. Even though I'm buying from the cannabis stores, I will not.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Bryn's right. You got to exercise your rights, or they'll just take it off the books, and people won't even notice it's gone. And good day to you as well. Let's see what else on that. It's in the chat. Take a look and see if you can claim your medical cannabis. Now, it mentions about people who are growing their own. Like for myself, I'm not registered with any LP. I guess I'd have to find an LP that had some seeds that I would be interested in.
But how would that work?
How do you find out?
Well, that's what I'm not understanding, how you would purchase seeds from a licensed producer if you're growing your own, because you have your grow license and you're not registered with a licensed producer then, because you, but I think you can you can register as a licensed producer while you're waiting for your crop. We could always do that. Remember, you could buy from Health Canada, you could buy crop from Flin Flon. Remember? Well,
yeah,
you're waiting for your
years ago.
crop while
Exactly.
you're buying,
That's
you know?
why I bought my. That's why I bought
Yeah,
my. First
exactly. So I'm assuming it's probably the same type of thing where you applied for your grow license and you select a licensed producer and buy, you know, like 1 ounce in your seeds from them until your grow starts.
Couldn't
to
you
your crop.
register with? Could you not register with a licensed producer with just your number?
I don't know. I can't
I
answer
don't
that
know.
question. I think you would have to do it at the time of your licensing. Like I think you'd have
And
to have your
I'd
job.
hate to
You know how-
register with. I hate to register with a company and they don't have any seeds, or very limited supply of anything.
Well, you'd have to do because when you get your licensing, if you're I don't know who's signing you up, you kind of have to do your own research on what producer you want to who you want to sign up with, right?
Yeah. I'm not surprised, Brent. Buy the seed. That's they've done that in the past, just even in stores. There's one breeder that I know that I've dealt with in the past that they sell them, like $5-6 a seed. It just depends.
I'd reach out to Matt Barron. He's still the great gardener, right? Him and Sarah Campbell. I would reach out to him and find out what seeds he's selling when what licensed producer those great gardener seeds are going through. That's Kim and Kurt Tusaw, right? So Matt would be somebody you could reach out to personally on Facebook. Find out from him what licensed producers are selling him and Kurt seeds. If that's one route, you could check that stuff out. Because
I guess he's just a supplier, not a.
Well, they like I said, they're a licensed producer, but they still have to package and whatever. And
right, but couldn't somebody just register with them?
I don't know. You could ask. You might be able to ask Matt that. Like I said, or you know what I mean. Like I don't know because I'm not in that industry, right? Like I'm not.
Yeah, I know.
And I know that in British Columbia you can do farm to plate now. So you can actually you can have a store on your property now and sell cannabis directly to
the farm gate stuff.
Right, like you can directly sell to anyone. Like not anyone, but
we have that here. There's not very many of them.
No, I don't think there's many of them here either, but I know that's available. So I'm not sure. You might be able to. You could phone and find out. You know what I mean, or email them and find out that all you're going to do is hear. Maybe they can explain to you then how. But I'm not sure. You might have to.
How much do they sell them for?
That's a good question. Google it. We could Google it. Let's Google it.
That's what I did. I grabbed my phone.
I'll Google it right now. We'll Google it. How much does a license per dollar? How much does a license? How much are seeds from LP in Canada? Let's find out what it tells us. It might say they don't sell any seeds. $30 and $60 for a pack of 4. Is what it's telling me.
So up to $15 a seed.
Seed packs typically cost around $40-$60 with popular brands like 34th Street Seeds, after retailing roughly for $55 for 5 seeds in some provinces. Prices can vary with packages common listed around $45 to $60. Example: Tweed, One Leaf, and Weathered Island. Seed type: feminized and autoflower seeds are standard in the legal market, which contributes to a higher price point per seed comparing to bag seeds. Some provincial retailers have limited inconsistent stock. The regulations often restrict sales to 4 seeds at a time. So that would be like pretty much like, yeah, Bryn's just put it up there. But that's like, so the legal market only, because you're only allowed 4 plants. So they're only going to let you have 4 seeds. And if those 4 seeds don't pop and generate for you, then you got to buy another 4. But yeah, that's the regulation. 4 plants, 4 seeds. That's not saying for a patient, right? Like, this is for how much are seeds for seeds? I'll put this in for patients from an LP in Canada. We'll see what this one comes up with. How much are seeds for?
I see it's got some stuff there that's from. It's a big message there.
That's the Google. That's exactly what I just read.
Yeah.
He's just copied and pasted it there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we get 3 to 5 seeds for 30 to 60 bucks as patients. We're varying depending while patients purchase directly from LPs, other utilized Ontario counties or specialized seed banks that offer feminized autoflowered small packs, 3 to 4 seeds, $30 to $52. Large pack, 8 to 10 seeds, $60 to $100.
The last,
But they're
the
still only
last
selling
time-
you like 3 to fucking 6 seeds.
The last ones that I bought off of a breeder, they were $6 a seed, and with a minimum order of 5 seeds, so there's $30. Well, I'll tell you, there must have been 20 seeds in that little vial. They were really generous with their seeds. So in the end, I got my money's worth, and even though I couldn't claim it as an income tax end of things, it didn't matter because I get more than.
Well, like at the end of the day, like, does it really, like, income tax to me? I don't write anything off really, because there's like, I don't even write off my medical expenses because it's just a pain in the ass. And my accountant told us the minute you start like doing that is the minute they start looking at you. So when you start like, because then they want proof that you like, even with these stupid medical things that I've got for like saying that I'm not working. Now I got another appointment with my doctor to fill out more forms because this insurance company wants more information about why I'm like disabled enough to not work. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You put on there basically can't function, never going back to work, signed it off by my doctor, and now they want more.
More. Oh yeah, they're never happy.
And here's the thing, like, they're not paying me. This is for a fucking loan that I want the insurance company just to cover the loan payments. Like, they're not paying me. It's not like I'm going for disability. This is me just paying, like, asking for them to cover the insurance on my loan that I've been paying for.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know how you pay for that when you get a loan? You pay for job loss and whatever, right? You pay
Yeah,
extra
there's
money.
insurance that you can buy, correct?
Yeah. So we pay for that. So I'm pulling it. And what a fucking fuck around. I've been off work for a year and I still haven't got it figured out. I'm digging around this basket because I got a fucking package. I went digging in Alvin's drawer and I found like a little baggie full of fucking seeds. So now I'm like digging around.
Sounds like you got a bunch of containers in there that you're digging through.
Well, I just want to make sure I can find them because at $6 a seed, I'm not going to sell them, but I sure the fuck don't want to lose them.
Did you hear what they did over in Japan? Britain's gonna love this. Hear what they did over in Japan?
No, I did not.
They have banned due to them classifying CBN is banned. They announced that it is a designated drug. CBN. CBN. It's a designated drug. It's banned in Japan.
Well, here's my fucking whole point. If you quit ripping the plant apart, like with all these distillants, like quit it. Like just stop it. Stop ripping the fucking shit apart. It's not a mind altering anything. That's ridiculous. But you got all these people that rip it apart. And then let's face it, THCA causes hallucinations and people have died from it. So when you have that, because you've ripped the fucking plant apart and you've taken that part of the plant and had it be harmful, that's what's causing this.
There's CBN, just like Bren says, it's degraded THC. Like it's people go to sleep. They say patients will have access.
It must have caused a death for them to do this. Like, what's the backstory on this? Like, what caused them to do this? Like, what was the cause of, like, what was the effect that caused this? Because I mean, it's terrible that they've done this. I don't like to hear any time that anything having to do with cannabis has been banned from any country. but it's not
Yeah, well,
legal in Japan anyway.
Japan's not known as a hotbed for cannabis. I can tell you that.
No, I mean it's the same in most Eastern Asian countries, and I don't know why, because historically it was made there. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm just seeing if they say why
Yeah, like I said, I know everything you're saying I agree with, Bryn, but again, at this point in time, I just wish people would quit ripping the fucking whole plant apart and degrading it and then causing it to be harmful, because that's what's happening. And all this salts and all this fucking salvia and fake shit that these kids are getting, like, it's giving cannabis a bad name. It's ruining cannabis for its real medicinal purposes, because everybody's making it into things it's not, and it's harmful. Like, cannabis isn't harmful. I don't mean it that way, but some of the stuff that's being made from it is causing effects that are causing it to be making cannabis look bad on all levels.
The 7 years in jail.
In Japan.
Yeah.
Holy moly. That's a pretty hard.
CBN. So if you got some old degraded cannabis, like this,
I got some in a fucking old can. That's actually a Calgary Flames stash can, and
Yeah.
it's over 20 years old. It's moldy and gross, and I've just left it in there. I would never smoke it, but we put it away when we moved, and I found it digging around in stuff a few years ago. I think it's in the back of Alvin's drawer. How old is that stuff?
6 years old.
It looks pretty sturdy.
I know, eh?
But again, like, that's why we have this no expiration on these fucking on cannabis, right? Because you got a bud that looks like that's 6 years old. They can probably throw that in a bag and sell it. Especially if it was in the
I was at my friend's place. We smoked a joint, and he said, "You like that?" And I said, "Yeah, well, I had a good taste to it and all that." So he says, "You want some?" I said, "Okay." So he gave me a little baggie there. And then he tells me it's 6 years old.
Oh well, maybe cannabis doesn't have a fucking expiry date then. What do you think? What do you think of that then, Al?
Yeah, it just keeps it with humidity packs. That's what he's done.
Was it? Did he have? Where did he store it?
In a sealed container, in the dark.
Okay. So now I can't find this pack of seeds. I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh no.
Did you hear what they did here in Ontario when it comes to cannabis stores?
Angie was telling me something the other night. Go ahead and tell the audience.
Okay. A few weeks ago, the AGCO sent out a letter to the stores here in the province, and the AGCO looks after the cannabis end of things as well as the alcohol. So they sent out a notice to all the stores, the retailers, the owners, and said that they couldn't use the word dispensaries, that they were a dispensary or anything along that line in their promotion, advertising, on their websites, all that stuff. They threw that out, told everybody all this, and then business owners started to complain about that.
That's the language, please.
And the reason they can't use the word dispensary is because dispensary is connected to medical use.
Yep.
You can't claim medical use for cannabis. So they went ahead and did all this. They got enough backlash from everybody. Like, I know that the reel that I posted about it, the numbers on it were huge, but there was so much complaint and backlash about it. Within like 4 days, they reversed that decision.
Well, it costs the store owners a lot of money. Like, to change their name, because then they have to change not just their name, they got to change their GST registration number, because that's the business name, and under the corporate, if it's an incorporation, they have to change all that paperwork too. Never mind their signs that are thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Those signs that go above your stores are not cheap.
Yeah,
Like even a fucking banner behind that banner behind you probably costs like $500. Like seriously, maybe not.
the stores received these notices, and then they had to scrub their websites, all that stuff, all the literature,
Yeah.
and all that. Started that process, and then turned around
Then they
and said,
changed their
"Well,
mind.
yeah."
Oh, Dougie Ford. Dougie Ford, he wants, he's getting to be close to old Danny Smith, wanting to be able to pick his judges. Like, what the fuck are they on? Any of them.
So
They
it's
can't even
just-
get the Cannabis Act right. They were trying to do anything else. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. So now we can call them legally now in Ontario. We can call a cannabis store a dispensary. And really, come to think of it, how often have you ever received a prescription from your doctor, and your doctor says, "Hey,
go to the dispensary"? Never.
Never. They say take
It's
this
a
to the pharmacy.
You go to the pharmacy,
Yeah.
not a dispensary. Dispensary is a really old term, like from like the 20s. You know what I mean? Like that's pharmacies were called dispensaries back like in the 20s, but not like they're all pharmacies. I don't know.
Yeah. Any stores now can have dispensaries. Include that in their literature or for their algorithms to be grabbed.
And how much did that cost the Ontario taxpayers?
No, I don't know. I haven't got a clue.
Right? But how ridiculous. All that hubbub over a fucking name that just cost the Ontario taxpayers probably $1 billion.
Yeah.
Like, just ridiculous waste of money. Like, these people are stupid. Okay, I'm going to lose my mind. I can't find the receipts.
Can't find the
Dun,
seed.
dun, dun.
Did you find them?
No.
Oh, you had that big triumphant sound there.
No, that was a dun dun dun. I don't know where they are.
Oh,
They were in this
okay.
basket. I'm not gonna do it on the show because then I'll just rip everything apart, throw it everywhere, and then everybody will know how crazy I really am. But yeah, it's true. It's just ridiculous. Some of the regulations they have, like even with the fact that they're going into the Wet'suwet'en Nation and shutting things down and then having to block things off, and I don't know what to say because this is all provincial conservative governments that are doing it. Like Nova Scotia's Tim Hudson, right? Like he's just gotten elected.
Yeah, we
as a new
report on what's
premier,
going on
right?
there.
And that's crazy.
Basically what's going on down there.
And they weren't like that before because they had a liberal provincial government. The liberal provincial government never said a thing.
Nothing to them, eh?
And then as soon as they got that fucking conservative guy in there, Hudson, all fucking hell broke loose.
Oh yeah. Oh
like,
yeah.
never mind. Like, I mean, when it came to the fires and stuff, like we talked to Deb recently, like they're still like getting a lot of help and stuff from the province for that. Like, even she can't, as much as she doesn't like them. Like when it came to the fire, the province was there, but so was the Red Cross and a lot of other NPOs. But when it comes to this cannabis, fucking almost like a witch hunt. You know what I mean? When it comes to the First Nations and their cannabis dispensaries in Nova Scotia, I feel it's a witch hunt. I think it's disgusting and disgraceful.
Yeah, it's not good. That's for sure. And the fact that the good thing is that they are standing up and fighting it. They are willing to take this to court, and they aren't taking it laying down.
No.
I think we've talked about this in the past about the fact that it's the fact to see someone is standing up and will take this to the court and fight it in order to make that decision loud and clear right across the country that they have treaty rights to do what they're doing.
Well, I know the Piikani Nation in southern Alberta just got another 21 new RCMP members going out there, and they are not happy. They're integrated in with their band police, right?
Oh,
But
yeah.
they're RCMP, and the comments were just unreal on the thread from the RCMP announcing this, right? It was like, stay the fuck off our land. Like, it was brutal. And again, I don't blame them.
I know during the raids at Tioga, the a lot of the community people, like the messages I was seeing on the local police Facebook page, yeah, there was a lot of people, local people, that were quite upset.
Yeah.
About it.
Well, yeah, because they're
Yeah.
overstepping. They're fucking the line. Like
Yeah.
you're a federal police force, but you're going on to territory that's not yours, and you have no jurisdiction there, nor should you be
Mhm.
on there enforcing Canadian law on jurisdiction that's not Canadian. Like, I wish people would understand that. Like, I don't know. It's
They
not hard for me to
don't. And unfortunately, it's going to take somebody to challenge it in the courts.
and they will, and they
Yeah,
absolutely will.
yeah.
And I hope that, and I hope, and I know
It'll
that
be a
they've gotten,
treaty challenge.
yeah, they've already had one win already in Nova Scotia. They've already had the one win where everything was, but again, this is going to have to go to all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. This cannot be just like, and again, if it depends on how they were, if there was anybody charged, if they've got a lawyer that's willing to take it all the way. I hope that they do.
Yeah. Well, it sounded like it. I know that
Well,
there
John's
was
not here.
a post
John's
by.
not working no more. Like, that's the thing. Conroy's retired. Like RPQ that went all the way for the Smith
Yeah.
ruling, and other decent has retired, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would imagine the band council down there, they have council in mind that
hope
will
so.
be challenging it.
I hope so. Well, yeah,
Hmm.
I'm sure they do. Which is
All
good.
right,
Like I
we-
said, it needs to be done more and more.
Yes. Okay, what do you say we take a break?
Sure. We have to thank our
And-
sponsors, especially, hydroponic store.
That's right. That's right. Limestone, they're always good with me.
Limestone, yeah.
They're always good with everybody.
I follow
the
them on
commercials.
TikTok.
Their promo says that they deliver in the Kingston and Greater Kingston area, which they do, but they also deliver outside of that area as well. And I'm outside of that area, and I order something on Monday. It's usually Wednesday, like within 2 days, it's here at my house.
I will say the mail service has gotten better, because even when you were mailing me stuff, it was here within 4 days when it usually takes
Yeah.
to take 10.
Because I can't drive to Kingston for if I get charged $20 for my delivery, I can't drive to Kingston for $20. That's a 3-hour drive for me.
Oh, is it that far from you? I guess it is.
Well,
right?
it's 3 hours return. I should say return.
Again,
It's an hour
that's
and a half each way.
an hour and a half one way. Like, that's still
Right.
that's still a drive. It's not like you're just driving to the corner store, right? Like in your own
Correct.
town.
Yeah, it's not. No.
Right.
No. I mean, I like to go for a visit. But when
Yeah, they're great
I
places.
place you place your orders online, I call them so I can just talk, right?
I follow them on
Universal
TikTok,
over
and
the
I
years.
always share all their stuff so I can get their, because I mean that's how you kind of get people to follow them, is if you share their stuff on TikTok, right? So they're on TikTok, but they don't share a lot of cannabis stuff. That's how they're still on TikTok. They show their lettuce and their micro,
Yeah,
greens and
microgreens.
their house plants and all the other things that they offer at the store. Besides another great education on medical cannabis. So there's like so many benefits to going to their store, because you can buy a house plant, you can get your microgreens, you can buy, and then get an education on growing cannabis. It's kind of like a great place just to go
You
and
can
hang out.
it's not in the promo, I don't think. But they even sell mushrooms like lion mane and stuff like that. They don't sell
Yeah.
psychedelic mushrooms, but they sell
No.
other mushrooms.
Mushroom kits. Yeah.
They sell
That's
all
so
them.
great.
Yeah,
And then you
in a
also
bag and all
your
that.
lights and all your soils and stuff, and
Yeah.
they'll teach you how to grow like vegetables too. Like, they got vegetable seeds and that kind of stuff too. Like, they're very very versatile, and I think you'd look at them more as a garden center than just a hydroponic store, because they've got
Correct.
everything to grow vegetables and everything too. So they're like a little garden center. I kind of like that. especially since
Yeah.
they got the house plants in there too.
Yeah. I got.
As you
I
can
got
tell,
a.
I kind of like house plants. As you
Yeah,
can tell.
you do. Oh, yeah.
Look around.
All right. Well,
House
we should go for a break, and then we'll come back. We'll continue our discussion. I've got some numbers on some the cannabis because we're talking about cannabis purchasing for medical patients at the beginning of the broadcast. When we get back from a break, we'll talk about a little bit of numbers when it comes to medical cannabis and what's being purchased. So, all right. Other than that, oh, we got a message. Oh, yeah, it's good to see you as well, Brent. And other than that, we will see you in 3 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers. Plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals. Check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're back live with the Pace Radio Show. We got about half an hour left. Wrap things up. I got a few things for us to discuss. And before the break, I mentioned about some numbers for medical cannabis, because we were talking about income tax at the beginning of the show. It says that medical sales of dried cannabis for medical purposes have declined by 5% quarter over quarter and 16% year over year.
I think that's got a lot to do with access to recreational stores.
I would agree with you. Yeah.
I think it's not that the medical patients have stopped using medical cannabis. I think that they've just given up on trying to find a doctor that's going to sign for them to begin with. And or their doctor has said, like mine did, well, you've got access to 30 grams a day. Why would I sign you for 15?
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any difference if she signed me for 15 or I could go access for 30. The price is still the same. You know what I'm saying?
What
like,
if you're, yeah, and even if you buy it through an LP medical end of things, like register the LP, doesn't mean your price is going to be cheaper
It
you're
could be more.
paying more
It could be
buying it
more.
through the store versus it.
Yeah. Well, that's that's what I was told when I first, like, when this first kind of got going, is that some of the prices for the same strains from the same LP were cheaper in our recreational stores than they were
Yeah.
online. Like, they were selling them for like $11 a gram online for the patients, and they were like $9 a gram, like at the store type of thing. You know what I mean? A difference of $2.
Yeah.
So you'd buy, and I mean, they don't come in grams. Like, you can't. I don't know if you can buy grams. The smallest I ever buy is like 3.5 grams, or a container with 5 or 10 joints in it, right? So
Yeah,
I don't know.
three and a half. Those,
Yeah, like, I don't usually buy anything less than 3.5, because honestly, that's 2 joints. Or, a couple, like, it's not a lot of cannabis, right?
Well,
So
I had these recommended to me. They're not joints. Well, they are joints. Sorry, they are joints. But they are all hash.
oh yeah,
There's no cannabis in it whatsoever other
oh yeah,
than the trichomes. Yeah.
nice. I haven't tried any of that at all, because, like I said,
And
like,
that's it's a 2.5 gram package.
yeah,
They
and
say
even
it's
like, I
equivalent
don't
to
have a
8
pack.
grams.
I don't have a tube down here. I usually throw them in the garbage, but I think the 10 packs that I buy are usually like 3.5 grams too. Like, I buy 10 joints from, it's Pure Sun Farms, and it's
Right.
Pink Kush, and it's 10 joints for $15.99, which I think is a good price, and it's low on
10
the angle
joints
that
for $15.99, $1.50 a joint. Wow.
yeah. And then I
$1.
buy from another one from Pure Sun Farms. That's another 10 pack, and it's $18.99, and it's just a different strain, right? But I usually, because I mean, I know they're, and there are other ones that are a little more expensive. You can buy 10 joints for $35 too. But right now, when I'm on the, where I'm sitting financially, I'm looking for the cheap, and they're decent. Like, they're not bad. So
Yeah, I usually just buy oddities, like, because I don't smoke joints in my house. But I'll use a vape cart in the house, and I don't make hash joints, so I bought some hash joints.
that would be cool to try.
I don't buy much in the way of cannabis from the store.
No. Well, I mean, when you grow your own, you wouldn't need to, right?
Yeah.
And again, like, I mean, we buy
Well,
vape tips and stuff too, and they run about $34 or whatever, but we also pay a 20% vape tax in British Columbia.
Right.
And like you said, right now, everything's going up because of the price of transport. So, when it's not just our food and our fuel, it's our medicine too.
Mm-hmm. Now, talking about going up, they say that sales for edible cannabis, this is in the medical cannabis stream only, okay? Actually, it increased by 30% in the third quarter in 2024, but it only went up by 6% in 2025. But it's on the upswing.
Wow. I think more people are ingesting gummies. Like, people will eat a gummy before they go to bed. I hear that. I hear that all the time. Like, not during the day, but they'll take a gummy right before bed, or they're using it for
before
sleep.
bed.
Yeah.
Topical sales, they just remain flat.
I don't know.
They showed a 15% increase from year to year. People probably buying a topical drug.
Well, the thing is, like, I mean, I've sold, like, tried to promote a couple salves, and from friends of ours, and it was always like a one-time purchase, and then had nobody ever come back for more. And it was like, I mean, I use it too, but I mean, I don't find it ineffective. I just, I like it, so I just keep buying it because it's from somebody I love. So I keep, trying to support her too. But nobody ever came back to buy more. Like, it wasn't like I ever had, like, actually, it's not true. I have one person that has come back and bought more, but they use it so very sparingly that they make it last like a year.
Okay, now here's an interesting number: the sale of cannabis plants. Did you ever see cannabis plants available from your LP? Like, I realize they're not available from all LPs, but
I've never heard of them being available from any LP. And I know when I started working at the garden center, that was the ultimate goal, that we would get licensed for a nursery in the back of it. But because of the children that would have access to the whole store, it was good. It was almost impossible for anybody to get a license for a garden center for moms.
I know a store that's got a license, and they've got plants growing in the hydroponics store. I go look at them every time I go. It's not our sponsor, Limestone City Hydroponics.
No, but I'm wondering, do they have an 18 and over sign on the door?
No.
No. They're licensed to do that? They must have had to just jump through the hoops. I'm not sure. Like
from my understanding, it's a designated license at the store.
Yeah, I'm sure they have them. But like I said, because I got such backlash from one of the managers, and Shannon got such backlash, and somebody else that worked there, we just never even bothered to attend.
Yeah.
No, no way.
Now they are secured. Like you can't grab them.
Well, no, all you'd have to do is put a fucking door with a whatever on it.
Yeah, that's what
And
it is. They're
in the back of the
enclosed.
store, and you have to ask somebody for access to get there. Like, it's not difficult. I don't know.
The cannabis plants through the medical stream for the previous quarter, they said that the sales were down 54%, but year over year, the sales are up by 53%. So they're selling them somewhere.
Not where I could get them.
Yeah.
Unless they're mailing them. But again, like
that's through that's through the licensed producers, right? It's not through the.
So they'd have to mail them. They would have to mail them to you.
They would have to mail them, yeah. Now they're just mailing a rooted clone. Like, is it just in a what do you call it? A Rockwell.
No, they would have. You can. There's all kinds of places that transport plants. You just have to have fragile, keep upright, blah 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 on the boxes, and they just wrap them really, really good in 2 cups kind of thing with paper around. Like even as a house plant, they transport them like that all the time. But you have to wait till it's warm enough to get them. Like, you can't mail them in the wintertime. You're gonna get you just can't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's not doable. It's definitely doable. But again, you have to wait.
Oh yeah. Warm. Like I've actually transported plants from a heated space to cold to heated space for a distance of there might have been 10 feet in there, but it was really cold in the wintertime. Yeah, it killed them. They didn't survive.
I ran houseplants from my trailer down to like there was one trailer in between us in December. And I wrapped them in blankets and we put them in boxes and we did everything we possibly could to make sure they weren't good. And we ran them and they all died. Every single fucking one of them.
Here's something that we've always known. We've known it, but it has to be done. Alcohol and tobacco cause more harm than cannabis. We've always agreed, always said all that stuff. And this was a Canadian study. Alcohol causes more harm to society than any other drug in Canada. Ranking above tobacco, opioids, cocaine, meth, and cannabis.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. But alcohol consumption has also gone down, and people aren't buying it as much.
It has gone down. Yeah,
hugely.
It's gone down. It's gone down here across the country. It's gone down in the States where there's medical cannabis.
Well, I think the fact that people have access to cannabis now, they aren't drinking as much, and I think that's great because it's causing less harm, less impaired. Like, you don't hear a lot of drunk drivers killing people as often as you did in the past. Like, and you're not hearing every weekend, somebody's gotten, mowed over, and you don't hear about a lot of bar fights in this town anymore, where it used to be a regular occurrence.
All the time, eh?
But again, the lack of money and the fact that we're dealing with a younger generation that isn't drinking to get annihilated. And I hear that more and more, even from my 16-year-old, he's not even interested in alcohol. He thinks it's disgusting. And usually at 16, you're kind of like, oh, and I know some 16-year-olds that their parents drink. Mind you, me and Alwyn don't drink. That could be, another reason why he's not interested. But he also has seen people that do drink and how they act. And he's like,
Yeah, I wasn't. I was never a big drinker. So
I just never really. I did when I
probably
was
at
younger.
16. At 16, I was. Yeah, I remember. I got somebody to get me some Colt 45 from the beer store, and we went down to the river. I was actually visiting people in when we did this, and drank them. And was I ever sick? Like, yeah, I just people look at me and say, "Gee, you cough when you smoke that. How can that be enjoyable?" But getting sick is much worse.
For 3 days sometimes.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
some people get super like sick. Some people are allergic to alcohol to the point that they drink and they turn into complete lunatics too. Like, you know what I mean? Like complete lunatics. And that's the unfortunate thing, right? Like, oh my God, this world.
No, they say that they say this for this study is the first time multi criteria decision analysis has been used to access drug farms across Canada. They say 20 experts from 6 provinces evaluated 16 of the most commonly used psychoactive substances. Alcohol received an overall harm score of 79 out of 100.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. That's crazy.
The next highest was tobacco at 45. Almost like half.
Yeah.
And then non-prescription opioids, 33 out of 100. Cocaine was 19 out of 100. Meth was 19 out of 100. And cannabis came out at 15. Yeah. Let's see
15
what else.
what?
They say that these align with previous studies conducted in the UK, the European Union, Australia, as well as New Zealand.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of these numbers are really crazy. Like even when you think about the validity of it, right? Like then when you really think about those are people, like not
They
just
say
numbers.
that they're saying here that a scientist from the Institute of Mental Health Policy Research explained that the scores reflect population level harm rather than individual risks.
I saw a video recently where somebody was coming out and talking about this cannabis hystesis, right? And how cannabis caused him to have schizophrenia.
It caused what?
Him to have schizophrenia. It
Oh
caused
yeah,
him
I've seen
psychosis.
yeah.
Did you? And I was just like, what in the fuck is this? So again, here we've got somebody that probably had already pre-existing, problems that cannabis accentuated possibly, but blaming the cannabis for it and making cannabis look bad for everybody that needs it for other reasons. It just, the one bad apple that you don't put in the pie,
Yeah.
you know?
They say alcohol is high on the list because of its widespread use, whereas the other substances are lower on the risk because there's not as many people who use them.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, we don't really know the exact numbers of cannabis users either because there's still people in the closet.
Yeah. Okay, they say the 16 types of harm evaluated included short and long-term physical and mental health effects, social harms such as loss of relationships and employment, and fewer and wider impacts, including economic costs, environmental damage, and international consequences.
Wow.
Oh yeah. They say that they emphasize that drug-related harm extends beyond the pharmacological effects. Yeah. Collateral. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, all kinds of information. It gets into some more numbers and some UK information.
And the UK's like what legal for cannabis medicinally and to a certain degree, but not
Medicinal.
recreational. Yeah.
Yeah, and it can be a bit of a hoop jumping experience.
Well, it's still a
Um,
hoop jumping experience here, even though we've had a program for legal cannabis since 2000.
well, theirs is what I look at theirs as being way behind ours, so they have more hoops to jump through.
Oh, I
But
don't doubt that.
they had even when ours was legal here, there was a patient that I know from UK that was in the news that was getting their cannabis oil from Canada illegally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't get access. It's for their child. They couldn't get access for it in the UK.
No, and that's the thing. Like the fact of the matter that we can't, and it's like such a, it's a federal like huge charge. Like if you ever get caught,
Oh,
but
the amount of money, yeah.
like
It's
to
huge.
manage it, like I mean, like I said, I did 6 months house arrest for 4 grams. It was detrimental to my health, my life, everything. It's ruined everything. I can't travel to places I'd love to go. But again, this is what cannabis has done. It's not harmful. People need it. People try and send it to help other people, and then they have to deal with the repercussions that cost like thousands and thousands of dollars for legal fees, and it's
Mhm.
and then you do it, and you know it's worth it. But in the end, was it really worth it?
Yeah, I know. And some people risk a lot. They want the
We
act.
did. We do risk a lot. Like I said,
Yeah.
like no, like Owen Smith too, and Ted Smith. Every time he gets stuff taken away from him, and every one of us, like Sean Howell and all the people that, and myself that have been charged, and Amy Brown that were charged back in the day for all the things that we were doing to help patients.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's lots of people. Lots of people. No
Right.
doubt about that. A lot of people took a lot of risk in order to change the law.
You included us
Yeah.
going out and standing on the streets screaming about legalization, smoking cannabis openly in a
Well,
public park when it wasn't legal.
talking about that, why don't I show a little music video before we end up? I'll put it on right now. We'll talk about that. And it's a video of, I don't know if I showed it last time we were live or not, but it's on the Global Marijuana March in Toronto. And it's
Yeah,
just
I
not
think we
what,
did say that the last time.
yeah. Okay. All right. Then I won't play it again, man.
No, would you? Yeah.
All
No,
right.
you did
I'll
say it
play
because it was in the park. It was Queens Park and showing the
Right.
fact
Yeah.
that there's all the vendors and all the people that would come out and
The
how that
march,
doesn't happen anymore.
the amount of people that came to the march, tens of thousands of people.
Well, look at even the Vancouver like art gallery and all the global, like even the global marijuana marches we had in Lethbridge. Like we
Yeah.
started with 50 people, then we ended up with 500. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just only grew until
The
well, I
ones that
wasn't
they were
there
having
in
at the art galleries, the art gallery in Vancouver, it was huge. You know, it was
Sunset Beach in Vancouver.
yeah.
Like they had like and all the parties, like I'm looking at the fact that Afro Man, okay. Let's go back to Afro Man. Afro Man was at one of the events that was held, right? That
Mm,
we would go to that normally we wouldn't. We had like what's his name? Mike Rita, who's now a comedian at the
comedian,
Mum
yeah.
event.
Yeah.
And he's amazing. And now he's like he started Vapor Central, which doesn't exist anymore either because you're not allowed to have vape lounges, right? Like I don't know if I think Vape Central still is existing
Well,
actually.
yes and no. There are a legal lounge. There is a legal lounge, Lit Research in Toronto, that does research on cannabis, and they'll have people come in. I know, like one of the studies that was in the news was about them doing research on cannabis and music and how it was affecting people. So people would come in, they'd be consuming their cannabis, and they'd fill out a report on how.
Well, we all know that was the best thing we ever had was places that we could congregate and smoke and
Oh
not have to
yeah,
worry about the police and have a soft drink or a bottle of water, and not have any like there's no licensing for liquor on the site because nobody wanted to drink liquor. That's why we would
right.
go and smoke and have a comedian, have entertainment, bands, like just like a bar. Only it's a
Yeah.
lounge for vaping. Even like Vapor Central had a volcano sitting on the table ready for your use, right?
Mm. That. No, I always enjoy going to them. There was never
I did
any
too.
problems or issues like when I was there, and used to go quite often.
That was the best thing. Like when I was first taken there, Chris and what's her name had it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But they owned it at the time, and I got there. I was coming in from Alberta, first time ever seeing a vape lounge, and the swing vape, right, with the dabs. It was new where you had
Oh
the swing
yeah.
vape. So that's how I got greeted at the front door by Chris and a big dab off the swing vape, right? And I was in awe, literally a country bumpkin walking into downtown Toronto, which was amazing as it was. And then up the stairs and into this beautiful, this lounge where there was people and couches and everybody was just relaxing and music playing and they were all smoking. And the environment was like no tension and it was just calm and nice and welcoming and yeah.
Yeah, that was Chris and Aaron. So.
Aaron.
All right,
Chris and Aaron.
talking about lounges. I've got a quick report here. It's 2 minutes. All right, just give me a second here. Click. That'll go bigger. Oh, there it is. All right. There it comes. Right there. This one is coming to us from the Free Press, and the headline there says equal representation. Cannabis advocates push for public pot zones. There are hookah lounges and smoking zones, and now advocates are pushing the provincial government for public places to consume weed or cannabis. The Cannabis Business Association of Manitoba is calling on Premier Rob Canoe to greenlight public cannabis consumption spaces. Stephen Stairs, the organization's founder, has planned a rally outside the legislature on April 20th. The association has few members, but keeps in touch with owners of roughly 100 businesses. Steve Stairs says that we're just looking for equal representation when it comes to access. It's about cannabis consumers being treated the same as an alcohol consumer. If, he says, a public cannabis consumption space means regulating buildings, then cool. If that means adults-only areas at specific cornered-off areas of public social gatherings, great. Now, Stairs offered baby steps, such as allowing for edibles and cannabis drinks in public places before committing to smoking. Now, British Columbia has designated public spaces for smoking and vaping cannabis, including in non-specific smoking areas. Ontario, it allows use in some public spaces, such as parks and sidewalks. I know on sidewalks, but I'm not sure about the park end of things. Now, Manitobans can use topical cannabis products in public. Topical, okay. Now, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Authority of Manitoba isn't aware of any moves to broaden public consumption, a spokesperson wrote in a statement. Now, the Justice Minister, Matt Weebu, who oversees the liquor, gaming, and cannabis portfolio, said his office hasn't received requests to amend the consumption laws, and any decision would need to balance Manitoba's health and social considerations, he wrote in a statement.
Well, Stephen's a good one out. Like, he's been around. That's great, but you know what? When their Cannabis Act was written, to be fair, Rob Canoe was not the premier of Manitoba.
No, he wasn't.
And if anybody's going to change it, he's got a good way of getting in there, because Rob Canoe has changed so much to the point that he's taken off provincial sales tax off every product coming into the grocery store for them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow, really?
Like they just took their provincial sales tax like off your rotisserie chickens and all, like anything from a deli, like all the stuff you get like from a grocery store that has any provincial sales tax on it. Manitoba just took it off
Took it out.
because he knows the prices of everything is going up so high for everything. He's trying to help. So if any province has a way of getting through with this, is that one. And again, Alberta also, like Stampede allowed cannabis consumption in a back area too, right? So we are getting there, but that's events. That's not an actual brick and mortar. Brick and mortar, you know, like a bar, like not like like a cannabis bar, so rather than a wine bar or like tapas, whatever. Like there's no brick and mortar.
Him suggesting, and I agree completely with this, and I have for a long time. There's non-smokable ways of consuming cannabis. We all know that. So the excuse that you can't have a bar, you can't have it if you can't have a cannabis consumption space because of smoke. People can consume it other ways.
I think this is the barrier that we've got, is because we don't know, like, okay, so for example, you and I can smoke and smoke and smoke, and then we can get in behind the wheel and we can drive, right? I don't consume drinks because I just don't. But if somebody's going to sit, say, in a lounge and drink like 4 or 5 of those cannabis beverages, or eat, say, too much and they green out and you've got people passing out in chairs in your lounge, you know what I'm saying? That would be my concern, because a lot of times people like over consume, even with alcohol, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's hard to to please it. But again, when you've got people consuming, like, say, 4 gummies, and you can't police them, they buy 4 gummies, you can't tell them they have to wait 2 hours to consume them. They slam back those 4 gummies. They're good for the first half an hour that they're they've consumed, and then the next thing you know, they're rubber in a chair.
Oh, that could be. Oh, yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but
so
I would be
when it
concerned
comes
about
to
these
the
things.
alcohol and the things, the person's the same way. They
Again,
gotta
people
know
that
they should
over-
know their limit.
They should, but they're not saying they do. And
Oh
again,
yeah, I know that. I know.
and with alcohol, as a bartender or a server, and of course, this is being trained for cannabis sales too, because you took the cannabis sale out in Ontario,
Yeah.
what to look for. But again, with cannabis, it's a little harder to detect because of size of people. When somebody's like intoxicated to the point where you shouldn't serve them any more alcohol, right?
It's just spitting on you.
But again, if you're serving somebody maybe 1 gummy and they should only eat half that gummy, even though you're trying to be mindful, and that person has never consumed before, and that half gummy knocks them out, how do you get them the fuck out of there? What do you do?
Well, the same way how when you go to a bar, you got some friends.
You call a cab and you pour them into the
call a
cab.
cab,
That's
you
what
go
do,
home. Yeah.
right? You pour them into a cab, right? But again, like with people that are passed out with cannabis, they're passed fucking out. You cannot wake them up. I had a friend that ate a gummy and was slept for 17 hours.
Oh yeah.
So how do you get that person up and pour them into anything if you can't wake them up?
Just the same way you get that drunk in the cab. Yes. That's gonna happen. And whether it's it's alcohol, we keep
I think
comparing
the
it
vape
to
lounge where
alcohol,
people
but
can vape is a lot safer than here. Here it's fucking 6 cans of some fucking
Oh,
drinks
yeah,
and
yeah,
4
yeah.
edibles. And next thing you know, that fucking guy sucked back 4 drinks and ate 3 cookies, and he's like, in a chair.
I know of people who consume 10 milligrams and they're done. Like done.
Done. And I know other people that can do 5,000.
I know they couldn't stay there. They'd have to lay down.
Right? They could do 5,000 milligrams and consume 5 and function and
Yeah.
have no issues, right? Because it's
Right.
targeting their pain and it's going to their pain, right? But again, like, I don't know. I would rather just be vaping than having to deal with people eating and consuming that way myself.
I
know the
I
whole
like to see
smoking
it all.
thing is
I like to have it
the
all.
whole issue, right? Here's the
Yeah,
thing, the whole
smoking is-
non-smoking issue, right? Like they don't want you smoking anything. My doctor, like even vaping, like I quit smoking tobacco, but I'm still vaping nicotine, right? And she's like, well, that's better, but really, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like they don't want you doing anything that's going into your lungs because we're not supposed to intake anything but air into our lungs, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
It's about health and safety, and that's what their bottom line is. Always.
It's about your public health and safety. Maybe they'll limit them to 2.5 milligrams of THC.
Here's your droplet. You're only allowed one droplet.
Well, they do have beverages, like that are only 2.5 milligrams. So.
Oh, yeah, sure. But again, are you going to limit people to one drink? How are you going to do that? How are you going to make any money by limiting to one person to one drink? That person's going to buy one drink.
You don't limit them. You don't limit them at a bar until you, other than the intoxication, you don't limit the number of drinks per.
But again, it's hard to detect the difference of level of intoxication with cannabis, where it's easier with alcohol.
Yeah, it'd be harder for the bartender to
bartenders to deal with that.
Yeah.
But again, I guess it's going to be trial and error, right?
Yeah.
You're just going to have to roll with it and see exactly how it goes.
I've been in communication with Stephen, and I said to him that you notice that the government said that nobody has come forward or spoken to them about creating these consumption spaces or having them be allowed at places. And I said, that's a cue. That's for you to be that person, to get that going, to make that noise.
Hey, Saskatchewan changed a whole law after having 13 people fucking get in touch with the government. It took 13 people to complain.
Yeah. So it only takes a few people in order to get that done. So if you're in Manitoba and you're near where he's at, attend the rally.
Well,
again, there we go, 420 rally. That's what his is.
Right. He's just got to start gathering and go back to your roots. But grassroots, he knows where to go. He's been around for 20 years. Yeah. He's not oblivious. He's fought hard for medical.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, I see it's a little past the bottom of the hour. Time for us to say goodbye. Anything else that you want to touch on before we get going, before we say goodbye?
Well, cannabis substitution program needs donations, of course, as we are sitting with nothing. So it would be great if we could get that rolling again, since it's spring and our population seems to have exploded over the winter. Our homeless shelter moved, and now they're basically roaming. My kid's bike got stolen. They just walked across the yard and picked it up and took it right out of my yard.
Post.
So again, I'd like to start helping them.
And that's not the first bike. That's not the first bike is stolen.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not. Unfortunately, he lost the key to the lock, and that's why we had put it in the dog. I was in the dog run. It was right in front of my camera. The camera was pointing right at the fucking bike, and that's why I put it there. Figuring, okay, well, the camera's right there pointing at the bike. It's inside the dog kennel. I couldn't imagine. But again, we took the back fence down. The back fence hadn't been down. Probably nobody would have seen it either, right? But it just pisses me off. But again, if nobody's out there doing anything to help them, then you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Other than that, thanks to everybody for tuning in the program. Thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City, Hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Thanks to everybody once again tune in. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow morning, catch Cindy and I doing psychedelics and cannabis educational news. We'll have 8 stories for you to find out all about, and you'll find out those 8 stories tomorrow if you watch it. So other than that, thank you once again, and we will see you all again next week. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Lanyard swinging, badge on my chest, anticipation growing, got a pocket full of samples and a bag of my best.
Vending booths, sitting side by side. Everybody has a dream.
We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky bud.
Turn that spark into a brain.
Higher business on education.
All weekend long
at Canada's first Medical Cannabis Expo.
Medical Cannabis Expo.
International vendors, comedians and artists. Global marijuana music awards.
Growers with dirt and nails.
Lawyers in suits.
Reading through the guide.
Lawyers in suits.
Reading through the guide.
Medical Cannabis Expo. We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
Shake that deal, sparking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long
at Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo.
International vendors, comedians and artists. Global marijuana music awards.
Growers with dirty nails.
Lawyers in a suits.
Reading through the guide and smoking joints. We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long at Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo. Created by patients. For patients. We came to educate at the Treating Yourself Expo.
The competition was hot at the glass blowing contest with teams from Japan, USA, Europe, and Canada. On stage were Dr. Bob and researchers talking medical cannabis with their slideshows and educational information. Patient organizations and advocates in their booths talking with show attendees, sharing medical cannabis stories and experiences.
We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Hey, turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long at Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo. Created by yourself exposed.
World Cannabis Community under one roof, talking cannabis legalization. Long before the politicians started, real plants of all sizes, showing crystal-covered buds, curious people and patients, testing buds for the TY cut, which bud smells, looks, tastes, and works the best. People gathered on the back balcony.
People gathered on the street,
People gathered in the world's largest vapor lounge,
sharing their joints.
hits from the bong or a bag of vapor.
Everyone had a story,
Everyone talking about
ending cannabis prohibition.
and improving medical access.
We're talking higher business,
Higher education,
shake that deal.
smoking sticky buds.
Hey, turn that spark into a band.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long, your Canada's first.
Medical Cannabis Expo.
Creative our patience.
For patients. For patients.
We came to educate at the Treating Yourself Expo.
As people departed, the Treating Yourself Expo of 2010, they were saying,
Wow, this is awesome.
this is incredible.
How'd you guys pull this off?
This is so professional looking.
The best expo I've ever attended.
We're talking higher business, higher education.
2010, they were saying, wow, this is awesome.
This is incredible.
How'd you guys pull this off?
This is so professional looking.
The best expo
I've ever attended.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie,
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today is it's night out day.
Yeah, that's a little confusing, isn't it?
It's a day to celebrate night outs. And so we've got a lot coming up on this show that are going to talk about crazy stories that we have and other things that are talking about the night out experience.
Yeah.
But before we get into any of that, coming up on today's show is our word of the week.
We have our LA story.
We've got another clip from our friend Martin Franks with a Doober Minute.
I love Martin. And then we're going to do a cinema review,
followed by that time when my car got stolen. True story, and you're going to hear about it.
And of course, we can't forget about Timmy's Midnight Thrill.
All of that is coming up, so stay tuned. As we were coming in, I guess it wasn't coming in, it was yesterday. We were going around. You were getting prepared, getting your weed. You were getting
my supplies for the road trip. Yes.
we knew we were gonna be on the road all morning.
Yeah.
And then recording all day, because we do 4 episodes in a day. I mean, by the time you watch this one, who knows which episode? We don't even know which episode this is currently.
I don't even know what day it is.
Well, it's a long day. That's how we're going to describe it.
2 day.
So, so you were getting all prepared, because unlike you, I put on my shirt and my pants and sometimes my socks.
Well,
and I head out the door.
Most days. In all fairness, today you did prepare. You look really good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As do you.
Thank you.
So, but you have to go that one extra step further by me not being a consumer. I have nothing else I need to worry about. I can even, I had a good solid breakfast, so I knew it'd be fine. But we've talked about before how the need for cannabis in your life equates in a lot of way for the need to food. Like if my energy level is dropping, I almost always equate it to the fact that I need to go eat. But that also happens if you don't get your THC level to a thing. Like, you could be hungry, or you might just need a joint. So you need to make sure that you've not only fed, but you've got, so we go out and we're looking for weed.
It's so funny. You make it sound like we're looking for weed. Nobody's had to look for weed.
Got to find Buddy.
Since
Remember
legalization, because there's one on that corner now, and there's one on that corner. But yeah, we were actually out for a walk, and I thought, why not grab a pre-roll, because I like to smoke and walk. It just makes the walk that much more pleasurable for me. Maybe not you. But I was like, oh, well, let's check out this store. And I dragged you in. Actually, I didn't drag you in. You stayed outside.
I stayed outside. Yeah.
That's true. Maybe I just imagined you were there.
Well,
Maybe.
everything's got everything's got these crazy the limits still. And it's like, why would I, as a non-consumer, take the space when someone on the outside is going, I need my weed?
You see, I thought it was the girl on the outside that was really cute, that you were like, I'm just going to wait outside here. Which, I mean, I don't blame you, because if I didn't need something from inside, I probably would have stuck around outside too.
Yeah.
But
well, I will share her phone number with you later.
Sweet.
We'll give her a shout.
Wonderful.
So
I went in and I picked up a pre-roll. I just asked for, single pre-roll, gram, maybe, something less than $20. Because I don't want to spend more than $20 on one joint, right?
Right.
And they handed me, are you going to show them?
Yeah.
I was going to throw out the box after I yanked the joint out.
I said you can't throw out the box. So my first thought, she pulled this out. She pulled this out of her purse.
Like, what'd you buy?
And my first thought was, what do you need preparation H for? Like, that's what it looks like. It looks
he actually said that too. I was like, that's not what it is.
This is the thing. This is the sad thing about being a comic, is that you have to preface things, or it's like come up with a thing. He actually said that, because much of what I say is completely and utterly untrue. So I always feel bad. It's like, why do you have to say that? And then I realized, oh yeah, because I lie a lot.
Yeah, you legitimately said that.
I said it looks like a preparation H container. Not that I know anything about preparation H containers. Although apparently, if you use that underneath your eyes,
it's supposed to get rid of puffiness.
Yeah, it's supposed to get rid of
dark circles.
Yeah, and I have had these like, I don't know what they're not.
You just need more sleep.
Yeah, I probably need more sleep. I'm gonna try to do it that way, because I don't feel like putting preparation H on my eyes.
Butt cream
Anyways,
on your
that's
face.
a whole different thing. So this was so she opened it up
after, like, I want to say, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit, it took me like a minute to figure out how to get into it.
It's some sort of, oh, wait a minute, actually. Okay, this is actually true too, because you have to push it down. Oh, you push it down and turn it.
So it is like
it's like a childproof.
Yeah, just like I was about to say Advil bottle, but not all Advil bottles have child resistant tops.
Right.
I've actually called them and asked them why, because on the back of the label, it says that there is enough medication in that bottle to seriously harm somebody, yet there is no child resistant cap on it. But you're making fun of the cannabis container that has to have it by law, it has to have the child resistant.
Yeah, it's got a child resistant cap. I mean, no doubt this container costs more than the joint.
It's probably why the joint costs so much.
Right.
But see, I have two children. One is 16, one is 11. And I test my children. They know cannabis, and I've
weed?
asked. No, I don't give them cannabis. Well, I kind of
I test my children for weed every day.
No, that's funny because I did get a test from the dollar store the other day, so I could test my kid for weed every day.
Well, we're going to be doing that test. At
Yes,
some
we
point.
will. Not today, but
No,
yes.
not today. So don't be hanging around going, they said they were going to do a test.
Yeah,
No,
no.
but we do want to test the theory, right? Ultimately, we want to test the theory.
That's right.
Of whether or not I have any cannabis in my system, even though, I mean, when was the last time I consumed?
Oh, 2019.
Right?
Yeah, long time.
So people talk about secondhand high, all that type of stuff. And
Yeah.
I say that it doesn't affect me at all.
Mhm.
And I don't think it does in terms of my mental space but maybe I have traces. And we're interested to find out.
Yes.
Do I have traces of cannabis just by hanging out with you?
Which is I'm excited to find out, but that's not the testing I was talking about
Okay.
with my children, because
All
I don't
right.
consume around
Scratch
my
that.
children.
We'll edit all that out.
I only consume around you, right?
Right.
I don't consume around
No.
the kids. So the testing I was talking about is I hand my children the empty containers
Okay.
and I ask them, can you get into this?
Hmm.
And I test them to see how long it takes them to get into the packages.
And how resourceful are your children?
My kids are pretty smart, and now granted, some of the packaging is similar to other packaging, and I try not to give them the same type of package twice, because like rats, you put them in the same maze, they're gonna figure their way out faster and faster every time.
For the record, MJ just called her children rats. Continue.
I did not. You did.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no, my kids don't like rats.
No, nobody does.
No.
So they can get into those things.
They can actually get
Yeah,
into
I
this.
can imagine they do, but they're 11. They're
11 and 16.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I feel like those age children, if they want something, whether it be, cigarettes or alcohol or cannabis or even money for lottery tickets or candy, they're going to take it if they want it.
Yeah, I suppose, unless you
Right?
raise your kids properly.
Yeah. See, that's the next point. You need to raise your children.
So, so where I wanted to ultimately go with this, the whole thing of this packaging is the fact that you pulled out a single joint.
Yes.
And
Out of that box.
my jaw dropped when I realized that only one joint was in this box.
That's correct. A 1 gram joint.
A 1 gram joint. And I'm just saying,
This company is no
I'm not even
worse
saying
than
it's
others.
good or bad. I'm just saying, if you've never ever bought a single joint from a legal cannabis store, I would have thought seeing this package, open it up, maybe three is what I thought. But it was one.
Well,
it seems like a lot of packaging for one joint.
It depends. You can purchase a gram in 2 or 3 joints, like 3.3 joints. This
Okay.
was 1 gram joint.
Right.
So there could have been 3 in
with
there.
a package that is 10 times the weight.
It's got to be childproof.
Look, I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying I was shocked.
Yes. Well, that's one of the biggest complaints with the packaging of cannabis is that it is wasteful. It's like, what are we supposed to do with that?
Well, I don't know. What do you do with it now? Can you
That's
recycle
just a
it?
joint. I could put another joint in there and take it to travel. Like if I rolled a joint, I could put it in there.
Well, it does have a number 7 recycling, which I think can only be used in like New Zealand or something like that.
I don't know. See, and that's that tricky thing. I have that sign on my wall too that the recycling people gave me, and there's like all these little
we all
things
hang that, but
and-
nobody ever knows what.
Well, there's one number that you can't even recycle, but yet they put it on things in that little triangle. I'm like, if it's not recyclable, then why are you doing the same symbol?
My ultimate question is, how do you recycle that paper?
I don't know.
Because it's got like a coating on it, I think. So it's like, I think, wouldn't that be funny if the recycling notice was unrecyclable because they covered in like a
Well, no, that would
protective
make
coating?
sense because they don't want you to throw it away. They want you to
Right.
keep it.
So much logic. I also wanted to briefly talk before we get into some of these crazy stories and stuff.
Yeah.
It just was so funny to me. I don't even remember the context, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this.
I don't know. Should I be taking a drink right now? Just give me a
Yeah,
sec.
maybe take a drink.
Okay, go.
So we were talking about cannabis affecting you. This was on that same walk.
Oh, because I said secondhand high. And you said, I don't get secondhand high. And I said, well, we're going to find out. And you said, no, we're going to find out whether or not I have it in my system. And see, this is the discussion that
Right.
I always talk about with,
Yeah.
yes, I am under the influence, but I am not intoxicated. I am still 100% functionable.
Right. And that's the word.
And you
'Cause
said
literally
you were what? I said 100% of the time, I am functionable.
functionable.
And I don't know if that's just my knack of creating words, but it sounded right to me.
And to me, I cracked up because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, like that would derail you as a stoner to walk into like your boss
I'm a
and say,
functionable stoner.
I am 100% functionable. Please go home, sir.
What is the word? Functioning? I can function 100%.
Please go home, sir. No,
I never said I was good at grammar.
100
Who teeter-tottered you how to spoke?
I am not good at grammar, but I am fully functionable.
100%. 100%.
Okay, so okay, so there's no real bridge. I was trying to think of some kind of interesting
What?
segue.
How to get into the functionable?
Yeah, the functionable thing. I just wanted to make sure we told these stories today.
I wasn't sure
no.
where we were going because we were talking about prepping.
Yeah. No,
Is that where we were going?
Here's where I wanted to go with it. So, because it's date night day. It's
Yes.
date night, or it's
Night out day.
Night out day. Night out day.
So you can tell what you do on your night out.
But here's the thing: in order for you to be fully functionable,
yes,
on a date night, right?
On any night,
you have to prep accordingly. And so this small little piece of conversation is not so much for the consumer, but for the non-consumer. And we've been hearing great reviews from non-consumers who listen to the show. And if you know a non-consumer that is, in your life and curious at all about cannabis, as a non-consumer, I hope to bring some stuff to the table that helps those people. We want our show to be watched and listened to by consumers and non-consumers.
Yes. So consumers will be able to relate with me.
They'll be able to relate
on this. And non-consumers, please listen, because you might not realize how important cannabis is to somebody else.
Right.
Because you had no idea. So the only way I can describe it is, imagine I have a young baby and you don't. And we have to go somewhere together.
Okay.
And before I can leave my house, I need to ensure that I have diapers and bottles and soothers and blankets and change of clothing, and the list goes on and on and on.
The baby.
Of course, the baby.
Yeah, but sometimes
do not
that
forget
gets
the
forgotten,
baby.
though. People load up their cars.
Yes.
You
And
got the baby?
never leave the baby in the car.
Never
My
leave the baby.
God, this has happened.
Whole different thing.
Don't do that. But just say that I have to go through that massive list of things, because without those things, baby can't live. Baby can't, she's going to soil herself, or, they're going to, whatever. Soil
That's funny.
themselves.
It's a funny word. Go ahead.
So think in terms of that baby, my health is that baby.
Okay.
And in order to make sure that my health is good, my baby is good, functionable, I need to make sure that I have my dried flower. I need to make sure that I have papers and a grinder and filter material and sometimes capsules, and do you know what I mean? Like, depending on where we're going.
Well, just like
I need this massive list of things.
Just like a mom would have a Word, Dad.
A diaper bag. Oh
Diaper
my
bag.
God.
You do. You have a case.
I have it here. Can I pull it out?
Yeah, we weren't going to go down this route, but let's do
Okay,
this.
so
But
it's
yeah,
funny,
you
we
actually
were talking about packaging.
Yeah.
I got this from work. So it's a case from Tweed.
Mhm.
And the awesome thing about this is it actually has a lock on the side where you can stick your zipper and a little spinny knob.
Okay.
So it helps keep it safe during transport.
That's cool.
So just something simple like that. I also have this here, which carries my concentrates, and I actually cannot open to show you because
You need a key?
I locked it
Okay.
because I was transporting it. And I didn't open this yet.
That seems like, to me, that seems like it's like the case in the movies where, you know, they put this tiny little case in like this big protective truck, and it's like guarded because they open up and it's like got 3 vials of explosive powder.
And this one.
And
this
that's your
one.
that's your
This
baby
is
bag.
this one is my baby.
That's your diaper
Like I
bag,
take
right?
this everywhere. I'm not gonna open it because I did not clean it first.
Fair enough.
And we look really nice. And
Yeah.
oh my goodness, this is like really stinky. It's very potent. But yeah, like
yeah, you have a diaper bag. Like
Yeah.
when we go out for a night out,
I don't carry a purse. If you see, like, honest to God, if you see me out on the street somewhere, I'm generally in a fanny pack, and I'll have, if I don't have my car close by, because that's like my purse, like I carry
Right.
that weed box is my purse, and then I have my fanny pack.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's generally, unless I'm driving,
Yep.
there is weed within my arm's reach at every moment of every day.
Yeah. So like to do a night out as a if you are in a relationship as a non-consumer and a consumer, the non-consumer needs to understand that it isn't just a matter of, oh, you know, the cliched thing of like, you know, the man just gets dressed, stands by the door, and has to wait for, you know, his significant other to get dressed, and
Yeah,
it takes so
yeah.
long, right? Well, now there's an extra step as a consumer, because now you got to make sure you've got your diaper bag for
I don't like
your-
that we're like
for your
referring to it
canna-
as a diaper
for your
bag.
cannabis baby.
Although it is where I put my shit.
Oh yeah, your
Haha.
soil. Put your soil.
I don't put my
The baby
soil
was
in there.
soiled.
Ew. Okay, that's not where we were going with
Okay, no.
that. But
yeah,
just
so-
be prepared that you're
Yeah.
going to have to make these like changes, and be prepared that probably more than not you're going to be waiting 15 minutes.
But it's even with
for them
scheduling
to-
too. It's with scheduling too, because you don't just bring this stuff if you're not going to consume it during our night out. So
Yes.
like we can't just say, okay, we're going
to go for dinner and a movie.
We're just going to go for dinner. Exactly.
Yeah.
We need to time that out accordingly to say,
I need to have a smoke
when is
in
my smoke
between,
break?
Yeah.
You know,
and
like-
generally it's let's go to the drive-in because I don't want to sit inside of a building in a theater where
Yeah.
I cannot smoke.
But there is no dinner reservation is at 6. It's the movie is at 7. So we got to get in, have our dinner, go to the theater. It's like, no, we're going to have to get a later movie because we need the smoke break. So
Yeah.
non-consumers understand that you're going to need to have these break moments. And that's all
You
what I'm
gotta
learning.
feed the baby.
Right? You got to feed the baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
You gotta
phrase of
feed the
day. You
baby.
gotta feed the baby. Let's
should we get into the
yeah,
stuff from the list?
Let's get into the stuff that we have on our faithful cards that we spend so much time on. And let's
You
start
say
with-
that sarcastically. Wait,
What?
was that sarcasm?
No,
Ah,
no,
I thought I picked up on it for once.
no. But let's according to the card,
Yes.
you are doing your word of the week.
I am.
So let's do, ladies and gentlemen, the word of the week. Dun, dun, dun. We're still working, by the way, we're still working on getting our Paul Schaefer, who's going to create some music for these segments. You know, well, we don't have that yet, but just putting the word out there. Word of the week,
All right, our word of the week is hash.
as it should be.
Yes, not like heavenly hash, although some of it is really heavenly.
It's one of my favorite ice creams.
Oh, good choice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So it is an extract, which we learned is a concentrated form of cannabis.
Yep.
This form, concentrated form of would try that again. Hash is actually a concentrated form of trichomes. Do you know what trichomes are?
Okay, so you've done other words of the weeks. I think we've talked about trichomes.
We did. Okay, so it's also known as keef.
Okay.
Okay, so sorry, I got distracted because I was just remembering a story which I'll mention about hash. So there is hand rubbed hash. So there's a bunch of different ways to make it, done exactly just as you would imagine.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Growing up, not being aware of the cannabis world at all.
Yeah.
It was all just drugs.
Okay.
I never knew that hash was the same as cannabis. I thought it was a different element altogether. It was like, ooh, hash, and then some people use cannabis. Like but they're actually the same, just done differently.
Exactly. So there are different types of extracts. Hash is a form of cannabis extract using the trichomes, which is the keef, which is the sticky, icky part of the plant.
The stuff I don't like on my
The
fingers.
stuff you don't like. It's the stuff that protects
horrible.
It's the very like resinous glandular globs that form on the top of the buds to help protect the plant from bugs and sunlight when it's growing.
Yep.
It's the part that actually has the highest percentage of THC. So that's why you're going to use this to make your concentrate.
Okay.
So when you make chara, which is the Indian word for hand rubbed hash, it's like one of the oldest known ways. And they would go out into the fields and they would literally spend all day rubbing their hands on the cannabis and making these big balls of hash.
That would kill me.
You would go nuts for sure. But it's the most wasteful way to make hash because you're basically taking the plant and just rubbing all the trichomes off of it. There are better ways to do it, and you lose a lot obviously when you're rubbing it on your hands.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know about anybody else, but when I've trimmed, I get really I feel like the THC is going in through my pores, and I feel euphoric. We'll say that's the word I'm going to use when I'm trimming if I don't wear gloves.
So it's literally going into your system.
Well, your skin is like,
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm a comic.
Well, they I don't know. It's like the biggest absorber of.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either, so I'm just gonna say it does get absorbed.
Your skin is an
through your
organ.
skin.
Your skin is the body's largest organ.
Oh, is that what it is? The largest organ?
See, I'm not a scientist, but I do know things.
So, okay, so the hand rubbing method is great when you're done trimming.
Okay.
Like if you do it by hand and you have rather than just wasting the trichomes that are on your fingers, you can make little balls and scissor hash, which is you can just take it off the scissors that's that stuff that builds up on your scissors. And then there is dry sift. Okay. So it's a form of taking the cannabis and putting it on like screens or I think it's called a pollen. Oh, got it here somewhere. It's like a pollen box, and you shake it, and all the trichomes go through different screens, and they fall to the bottom, and then you can use that to make hash. But how you do it is you take it and you compress it into bricks.
Okay.
And by compressing it, you get little tiny like pucks, hard pucks. You can buy like hand done cranks, but you really need a lot of force to get nice, dark, blocks. There also is a method of CO2 extraction, which is done with dry ice and filter bags. I personally, like we already talked about, we're not scientists. You talk about dry ice and I'm like, oh, chemical. I want nothing to do with that. I'll just leave that to like professionals.
You can burn your hands on dry ice.
It's so cold. It's hot. Like it stings.
You would think I'm a scientist with all the knowledge I throw out on these shows.
Well, I do know that because back in the day, I used to have a wart, and the doctor you'd go to the doctor and they'd put that like dry ice stuff on it, and it would.
I wouldn't know.
And it burned. It was so horrible. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't.
Maybe I have.
And then the most common, most like way that people prefer to do it is the ice water or bubble hash method.
I like bubble tea. I've heard of bubble tea.
Well, bubble tea it's called that because it looks like it has bubbles in it. Bubble hash actually bubbles when you heat it up. That's the air escaping from the hash. So ice water hash or bubble hash is solvent free. And it's basically made with ice and water and a bucket that you mix, or instead of a bucket, you could use a washing machine, like the camping style washers.
Could you do it like they do wine and put it in a big vat and you can just walk around with your shoes off and crush it?
I honestly, I never understood why they did that with wine in
Like
the
if you
first
can
place,
roll it
because
in
you're
your
drinking
hands,
it. I don't want your feet on my cannabis. But that being
You've
said,
got nice feet.
people have used laundromats in the past
Okay.
to bring their cannabis hash bags and you know, with their ice and method of making hash that way. But you still have to take it home. You've got to take your, you know, your screen bags and strain it all out. And yeah, obviously that information's out there. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it because yeah, I'm sure you can find that on your own. And I personally, I don't make very many concentrates like that, mostly because I feel weird washing my weed. I feel like I'm gonna put it in water and ice. I'm like, I just, that breaks my heart. And I know you can do it, but I'd rather smoke it.
All right, so hash.
So
there you go. Hash
it's
cannabis.
Yeah, it's that stuff that your
so
parents used to
just
smoke.
very
Well, not your
quickly,
parents.
just in like a one-word answer, maybe two, is hashish the same as hash, or is that a whole different thing as well?
It's the same. It's the same.
Okay, because I've heard that word. I've heard hashish.
Hashish.
So hash. I like hashish better than hash.
Funny story. I never even got to tell you about the hash. When I was a little bit younger, I made one of those hash balls out of when I was trimming, because I had just got my first crop, and I made a little hash ball. And I went over to my friend's dad, and I was like so proud, and I was like, check it out. And he took one look at it, grabbed it from me, and shoved it in his mouth. I don't know if he thought it was a chocolate or what, but I immediately freaking panicked and was like, spit it out. And he spit it in my hand, and it was really gross, and I couldn't smoke it, but it was funny.
But still a good story.
It is. I don't understand how he had chewed it 3 times already, because it's hash and it tastes like ash, we'll just say.
Hey, we can say anything we want on this show.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely smelled like ash.
All right. So we wanted to also talk about today, because we're talking about night out, and we're talking about the need to prepare.
Oh,
and
yes.
how difficult it is to prepare just for a night out as a consumer. Now, maybe you've got this great system. Maybe you're a consumer, and maybe you only, recreationally use one once in a while, but you need quite a few during your day to keep your THC levels
medicinally
up,
for sure,
because you're a medicinal user.
It's a constant.
So you need that in there. So that's fair. So you can imagine that it's difficult to plan a full evening out, trying to put those in the schedule. Well, we discovered we were very early on in our relationship, and not only did we attempt to plan a night out, but we planned a trip to Pasadena, California,
which actually was supposed to be what was the other place? Nashville?
Yes. Originally, we're supposed to go to Nashville.
And you said Nashville, and I immediately went online and searched Nashville cannabis, and I was like, "Yeah, not going to Nashville."
There's another thing. Non-consumers. My first thinking is going, sure, Nashville. Her first thought is, let me look into this.
And immediately I was like, "Yeah, not happening."
We couldn't go because you wouldn't be able to smoke at all.
No.
So
it's bad enough that I have to go to the airport. Go through security. At that point, I'm not allowed back outside. I'm not allowed any cannabis, anything
flying
with
in general
me.
is difficult.
Yeah, and then and luckily it's legal in LA.
Yes.
right? So I was like, yeah, let's go to Pasadena.
So we try to plan this venture down there, going down there to participate in the Clean Comedy Challenge. Leslie Norris Townsend, Joby Sad.
Which you were a finalist in.
I was a finalist. Doesn't matter who won. That's not an important part of the story. But I was a finalist there and performed at the legendary Ice House.
Yeah.
Got to see a lot of the guys that I
awesome.
look up to. Their pictures were on the wall.
Joel and Lou. Sorry.
Yes.
I miss
some
them.
amazing- Okay. So out of all the other people we met, don't take offense, but Lou Deck, Joel Madison, shout out to both of you.
Yeah.
You were very memorable.
You touched me right here.
We had some great conversations.
But not
with
really.
them.
I did like
No.
not really touched.
No,
but
they didn't
like,
touch you. No.
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 No, I just want to clarify that.
So just trying to get ready for that trip though, and then realizing that when we get there, you need to find weed. Like it's.
It wasn't that you were realizing. I already knew that.
Yeah,
in
but that's
in
the
my
whole thing.
head, I'm like,
But I'm the
we're
one
gonna
who-
land where I was already on weed maps. Where is the
As
closest
a
weed
non-consumer,
store?
I'm not thinking any of this. I'm literally just thinking.
I know he's
about,
like, I gotta get my
off the plane,
bag.
go to the hotel.
Gotta get through
Yeah, and
security.
you're
Like,
where do we buy weed? And in my head, it's like, let's come with the streets. Go to the
he's
hotel.
like,
And
let's
he's
just call
no.
Uber and go to the hotel, and it'll be fine. I'm like, is it? It's not fine. He's talking like he just smoked a joint. Like, it's fine. Chill. And I'm like, I need a goddamn joint. It's not fine. It's not fine.
That was a stressful day.
That was a fun day.
That was a fun day.
That's the day we met Martin Franks.
We were down in LA. We met Martin Franks, who was our Uber driver.
And my savior, thank God he smoked weed.
and
He
happened-
knew where to. He was like, I know where to go.
So what was amazing about this whole scenario was, and this is when people talk about, I don't know, synchronicity and universe and all this stuff coming together. Martin Franks was our Uber driver. Not only is he an Uber driver that consumes cannabis and was able to hook up MJ pretty quickly,
Yeah.
but he actually was participating
Yeah.
in the comedy challenge that I was participating in.
Yeah, which it was funny because he was cracking jokes and whatever, and you're like, this guy's really funny.
Yeah.
And then we found out he was in the thing, and you're like, oh, maybe he's
Yeah, because he asked
not as
where we
funny.
were going and why we were down there. Yeah, and then there he was. Yeah, and he did really well. He did really well in the
He did.
challenge as well.
Didn't he? I think he was a finalist too.
He was. Yeah, there was 5,040 finalists.
Yes.
That's the way it's starting to
Yes,
sound.
out of a million.
Everybody, you were a finalist too. And here's a medal for you, and here's a medal for you.
That's funny.
But yeah, no Martin Franks. There was I think there was 4 of us, four in the finals.
Yeah.
After this couple days of like competitions and
Yeah.
stuff. And Martin was one of them. So yeah, so let's bring in Martin now.
Yeah.
We've been doing if you've been look back on other episodes, every couple episodes we bring in Martin Franks. We basically tell him, Martin, give us a shout from your Uber. Tell us what's on your mind. We give him no information. He doesn't know the theme of the day. We just say, tell us something interesting, Martin. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is our 3rd episode of the Duber Minute
Yeah.
with Martin Franks.
Duber Minute.
Hey guys, Doobie, what's up? Martin Franks here. I was just at a red light. I'm in another red light now. This is a flashing red light, so it's a little bit different. But I was thinking about, man, these red lights. I drive so much, and I hit a lot of red lights, and I sometimes find myself zoning out at a red light, or just sort of staring into that light, and I start to like relax my mind and really open things up, and things start to get really quiet. And I'm like, wow, I'm on the verge of some sort of, I don't know what's the word, epiphany, right? Or some sort of brilliant, discovery, of my own, on a personal level. And I'm just staring at that red light. I'm just getting there, man. And it turns green. And then I'm like, oh, green, I love it. And I just go deeper, deeper into that thing, in my brain. And I'm like, wow, I am about to really effing figure some S out, right? And then I start hearing like these other sounds, like honking and people yelling, right? And they're like, green light, a-hole. And it just snaps me out of it, man. Just when I'm about to figure figure it all out. Wow, you know, so bummer. If they could change the system, you know, it would help me out. If we could make the like red lights, you know, green, or make the green lights mean stop, then I could really stay in it a lot longer and probably figure out all that, you know, the next level stuff. But that's probably not going to work. It's not going to happen. I would mess a lot of people up. Anyway, it's just one of those thoughts, random thought. I'm Martin Franks, signing off. Catch you guys later.
Look, I'm not going to say that that's never happened to me. Okay. But I can't ever connect it to cannabis. I don't even think he was connecting to cannabis, but
I personally find that cannabis drivers are a breed of their own. Like, I know people crack a joke about this. They say, if you drink and drive, you'll blow right through that stop sign.
Yeah.
But the person that smokes and drives sits there and waits for the stop sign to turn green. So either way, it's still wrong.
That was weak. Can you use your other hand?
Either way, it's still wrong. But I just feel like, yeah.
But look,
You'll get pulled over for going too slow.
Deep thoughts, though. Deep thoughts from Martin Franks. Martin Franks' information will be in the description boxes, both on YouTube and in our podcast. But connect with Martin, and we'll be sure to have him back for another Duber Minute in the future. I think he went longer than a minute, though. Maybe we should call it the Duber Minute Plus. Like, remember the dollar stores? It's like dollar stores. Yeah,
Buck or
everything in it used to be
Dollar
$1.
Tree. Yeah.
And now we have to, like, it's like Martin Franks Duber Minute and a little bit more sometimes.
Yes. Duber Plus.
Duber.
That's what we'll start calling it, Duber Plus.
The Duber Plus Minute.
No, just
No.
Duber Plus.
Okay, we'll talk about it. This all should be discussed.
No, it's already been
off-screen.
decided.
Okay, it's been decided. Martin's journey and what he just shared with us there leads actually very nicely into my cinema review. I haven't done a cinema review in a while.
Okay.
And just to catch everybody up, MJ has been forcing me. No, unfair word.
You waited until I took a drink to say that. I couldn't say anything.
But I've been watching what she would call classic stoner flicks. And some I have seen, some have completely and utterly blown her mind that I have never seen. And so
yeah, this is one of them.
We're doing these cinema reviews once in a while, SIN, because growing up in the church, cannabis was sin. So these are my cinema reviews of either movies that I feel would be enjoyed by cannabis users, or they are cannabis focused films.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting a chance to share my thoughts on them. So recently we watched Dude, Where's My Car?
I could not believe it. You didn't know what the continuum transfunctioner was.
I did not. Well, here is my review of Dude, Where's My Car?
I'm excited.
My cinema review.
I'm excited because at the end of it, you were like, that was nothing like what I thought that was going to be.
It was not. It really was not. All right, so here we go. If you've seen it or haven't seen it, Timmy Boyle's cinema review of Dude, Where's My Car?
Get all the squeak out of that chair.
2000s Dude, Where's My Car? That's hard to believe that it was over 20 years ago. Anyways, almost a decade before The Hangover masterfully took viewers on a wild and crazy, retracing the steps of a unforgettable night out journey, Dude, Where's My Car was laying down the crude yet functional framework for such a flick. Now, let's be honest, if Christy Swanson's character in Dude jumped out of a car trunk completely naked, just like Mr. Chow in The Hangover, this review would definitely have taken a very different slant. But sadly, she didn't. So here we are. A movie focused on a car released at the dawn of a new millennium, starring none other than the kings of car jumps and tech design, Bo Duke and Steve Jobs. Dude, how could this go wrong? As soon as I sat down to watch this cult classic, I thought, dude, where's the popcorn? And then, a few minutes in, I thought, dude, where's the plot? And then, dude, where's Mr. Chow? And then, as the credits rolled, I thought, dude, where did my last 84 minutes go? From the moment I heard one of the lead characters, and I can't remember if it was Bo or Mr. Jobs, and it doesn't really matter, but the moment one of them uttered the words, dude, where's my car? I knew two things for sure about this movie. One was that this is the line that the producers got the title from. And two, a car is missing. To this day, those are the only two things I know for sure. Turns out, dude, where's my car was just the first of many, many questions stirred up within me. For example, how do I get into a Zoltan cult? Why can't hot space chicks in latex come after me? Can I find one of those continuum transfunctioners on Amazon? And of course, where is Mr. Chow? As compelling as those are, my most pressing question is actually, what happened in this movie? I mean, I do have a very vague recollection of ostriches, Scandinavians, and a closet dweller, but little else. I can't even remember which one is Jesse and which one is the other guy. But you might be thinking, at least you remembered the names Zoltan and Continuum Transfunctioner. Well, that, my friends, is called Wikipedia. Is my inability to recall any specifics of this film a result of being high? Nope, I don't consume. Is it because I've only seen it once? Nope, because MJ, who was high and has seen it a million times, and despite loving it, seems just as fuzzy on the details as I am.
Yeah, throw me under the bus.
The reason I can't remember anything is because Dude, Where's My Car is exactly like its premise. It is a forgettable, unforgettable experience. And that is why I recommend watching it. And because of Christy Swanson. As a stoner flick, I give it 3 joints out of 5, which is quite respectable. And I'm looking forward to the sequel. Dude, is that a naked Christy Swanson jumping out of the trunk of a car? That I go see.
I think it most likely is going to be, dude, where's my walker?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Yeah. Is that a shot at Mr. Kutcher?
No, it was at Chester.
Which one was Chester?
Exactly.
Exactly. There's my cinema review on Dude, Where's My Car? I really do recommend it. You could watch it. You literally could watch it a million times and you will forget it the next day. And you can watch it again as if you've never seen it before. It is that unforgettably forgettable.
Well, it was so funny because as soon as we started watching it, I immediately went into, oh my God, this kind of looks like Bill and Ted.
Right, yeah.
Because in Bill and Ted's, they have the hot princesses.
Yep.
And then in Dude, Where's My Car? Sorry, I almost forgot the name of the movie. Oh, dear
Right?
Lord.
I'm telling you, this is no joke. Watch it, and the next day you'll be like,
What happened? Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is very, it reminded me very much of I do not think that Steve Jobs and Bo Duke did the Bill and Ted's characters as well as Bill and Ted.
Who is this Bo Duke?
You know, Bo Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard movie.
Isn't that Ben Stiller?
No, that's the guy who played.
Oh, that's Starsky.
The guy. Yeah, Starsky and Hutch. That was Ben Stiller.
Okay.
And Owen Wilson. That was a good movie.
Okay.
That was a good movie.
Wrong.
Might not be a cinema review,
superheroes.
but
Wait, they're not superheroes.
But here's the thing. I will say this. I enjoyed the weirdness of it. And I actually told you that if I was to create a movie, and we have some ideas of stuff we want to create, I would pull elements out of that. It went down some crazy paths. So there you go. I give it 3 joints out of 5. That's my new rating system going forward on our cinema reviews.
Nice. See, I if I could do a show, it would be very Pee Wee Herman-esque.
Right?
Yes. And maybe a little bit of Tim Burton. Oh, and Tarantino in there as well. That would be like a really crazy.
Actually, if I was to, and we might actually talk about this in another show at some point, but if I was to make a movie, I've always told people Mystery Men
Oh, I love that movie.
would be a movie that everything about that movie as okay, like look, Batman, 1989 Batman, great movie. Die Hard might be one of the most perfect movies cinematically across the board. But if I was to make a movie, almost everything about Mystery Men, I was like, oh my goodness, I would do that.
The Invisible Man.
The Invisible Boy who's not
when he's all naked. Right?
There's so many.
If you haven't seen that one, you should watch it too.
That was the only movie that I've seen 4 times in the theater. I actually brought people to see it. I'm like, you gotta go see this.
Which is funny because most people are like, that movie sucked.
Those people shouldn't be. If you're one of those people, find something else to listen to. I don't even need them as viewers right now. There's certain people you just brush off.
Well, you don't need to listen to Timmy, but you can listen to me.
It's kind of like this. I have a shirt that you can buy online. I'm going to do a shameless plug here at TimmyBoyleComedyStore.com that says, if Michael Keaton is not your Batman, keep social distancing. So once COVID's over, there's certain people. You don't like Mystery Men? You don't think Michael Keaton is the best Batman ever? We can keep the social distancing thing going for as long as you need.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the way I look at it. I wanted to, though, after talking about that, it reminded me of the time where I walked outside and my car was gone. Now I didn't.
That's like every day you go to the grocery store, or the time we went to the Kiss concert, or
that's absolutely fair.
Blue Jays game.
I lose my. Wait, did we mention that on
that one time
before?
at IKEA?
Did we mention that one time before on an episode?
That was one of our
newbie
who's
more likely
which is funny because I lose the key and you just lose the car.
I lose the car every time. So at first I thought, so I walked outside. This was years ago. I was in Toronto, and I walked outside and my car wasn't there. But I didn't think anything bad, like it was stolen, because I'm used to walking out.
You thought it got towed?
No, I thought I misparked it somewhere.
Oh yeah, because that's the Timmy thing.
I just don't know where my car is. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. I can walk out of grocery stores and I will do this pause, and MJ immediately will be like, you don't know where we parked, do you? And I'm like, no. We've only been in the grocery store for like 5 minutes.
You know, it's funny. I've actually debated buying garland at Christmas time and wrapping the roof rack of your car because you're tall. And you would be able to look out into the parking lot and see this sparkly garland.
Like a Christmas tree.
You need like sirens and lights on the top.
You think I'm going to notice a little bit of glitter?
That's true.
I'm not a very observant
My
person.
kids make fun of the fact that you don't notice anything.
Like you have kids?
Which is funny because they don't notice when you're there. They go, "Oh, Timmy's here?" Like, he slept over. Like he was here all day yesterday. Where have you been?
Yeah, I'm like a ghost. I always bother my son because I always call him a ghost, but I think that's where he gets it from.
Yeah.
Kind of like,
but that's because he just walks around the corner and goes, so, because you never see him unless he wants something.
That's true.
So
I walk out, my car isn't there. Okay. And I start walking around the streets.
Because maybe you parked on the other street.
Well, because back then, here's the thing: I had to move my car 3 times because I refused to buy a parking permit.
Yeah.
So I would get up at midnight and to move my car to avoid. And one time we were parked in this one spot, and I got ticket after ticket after ticket, and slowly the cars that were around me were all vanishing as people were like, "I'm not paying more tickets," and I'm just like, I've got money in my budget. You just keep. I'm not parking anywhere else.
Like it's the same as paying for parking.
Yeah, right. I'm just paying. So just keep ticketing. Anyways, so I paid all those tickets. By the way, point is, I end up calling the police, and I'm like, hey, like my car has been stolen. Eventually, and they said, how do you know your car has been stolen? And I hate dumb questions in general, but it's the police, so you have to kind of humor them a bit. And I was like, how do I know my car has been stolen?
Because I just spent the last 3 hours wandering the streets looking for it.
Well, I had actually come across it, and so I described it. I said actually, there was glass all around my parking space.
Oh, I was like confused. You came across your car?
I came across the space.
Oh, you came across the
Yeah,
The
and so there was
carnage.
glass all around the parking lot, and I had heard squealing tires the night before, but I didn't think too much of it at that time,
So
right?
can I ask what kind of car this was?
Oh, well, here's the thing. The
You're not
reality
gonna
is,
remember.
well, I don't remember, but I do know this. I knew that I had the best security system possible. It's called crappiness. Like, why would anybody
Oh, I
want
was
to
gonna
steal
say,
my
was
car?
it a crap car?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like literally, that if they wanted my car that bad, they could have come to my house, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey, can I have your car?" And I'd be like, "Sure." Like you didn't have
I'll
to
give
go.
you 3 days before I call.
You didn't have to go through all that work. So I say there's squealing tires, there's glass on the ground, and there's this pause, and then they asked, for them to, how do you spell squealing? And I'm just like, who am I dealing with here? Like that's not even my car isn't here.
SKW.
So he goes away. He takes down my information, right? And comes back a little while later and says that they pretty sure my car has been stolen. And I don't know what they're discussing, on the thing. Like I told them that, and so I don't know what information they gathered in those first few minutes. But clearly, like Nancy Drew I'm working with here, or actually,
Drew Nancy.
I actually called the officer Nancy Drew. It turns out it was a man it was a very awkward moment. His voice was a little bit on the high side. But the point is that eventually they got all my information. They said they'd call me back. A half hour later, the phone rings, and they say, we've got good news and bad news. Now, I'm one of those people that always wants, I like the bad news first. Right? A lot of people want to hear the good news, but I want the bad news. So I say bad news, but do you know which one he told me?
The good news.
Yeah, the good news, right? Because it's the only question in the world that no matter which one you pick.
Because if they give you the bad news first, then they've already
Then
given
why
you the
ask
good
the
news.
question? Why
Because
ask
let
the
me guess, the good news was that they found your car.
The good news, yes, they found my car.
But listen, if they didn't tell you the good news and they started with the bad news, then you would have already known that they found your car.
Right. But how would that be bad to the story? I know they found my car.
Well, they should just say bad news.
Yeah, exactly. My point is, it's a useless question.
Oh, it's
just,
useless
just
phrase.
Tell me,
Okay.
Just tell me what you're going to tell me. So they say they found my car. Okay. Now they'd only been on for a half hour. So you're asking, how did they find your car in a half hour? Here's what happened. True story. Follow me here. If you're listening in the podcast world, you're gonna have to go onto YouTube to really get this picture. But basically, my fingers are like 2 inches apart. And what happened was the person, it was a man, because they did say somebody saw a witness was there, saw a man flee the scene. A guy stole my car from here, drove it around the corner, and crashed it into 3 parked cars, 3 unmoving vehicles. Now, look, I am not a mastermind in the criminal underworld, okay? I am just sitting there saying, if by chance, children, if you're listening to this podcast, which I think we have an 18+ law, you can't.
If you're listening, shut it off.
Yeah, pass this on. If maybe you're advanced in age and you're looking for a job change, because of COVID, and you're thinking, maybe I'd go into car thievery. Maybe that's a route I'd like to take. There's some money in it.
You better know how to drive a car.
Right? Exactly, right? A little bit of quality control, just like that's the number one rule.
Get a bicycle next time.
Right? Like can you imagine somebody going into the boss of the criminal underworld and be like, hey, I'd like to apply. I'd like to be a pickpocket. And they're like, okay, do you have fingers? And it's like, no. It's like, what? Like, then you can't be a pickpocket if you don't have fingers. Like, just a little bit.
I have teeth.
Yeah,
they
that
run
becomes
around
a little
biting
bit obvious.
everybody.
So here's the thing. So I'm really ticked off by the whole thing. And then they say this. So they say that one man was seen fleeing the scene, and my driver's side window has been smashed in. My passenger side window has been smashed in, and the front end of my car has been almost accordioned. Okay. Now, in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, hold on one second. One person was seen stealing my car. I understand fully why one person would smash my driver's side window, because you need access to the steering wheel. But then I'm racking my head over going, well, hold on one second. Why in the world would one man also feel the need to smash my driver's side window? Like, it's either like somebody who is like just a gratuitous, destructive individual.
But did they smash it prior to the accident? Or did they just smash the driver's window, climb in, and then the other windows got smashed when he wrecked the cars?
Well, I would think that because the front window wasn't smashed, that it was a smash in prior to the thing. Either. So here's what I told the guy. I don't know.
I've never stole or wrecked
I don't
cars,
know
so.
how it all works. All I know is that I had this light bulb moment, and I was like, okay, I don't know how this all played out, but clearly the man who stole my car was British because he went to the other window first, smashed it. So now we've narrowed it down.
That would make sense why he hit the cars, because he was trying to drive on the other side of the road.
Right? So I thought I'd broken the case wide open.
Or Australian. Don't they drive on the other side in Australia
I
too?
don't know. I live in
Well, their
Sterling.
toilets go the other way.
No, they don't. We actually had an Australian comic on calling comedians in quarantine, and we went. Oh no, it wasn't him. Yeah, we did. We checked out his toilet.
Yeah, and it was clogged.
I think it spun the wrong way, or the other way. Anyways, my point is that I thought I had figured this whole thing out. The cop apparently wasn't impressed with my sleuthiness.
So did you get insurance all covered and you got another car? It was all good?
No, I don't even know, because the car was worthless. And so I ended up buying another car off of somebody else's lawn. It was a long string of buying cars off of people's lawns. So anyways, that was a true story. My car was stolen. Very unsettling, but I think I could be a policeman after that, though, because I'm pretty sure I put together some pieces to solve the thing.
Well, I had my car stolen once, and I will tell you, the police were no help in that matter.
No?
No.
Have you ever stolen? Have you ever stolen a car?
No, but that's what they were trying to say. They
Yeah.
were trying to say that I stole the car.
I've never stolen a car, but apparently it's not that difficult, because the guy who stole my car clearly wasn't all there. So.
Well, yeah, I do you cross wires like they do in the movies? Like,
I don't know.
I would tell you,
how about a Teaching Timmy segment on one of these episodes? Teaching Timmy.
we
how to
don't have the
hotwire a
right.
car.
We don't have the right people in here. I don't know how to do that.
All right.
Go to
If you know
YouTube.
how to hotwire a car, drop us a line.
Yes.
Let's close off today's episode.
Yes, I'm excited. What is this midnight thrill?
Okay,
Timmy's
the midnight thrill. So we were putting all of this stuff is all piecing together, and I thought about, after watching Dude, Where's My Car, and my car being stolen, you get these moments of like something weird and crazy happens, and then afterwards you're kind of like, you look back on it and you're like, wow.
Were you abducted?
That was a little odd. I wasn't abducted. But if I get abducted, I want 5 of those leather-bound, latex-bound women.
If you give us the continuum transfunctioner, we will give you oral pleasure.
Right? Why isn't that happen in life?
You need the continuum transfunctioner.
We're going to end this show here. We have a few minutes left. So for those of you who don't know, I am an author. Inside Timmy's Mind. You can get that through timmyboylecomedystore.com, or just drop me a line, save yourself some extra costs there, and order it from me directly, and then I'll be able to sign it for you. But I was thinking in particular about Dude, Where's My Car, and about waking up the next day and realizing that something amazing had happened the night before. And they didn't remember it. But in my case, I remembered it. But waking up is what stopped the amazingness. So so we're going to close off today with a story from my book, Inside Timmy's Mind.
That's kind of sad.
It's called Midnight Thrill.
It stopped when you woke up.
It is. So here we go. This is it. And with this, we close.
On with the show. This is it.
This morning, I got up bright and early. Okay, so it wasn't exactly bright, but it was early for me. It was 7 a.m. I was thoroughly disappointed when my alarm went off. But not because it was 7 a.m. or that it was still dark outside, or even that it was ice cold in my room. I was peeved that yet another great dream had been cut off midstream. I hate that. And it happens far too often. Just when things are getting good in dreamland, beep, beep, beep. Actually, my alarm doesn't beep. I use my cell phone, and it plays a tune called Memory. It's a pleasant little ditty, but I'm thinking about replacing it with the A-Team theme song very shortly. Anyway, just prior to being raised from the dead of sleep, I was having one of the most incredibly awesome dreams ever. But sadly and ironically, as memory started to play, the memory of my dream began to fade. So unfortunately, I can't explain all the details to you. However, I'm able to recall most of it. The story seemed to revolve around free-range chickens, Abe Lincoln, and a road trip to Kamloops, BC. Now you understand why I'm upset. I mean, seriously, who wouldn't want to know how that ended? But there's no use crying about it, because my alarm did go off for a reason. I had something to do, an important thing, a thing that would make missing the end of an epic dream worthwhile. What thing, you ask? Was I going to meet Ben Stiller? Nope. Heading off on a Caribbean cruise? Nope. Buying new furniture from IKEA? Nope. So then what was this awesome reality that would ultimately replace my awesome dream? It was this. I had to clean my back deck before the roofers arrived. That's right. You heard me. No one will ever know if Abe and I safely arrived in Kamloops because I had to clean my deck. Stupid roofers. How frustrating. Now I will never know if the chickens were really secret agents, which I was beginning to suspect. I will never know if Abe was just using me to get close to Ben Stiller, which I also was beginning to suspect. And I will never know if the man in black who was following us was an assassin or just going to Kamloops as well. This is killing me. There was so much left unsaid. Why would Abe never take his hat off? What was he hiding? Why was the chicken that we knew as Carl carrying a passport that read Henry? And where did the kilt-wearing blonde girl from the McDonald's disappear to? So many questions. Would the 18-foot silver girdle turn out to be just a myth? What does sweet honey when the moon rises to the north mean? And why did Abe kill the person who said it? How did the monkey in the Spider-Man mask crack the safe's combination so quickly? I have so few answers. Why did the raspberry smoothie taste like lemon? How did the man in the black survive the crash? I saw his car explode in flames after we ran him off the road during the long, winding chase through the mountains. And whatever happened to the suitcase that was once handcuffed to Carl's leg? So much mystery still left to be unraveled. Why did that small-town gas attendant slip a pack of smokes into my hand and whisper 3694? Would anyone ever find the all-important corner piece to the ancient map? And for goodness sake, who the heck was Thomas? What a thriller. But now I guess I'll never know how it ends. That's like my dude, where's my car story. It's like, dude, where's the ending?
I'm just like stuck on the fact that Carl probably isn't a chicken. It's probably a hen, and that's why his name's Henry.
But I'm ching. High five.
High five.
High five. All right, there was our crazy night out. Shared a dream, shared a story about a crazy
Our
night
night out day.
Our night out day
Yes.
down in LA. So many interesting stories. And I can't imagine what my life would be like if I smoked pot once in a while. Right?
I
Do you
can't
get dreams like that?
imagine what my life would be like if I
Do you get
didn't
cannabis
smoke pot
infused
once in a while.
dreams like that?
I actually don't dream.
Okay.
Which is weird
All right.
because we both have the Fitbit and I get about 20% REM every night.
Yeah, and I get about 6.
And I say I don't
and I still
dream.
get stuff like this. Anyways, inside
Yeah.
Timmy's mind. All right, let's wrap this thing up, shall we?
All right.
Let's get out of these.
Get a bow.
I'm so hot in this suit.
I know
Right?
you are hot in that suit.
Thank you very much. As are you.
I'm not wearing a suit.
No, but still hot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in next week when we have some more random things that may or may not be true, nor interesting, or not.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
And Timmy will actually change again.
And I will change back into my regular black shirt and blue
Or maybe
jeans.
not. Who knows?
My name's Timmy.
My name's Mary Jane. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. I think we just did it. Cheers.
car size, I'm queen at dawn. Coffee, steam, old vinyl on. Tie-dye sky in a puddle's frame. Bell rings twice, but it sounds like my name. Spinning on this Queen Street carousel. Slow right through the colors where we fell. Laughing in the rain that never ends. Growing up with galaxies in our hands. Oh yeah. Posters peel on a brick cafe. Burnt out rolls spell yesterday. Corner kids trading dreams for change. Every joke soft as every face half strange. Spinning on this cold street carousel. Slow right through the colors where we fell. Laughing in the rain that never ends. Growing up with galaxies in our hands. Did we float or did the houses bend? Was that summer or a message we could send? You traced maps on the back of my sleeve. Said this is home if we want to believe. Standing on this Queen Street carousel. Slow right through the colors where we fell. Laughing in the rain that never ends. Growing up with galaxies in our hands. Streetcar home. Last light low. Footprints fade where the sidewalks glow. If I close my eyes, I'm there again, riding past the same old stop. My friend.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, you're lovely.
Good morning, it's March the 26th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your psychedelics and cannabis news source. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing not too bad. Not too bad. I'm actually doing all right.
Good.
Yeah, exactly. I know I got a rumble going on behind me. I don't know whether our listeners and viewers will hear it, but my sump pump is behind that wall and it's running like every 5 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah. Lots of water in the ground, lots of snow melting, and we got some rain coming. So
ugh.
it's
At
spring.
least it's rain, Al.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And I looked at the long range forecast and I saw a bunch of double-digit highs. I was going, yeah.
Yeah, I head out to Vancouver 2 weeks from tomorrow, and I'm keeping an eye on the weather out there. And they're about 10 degrees ahead of us here, and I'm just excited to go for warmer weather.
Yeah, and probably maybe like when you get back, the weather where you are will be like at home will be much better than when you left.
Yeah, well, I went out this time last year too, and it was the same thing. Like I went out, or maybe it was a couple of years ago. I went out, and I went out to much nicer weather. I'm like looking at all the flowers as it's like snow back home, sending my friends pictures of my feet in the sand as they're sending me pictures of their dog in the snow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Just to remind everybody, hit the like and share button, please, especially if you're on Facebook, because Facebook says that we're bad people because we're spreading information and educational news about cannabis and psychedelics. So they've got us on restrictions, and they don't recommend us anymore because of that. So share away and help spread the news so that everybody can find out what's going on. Because as we saw this morning, a news story popped up on a website that we use often that we didn't see when we were planning for the show, and so we've gone ahead and included it, added it to the broadcast. Going old school.
You get an extra story today, more bang for your buck.
That's right, exactly. So what do you say? You get started on that?
We should probably get started on that. Absolutely. Our first story of the day is coming to us from StratCan, and it says cannabis seeds and clones for Canadian home growers in 2026.
Cannabis home growers are again gearing up for the outdoor growing season, and cannabis nurseries and stores are once again bringing an array of options across Canada. For those buying their seeds and clones from the legal market, there is a growing array of options across most provinces and territories. And just note, Quebec does not allow people to grow their own cannabis at home, so they will not be available in your province.
Yet. But,
well, the Supreme Court has agreed with.
What's that?
The Supreme Court has agreed with them.
Yeah, well, constituents can still speak up. We've changed other rules and laws, so I will stick the yet on the end of that because I know people in Quebec that want to grow, right? We can get that changed for sure.
Yeah.
As the days grow longer and home growers start to organize their gardens, here are a few of the options available. Now, please check your local listings for other options as well. In British Columbia, retailers can carry not only seeds, but also cannabis clones due to the province's direct delivery program, which allows growers to ship products directly to retailers. Life Cycle Botanics, a cannabis nursery on Vancouver Island, has been offering clones on special order through dozens of retailers every spring. And this year they offer 4 varieties with deliveries expected to begin in early April.
The BC Cannabis Store website lists a handful of seeds from companies like Bag Seed Co., Kootenay Aeroponics, and Weathered Islands, as do numerous private retailers. In Alberta, retailers offer several options, from Freedom Cannabis's 5-pack of cannabis seeds like Silver Haze and Painted Lady CBD, along with Weathered Islands, Tiki Madman, and others. Alberta's first farm gate store, Guerrilla Gardens, also tells StratCan they plan to carry clones later this year.
Nice. In Saskatchewan, home growers can find seeds from companies like Encore Seeds, 34th Street, and Bag Seed Company. In Manitoba, which began allowing people to go grow cannabis just in 2024. Retailers carry seeds from companies like 410 Farms, Always High, Toba Grown, which is a great company, and Great Gardener.
Correct. The Ontario Cannabis Store currently lists about 30 different cannabis seeds with 4 to 6 seeds each, with from companies like Weathered Island, Green Rose Seeds, Electric Genetics, and 34th Street Seed Company, while the BC Cannabis Store lists around 10. Now, in 2025, Kingston Cannabis Inc. in Ontario, a producer that operates a farm gate store in Kingston, began offering clones as well. The company currently carries plants from fellow producer toke, another farm gate operator in the province. Royal Cannabis Supply Company has also recently listed clones online.
Beautiful. In New Brunswick, Cannabis New Brunswick offers at least 10 different cannabis seed SKUs on its website. The provincial organization also hosts several industry and public-facing events in New Brunswick, including direct-to-consumer sales of clones from several local growers. Last year, friends of mine got some of those clones, and we are using them now. They're really great. Using the cannabis now, not the clones, obviously. Many of those growers also operate farm gate stores in the province with clones as an option in the late spring. Wildwood Flowers, the flower shop, says it plans to begin offering clones from Green Rose Farms in the upcoming months. Another farm gate store in the province, Eco Canadian Organic, which I have visited, tells Strachan that they will be carrying clones again this year from strain hunters.
Oh, strain hunters. Wow.
Mm.
There they are in the package, eh? You see that picture there. The NSLC Nova Scotia Provincial Cannabis Retailer lists several seeds online from 34th Street, but does not currently list any clones. PEI Cannabis currently lists about 10 different cannabis seed SKUs in its online store from companies like Green Rose Seeds, a Humboldt Seed Company, and 34th Street, including multi-packs and feminized seeds.
Beautiful. The NLC in Newfoundland and Labrador currently lists 3 different seed SKUs as coming soon with the onset of warmer days, presumably. Private retailers in the province also list seeds from brands like Green Rose Seeds. In the Yukon, some retailers list seeds from brands like Pristine Seeds, Humboldt, 34th Street, and Dutch Passion. Wow.
Yeah. So, you know, a lot of people like to get their clones from their friends, so on and so forth, somebody that they know. For those people who don't know where they can get some clones or some seeds, some people this could be plan B, some place to get them instead of, over the years I've seen people say, hey, you got any clones? It's, here it is the middle of July and they've been looking for months. They haven't been able to find anything. So, yeah. And I see our viewer, Ben agrees. Yeah, local growers. So there you go. So that's an option, right?
It is.
And, that's sort of been something that you don't hear about too often is the seeds and the clones. And, thought maybe we bring that up, bring that to everybody's attention. And
Yeah.
I know it's going to come up in another story later on as well. Like just in a very small little bit, not
Yeah.
like that.
It is that time of year. Most people do outdoor growing only. So here we go. The government's getting in on it. I look forward to the day that they respect the fact that there are indoor growers as well and have the seeds all year round.
Yeah.
Just the
All
next
right.
step.
From that story, we're going to move on to the next one. And the headline here from Stratcan, once again, it says, don't leave money on the table. Medical cannabis patients tax breaks. Tax season has a way of creeping up on Canadians, and for thousands of registered medical cannabis patients, it can often arrive with a largely unclaimed benefit. Despite the Canada Revenue Agency having recognized prescribed cannabis as an eligible medical expense for years, patient advocates and clinicians consistently report that many medical users have no idea that they can claim it. Given that medical cannabis still lacks a DIN number and there is therefore excluded from the most of the private insurance plans, this tax credit may represent the only financial relief many patients receive. Now, who qualifies? To claim medical cannabis as an expense, you need a valid medical document, which is essentially, but not technically a prescription, from a healthcare practitioner authorized to issue one in your province. You also need to have purchased your cannabis for medical purposes from a licensed producer with which you are registered. If both of these conditions are met, you are eligible. Now, something important to note is that cannabis purchased at a standard adult use retail store does not qualify, even if you're using it to manage medical condition. Now, the CRA draws a firm line that the purchase must trace back to a licensed seller and a valid medical authorization. Now, what can you claim? Now, eligible expenses include amounts paid for dried or fresh cannabis, oils, plants, seeds, and related products purchased for medical purposes from your LP. If you hold a personal production registration from Health Canada and grow your own medicine, seeds are claimable. The cost of for soil, nutrients, grow lights, pots, and electricity do not qualify. You cannot claim them. If you are unsure what falls within the eligible growing costs for your specific situation, they say it's worth consulting a tax professional. Now, one nuance worth knowing is that certain Health Canada approved medical vaporizers are considered medical devices and are therefore claimable. Medical cannabis qualifies under the medical expense tax credit, which is a non-refundable federal tax credit. You can claim the total amount of eligible medical cannabis in any 12-month period ending in the current tax year, minus the lesser of 3% of your net income or the fixed federal threshold, which for the 2025 year was $2,800. Now, how do you file? Well, you got to gather up all your receipts from your LP, and then they say that most licensed producers make these available through your online account or via email. Now, add the total to any other eligible medical expenses you plan to claim, then enter the combined figure in your T1 return. You do not need to attach your receipts from the filing when you file, but the CRA strongly recommends keeping them for at least 6 years. Now, medical expense claims draw scrutiny, and if any audit comes your way, documentation is everything, so 6 years. It's also worth noting that medical expenses do not have to align with the calendar year. You can claim any 12-month period that ends in the tax year. Now, if in couples, it often makes financial sense for the lower income partner to claim medical expenses, since a lower income means a lower threshold and more of the expense becoming claimable. So there you go, Cindy. As you've been talked about many times here on the show, you get your cannabis through a licensed producer. I don't know how the setup is a VAC. Well, obviously, you still got to pay for some. So you'll have some medical cannabis that you would be able to claim.
Yeah, I've I've done this for years, actually.
Yeah.
It's being somebody who's been on medical cannabis for years. Before I was with VAC, I claimed it all. I was on a disability claim as well, so it really didn't do anything for me, but I still claimed it just because I could. I've, knock wood, never been asked to back that up. Although, everything is, with a licensed producer anyway, right? And yeah, with VAC, they pay for half of my prescription right now, so I can still claim the other half. And it gives you like a pretty good tax break, as any medical expense does. and just watch what you're claiming, because, if they decide to audit you, you do have to prove everything. So, don't try to squeeze in the stuff that they say you can't. Like, just don't. The audit is no fun anyway, especially if you do something wrong. And so get a tax professional to do it for you and let them ask their questions and be honest. But yeah, if you're paying taxes through income tax, it can help give you a good break.
Yeah, exactly. So it can help out. Everything helps out, and this is something like you said, people have been able to do it for a while. But a lot, as the article mentions, a lot of people don't know. They're not aware of it.
No idea. Yeah, it was actually, I was on a provincial disability claim, and they're the ones that told me about it. That I could claim my medical, where it was a prescription medical expense. It was, this is what you do. So the tax people didn't know, but the provincial, local disability / social services office knew.
Good.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. We shall move on.
Absolutely. I'm gonna click some buttons here. We're gonna head on to the next story, which is coming to us from Ganjapreneur. Federal bill in the United States would give state legal cannabis companies access to banking services. Whew, that's a big one. A long-standing issue in the United States cannabis industry may finally be inching towards resolution: access to banking. According to Ganjapreneur, federal lawmakers have introduced legislation that would allow cannabis businesses operating legally under state laws to access traditional financial services, something that has remained largely out of reach due to federal prohibition. Even in states where cannabis is fully legal, many companies are still forced to operate on a largely cash basis. That's because banks and financial institutions are regulated at the federal level, where cannabis is still classified as an illegal substance. The proposed bill would create protections for banks, ensuring that they can work with cannabis companies without fear of federal penalties. Supporters say this is a critical step for both safety and transparency. And this affects more than just the United States. It'll affect our banking as well up here in Canada. Handling large amounts of cash creates a lot of obvious risks, including theft, fraud, and difficulties tracking transactions. One industry advocate has previously described the situation as a public safety issue hiding in plain sight. Access to banking would also allow cannabis businesses to obtain loans, process payroll way more easily, and integrate into broader economy like any other regulated industry. While similar bills have been introduced in the past, progress has often stalled in Congress. Still, the momentum appears to be building as more states legalize cannabis and the economic footprint of the industry continues to grow. If passed, the legislation could mark a major turning point, bringing one of the fastest growing industries in North America out of financial isolation and into the mainstream banking system. Well, Al, what do you think about that?
I think it's just going to be added on to the long struggle that goes on for these businesses, and for them to do something about it. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
They don't mind these businesses having to carry all this cash. Like
there's so much going on there. There is, like when you take your cash, you got to carry your cash. Then you have to beyond trust your employees. Like they talk about not being able to follow all the transactions, and that's true. So you really got to be able to trust your employees that it's going into the cash register and not into pockets.
Stores got to have a vault just for the cash.
Yeah, there's so much that goes on with it, not just that stuff, but as they said in the article, loans and payroll. And this is something that will affect many states across the country, both recreational and medicinal dispensaries.
Yeah,
exactly. And it'll affect dealings with other countries such as Canada and Mexico. So yeah, I they're desperately trying to find a way. Desperately.
Come on. Excuse me. All righty. From there, we're going to move on to our next story. And this one is coming to us from Leafly, and the headline on it says medical cannabis provides anxiety relief for 94% of the patients. A new study published in the journal Nature Scientific Reports has found that the consumption of legal cannabis is associated with notable reductions in levels of daily anxiety, with 93.5% of participants reporting symptom relief. Researchers from Florida Gulf Coast University tracked 416 medical cannabis patients over 45 days, finding that cannabis demonstrated the largest anxiety relief when compared to other substances and activities, including alcohol, medication, exercise, and meditation. The findings come as the current anxiety treatments, such as benzos, face increasing scrutiny for harmful side effects and addiction risks. At the start of the study, all the participants completed the Hamilton Anxiety Rating Scale. It's a survey, a standardized tool for measuring anxiety. Now, the average score of all the participants was 29.58, placing them in the moderate to severe anxiety category. Participants were also asked to complete a questionnaire on their current and past cannabis and other substances use and how this use affected their anxiety. They were asked which sort of cannabis products they used and how they used it. The cohort was then tracked electronically for 45 days, during which time they received daily text messages at a prearranged time. In the message, a link to the questionnaire probed participants on their level of anxiety before and after using their medical cannabis, their cannabis use of the day, and they asked them to provide information on any of the activities that they engaged in. The findings showed that nearly all participants found relief from their symptoms of anxiety after using medical cannabis. 93.5% found cannabis to help them, and 4.4% found no change in their anxiety after using cannabis, and 2.1% found medical cannabis to exacerbate their symptoms. When compared to other substances and activities recorded by the cohort, cannabis was shown to have the biggest positive effect on symptoms of anxiety. Now, they say age, sex, and race were not shown to have effect on how anxiety was treated by the medical cannabis. And the researchers found that overall, cannabis has demonstrated its ability to reduce symptoms of cannabis over a prolonged period of time. Although in those who were more experienced with cannabis, the effects appeared to have diminished slightly over time. Now, there you go, Cindy. But yet again, more studies showing that cannabis can help out with anxiety. When I read that, and read about that, I think back, like 25, 30 years ago, on some of the things that I used to do. And that I used to always, at that time, I was smoking oil. And I would have an oiler, smoke a spliff before I went and did something, just to calm things down, and not even thinking I was using it medicinally, but I was, and because back then I didn't have Crohn's, and cannabis was just something occasionally that I smoked.
Yeah. Yeah. And you find, like, I mean, one of the jokes that one of the memes that I see going around about cannabis users hanging out specifically with non-cannabis users is, it's the non-cannabis users making a joke that, yeah, I invite my friend Joe to come with me, but he's always got to stop and smoke a joint first. And that's true. Like, I mean, I'm the same way. If I'm going to go out to a social event, I mean, like I'm hitting the bong or smoking a joint before I go. And it's to help with the social anxiety.
There you go.
And it works well.
Yeah, exactly. It helps. There's no doubt about that.
It does.
That in my mind. So.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
We got what? One more story, and then we go to break. Yeah.
One more story, and then we hit break for sure. Okay. Yep. Our last story before break is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Local officials in Washington approved measures to deprioritize psychedelic enforcement. That's kind of neat. A local government in Washington state is taking steps towards a softer approach on psychedelics without fully legalizing them. According to Marijuana Moment, officials have approved a measure that would deprioritize law enforcement efforts related to psychedelic substances, including psilocybin. This means that while psychedelics remained illegal under state and federal law, police and prosecutors are being directed to treat enforcement of these offenses as low priority, focusing resources instead on more serious crimes. Supporters of the measures say it reflects shifting public attitudes and growing scientific evidence around the therapeutic potential of psychedelics. Many advocates argue that criminalizing personal use diverts resources away from far more pressing public safety concerns. The approach mirrors similar policies adopted in cities like Seattle and Denver, where local governments have moved to reduce penalties or deprioritize enforcement for certain plant-based substances. Critics, however, caution that deprioritization can create confusion. Since the substances remain technically illegal, they argue that clearer regulatory frameworks are needed rather than piecemeal enforcement changes. Still, the move signals a broader trend. Psychedelics are increasingly being viewed through a public health and research lens rather than purely a criminal one. While not legalization, measures like this often serve as early indicators of where policy may head next. And I'm hoping that it's a bright light that is shining on legalization from this.
Yes, exactly. It's a start, right? They deprioritize it. They did that with cannabis in certain spots in the States. And now places are doing it with psychedelics. Now, they also state in the article that this does not mean to encourage driving under the influence or using these psychedelics in public places, selling them to people, or commercially manufacturing. It's just like if you get caught with some,
they'll take it and go, "Oh, bad person."
Yeah, or maybe ignored. Maybe you'll get something else instead, or depends on the situation where you're involved in. So it's good to see. Like I say, it's a opportunity to eventually get to that point of legalization, because when it becomes a low priority and people see that the sky hasn't fallen, they become more open to things like that. So.
Yep.
All right. Anything else on that story before we go to break?
I don't think so. I think it's time for break.
Think it's time for break. All right. That's it. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having enough someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, and you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Cindy, we have 4 more stories to go. Some stuff on alcohol, tobacco, as well as some information on cannabis sales here in the country. And one interesting story about the fact that if you get the group together with your friends, 3 or 4 of your friends, and you share doobies, that you are a criminal. You are a criminal organization. So we'll get into that during the second half of the show. Find out what that's about. We had a couple friends over last weekend. We're out on the deck smoking doobies. There was 4 of us out there.
You could be in trouble. I wouldn't admit that on TV.
Yeah, I wouldn't admit that either. All right, so we'll get started with the first story since coming back from the break, and it's coming to us from StratCan. The headline on that says that Canadian cannabis sales licensed space up as extracts and edibles gain market share. The latest sales and inventory figures from Health Canada indicate that total cannabis sales in the medical and recreational markets were up 23% in the third quarter of 2025 compared to the third quarter of 2024. Now, dried cannabis continued to account for the largest share of total of medical and non-medical sales at 48%. That's almost 13 million units. Although its overall share continues to shrink from 50% in the second quarter of 2025 and 51% from the third quarter of 2024. Now, the second largest cannabis product category after dried cannabis flower was the extracts at 28%, which includes the fast-growing vape pen category. This was up from 25% in the previous quarter and 24% year over year. Now, for non-medical sales, edible cannabis was the third largest product category at 24% of the market share, which is down 1% from 25% in the previous quarter. Now, sales of dried cannabis, edibles, and extracts for non-medical purposes were up quarter over quarter and year over year in July, August, and September. Cannabis topicals, sales, seeds, and sales of vegetative plants, clones, as we mentioned earlier, were up year over year, but down from the previous quarter. Now, for medical sales of dried cannabis for medical purposes, they declined by 5% quarter over quarter and 16% year over year. Sales for edible cannabis in the medical cannabis stream were up significantly at 29% compared to the third quarter of 2024 and up 6.2% from the second quarter of 2025. Topical sales remained essentially flat compared to the prior 3 months, but showed robust 15% growth compared to the previous year. Now, cannabis extracts saw moderate year-over-year growth of 10%, but they declined by 4% in the most recent 3 months. And the sales of cannabis plants through the medical stream were down 54% compared to the previous quarter. They were up by 53% year over year. For retail sales, retail cannabis sales in Canada in January 2026 were $466 million, which is a 6% year over year, but down 8% from December of the previous month. So there you go, Cindy. Some numbers, some medical cannabis numbers in there as well, stating on how they're going. I just don't have them right there in front of me. But yeah, the plants end of things, saying that maybe they're down right now, but year over year they're up. And I'm thinking, like, we're still sort of. I've never seen any plants for sale, and being I'm not with a licensed producer, so I wouldn't go to their website to even see them.
Yeah. I take a look at these numbers, and like it says, the sale of dried cannabis for medical purposes has declined by 5% per quarter, but everything else has seemed to have gone up, even if it's only a 0.1% growth, like as we saw in topicals. Everything else is up. This is showing me that medical people are seeing the benefit in the oils, in the tinctures, and the edibles for longer lasting pain relief.
Yeah.
And with a growing population, an aging population that gets into the medical cannabis, and the other thing I would have liked to have seen in this article is the understanding that even though we have stuff bought under the medical regime and stuff bought under the recreational regime, most of what's being bought over here under the recreational regime, I mean, I still go to the stores. Like, oh look, I don't want to roll my joints today. I'm gonna go buy some pre-rolls.
Yeah, I'm the same way. If I go to buy something that I don't produce myself, that I can't do myself, that's the same thing. I'm using it for medical purposes, but it would go underneath the retail end of things.
Yeah, exactly. So I say that there's got to be a percentage under that retail or recreational side that is most definitely, by the people who have prescriptions. And, I would almost like to see a poll to see where that's sitting on average.
It'd be nice, eh? Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Because there's more than just you and I doing that. There's tons of people. So
exactly. All righty, on to the next story we go.
For sure. And this one is coming to us from LymeDisease.org. It's a good time of year to remind people that, we have ticks, and here in Nova Scotia, they run flippin' rampant. So this story caught my eye for that reason. Psilocybin from psychedelic mushrooms may help persistent Lyme disease. Researchers and patient advocates are beginning to explore whether psychedelics could offer relief for individuals living with persistent Lyme disease, a condition that can cause long-term neurological and physical symptoms even after the standard treatments. According to a report from LymeDisease.org, some patients are turning to psilocybin in an effort to manage symptoms such as chronic pain, depression, fatigue, and cognitive difficulties, often referred to as brain fog. While formal clinical research in this specific area is still limited, anecdotal reports suggest that psilocybin may help some individuals improve their mood, their mental clarity, and overall quality of life. Scientists are particularly interested in psilocybin's effects on the neural inflammation and brain connectivity. Persistent Lyme disease is believed by some researchers to involve inflammatory processes in the nervous system. And psychedelics are being studied for the potential anti-inflammatory and neuroplastic effects. However, experts caution that evidence is still emerging and controlled clinical trials are needed to determine safety, effectiveness, and appropriate treatment protocols. Real-world evidence is a little different. The article also highlights the reality that many patients with persistent Lyme disease struggle to find effective treatments with conventional medicine, leading them to explore alternative approaches. As psychedelic research expands, conditions like persistent Lyme disease may become part of future investigations. I sure hope so, especially as scientists look beyond traditional psychiatric applications and into broader neurological and inflammatory disorders. Al, I also know that psilocybin from the psychedelic mushrooms work wonders in helping people fight migraines and relieve that pain.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I was reading through there with you, and some of the results were quite impressive. No serious adverse events. 100% study completion rate. No patients dropped out during that. Broad improvements in fatigue, depression, pain, and sleep quality.
Yeah.
Quality
Yeah.
of life improvements for sure.
Yeah. I've been watching, I've been working with psilocybin for a number of years now. And when I first got into working with psilocybin, I had really bad rotator cuff injuries, more so on the right side than on the left. And I had, somebody had given me some golden teacher tincture, which they said, it'll help with the swelling and whatnot. So as I'm taking it one night, I looked at my cannabis lotion and I thought, and I wonder if it would help. So I took some cannabis lotion, I added some psilocybin tincture, and that is what helped the swelling go down in my shoulders. So yeah, psilocybin has more than just the neuroplastic brain healing, emotion, mental health healing aspects to it. There's some pain killing, as I've seen with friends. So real world, things that I've seen. Killing their migraines. It helps me personally with my pain. So yeah, it's really nice to see that people are catching up on that.
It just never ends. The benefits.
It's amazing.
It is. It really is. So.
Yeah.
All righty. From that story, we're going to move on to one that we know this. We know this as just from our own life experiences, but seeing something in a report sometimes helps to verify things in some people. So here we go. Our next story. It comes to us from Leafy. And the headline there, come on, switch over. There you go. The headline there says, alcohol and tobacco cause more harm than cannabis. Alcohol causes more harm to society than any other drug in Canada, ranking far above tobacco, opioids, cocaine, meth, and cannabis, according to a landmark scientific assessment published in the Journal of Psychopharmacology. The study, led by researchers at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, CAMH, as a lot of people know it as, marks the first time multi-criteria decision analysis has been used to assess drug harms across Canada comprehensively. A national panel of 20 experts from 6 provinces evaluated 16 of the most commonly used psychoactive substances across 16 types of harm, considering both damage to users and wider societal impacts. Alcohol received an overall harm rating of 79 out of 100, which is significantly higher than tobacco at 45. Non-prescription opioids at 33, cocaine was 19, meth was 19, and cannabis had a rating of 15. Now, according to J.F. Bolt, who is the senior policy advisor and lead author of the study, says that when we look at harm to people who use drugs and harm to others together, alcohol clearly stands out. Our findings highlight a major gap between the harms linked to alcohol and the way it is currently regulated in Canada. Now, another doctor, Dr. Relm, they're a senior author and scientist at the Institute for Mental Health Policy Research, explained that the scores reflect population level harm rather than individual risks. They say that some substances, including opioids, cocaine, and meth, rank very high, even though far fewer people use them because the harms are so severe. He says alcohol combines serious harms with very widespread use, which is why it causes the greatest total harm in Canada. Now, the 2-day decision conference brought together experts from diverse fields, including addiction, medicine, epidemiology, clinical psychology, public health advocacy, and harm reduction. The first scored each drug on a scale of 0 to 100 for each type of harm. Then they weighed the relative importance of each harm category before combining the scores. The 16 types of harm evaluated included short and long-term physical and mental health effects, social harms, such as loss of relationships and employment, and wider impacts, including economic costs, environmental damage, and international consequences. The study noted that while some illegal drugs scored lower overall due to lower prevalences of use, prohibition itself creates additional harms. These include an unregulated supply in which content and potency are variable, as well as risky consumption patterns, such as using alone or sharing equipment. The Canadian research team acknowledged several limitations, including that household surveys may significantly underestimate the prevalence of harmful and dependent drinking, and that the study focused solely on harms without accounting for potential benefits substances might have to the individuals or society as a whole. Nevertheless, they concluded that the findings underscore a failure to adopt policies to address alcohol-related harms despite the known health harms and the existence of proven policy measures. So there's another study, Cindy, that takes the total of everything and shows that alcohol is still the worst drug, because this was done in the UK by a Dr. McNutt, and he said the same thing after his evaluation, that alcohol caused the most damage to society, not only to the person, but collateral damage, how so many people were affected by it.
Yeah. It's I noticed that the top three were alcohol, cigarettes, and prescription drugs. The top three are things that are legal, and they're things that people barely bat an eye for. Like, I mean, if you see somebody like smoking outside a store, like nobody says anything to that person.
No.
They just walk by because it's legal. Now, if that person was smoking a joint, even though here in Canada it's legal, there's still, excuse my language, a fuck ton of stigma.
Mhm.
So if that were me sitting outside smoking a joint, I'd get all kinds of everything. But there's very few people that'll say something to a cigarette smoker.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There are bars all over the place. There are legal consumption sites for alcoholics everywhere.
Oh, for sure. Safe consumption sites is what they are.
Yes, they are a safe consumption site for alcoholics. And even that safe consumption site, if the person is deemed too drunk, they're not looked after. They're cut off and kicked out. And what is that going to do to an alcoholic? That's going to piss them off. And what are they going to do? They're going to go take it out on loved ones. They're going to buy black market alcohol, somebody's moonshine from their basement, because there are still all kinds of those people out there too.
Yeah, oh yeah. Or something gets destroyed on the way home.
Yep.
Property,
So, I mean, that's what happens with alcohol. Tobacco is another highly addictive substance.
Yeah.
And like, Lord knows, I could tell you the stories about what I did to get cigarettes back in the day, that I'm completely and utterly ashamed about. And then, then there's prescription meds, which are way easier to get, Like you just put together your, and with me, like, sadly, I didn't even need a story. I just went in, I have this pain, I have that pain, I have this mental injury, I have that mental injury. And they just kept throwing drugs at me. Here you go. Have this. Oh, I've got side effects from this. Okay, we'll take these two. That'll get the side effects away. Well, now I have this. Well, here's more drugs for you. And next thing you know, I'm taking piles of drugs 3 times a day legally.
Correct. Exactly.
Right. Yep. So, yeah. And, and I understand that, fentanyl on the street is, if you look at one thing if you look at one person, the worst thing they can do is fentanyl that can kill them. But that's illegal. It's harder to get, so that's why they say alcohol is the worst, because once you hit a certain age here in Canada, depending on what province you're in, you can walk in the store and buy it. Nobody's going to
available. The availability. Yeah. The availability makes it.
Yeah. And then you get drunk, and then you get addicted, and then it is definitely the gateway drug.
Yeah. All righty. On to our last story of the day.
Yes, our last story of the day is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. The headline on this one kind of made me chuckle. People who regularly gather to smoke cannabis with their friends could be deemed a criminal gang and deported under the House bill, Congresswoman warns. So interesting. Don't go down to the United States and gather with friends, apparently. A controversial proposal in the United States is raising alarms among cannabis advocates and civil liberties groups. According to Marijuana Moment, a member of Congress is warning that a new House bill could have unintended consequences, including the possibility that people who regularly gather to use cannabis could be classified as part of a criminal gang under certain legal definitions. The concern is tied to how the legislation defines gang activity in relation to controlled substances. Because cannabis remains illegal at the federal level, even in states where it is legal, some interpretations could potentially sweep in otherwise lawful behavior. Critics argue that such a definition could disappropriately impact immigrants who may face severe consequences, including deportation, if accused of gang affiliation under federal law. One lawmaker described the risk as deeply concerning, warning that ordinary social behavior could be mischaracterized in ways that carry serious legal consequences. Supporters of the bill say it is intended to target organized crime networks, not casual cannabis users. However, advocates say vague language in legislation can sometimes lead to broader enforcement than originally intended. The situation highlights an ongoing tension in U.S. cannabis policy. While legalization continues to expand at state level, federal law has not fully caught up, creating legal gray areas that can have real-world consequences. For now, the bill remains under discussion. It's going to be an interesting one. But the debate underscores how cannabis policy can intersect with broader issues like criminal justice and immigration enforcement. Well, Al, what do you think of that one?
I think that's about as absurd as excessive cannabis smoke law that goes on in Arizona. Like, come on. Like, this is just ridiculous. As Jamie Raskin says here, he says that, for example, the bill states a criminal gang is an ongoing group, club, organization, or association of 5 or more people that has one of its primary purposes of commission, which includes felony drug offense, including felony simple possession for marijuana. This could mean a group of high school kids who regularly gather to smoke cannabis, even in a state where it's lawful, could be deemed a criminal gang. Isn't that how 420 got started? A group of kids getting together? Just being at 420 is around the corner. I thought I'd connect that in there. But this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said at the beginning of the show, hanging out with your friends out front or on the balcony or on your deck, it could be considered a criminal gang.
We're gang.
Yeah, that's
foolish.
Not right. Yeah.
Foolish. It's foolish.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not right. They keep coming up with these silly laws when when some real law, like maybe passing some type of banking act should be done instead of putting in laws arresting kids for gathering around to smoke some cannabis.
Yeah.
And you don't need to be a kid,
No, you don't. Like, I mean, like,
No.
I go to visiting my aunt a couple of years ago when, like my aunt that just passed when she turned 100 a few years ago. I remember going there, and here is a bunch of elderly people who are living at a care facility, and there was 8 or 9 of them sitting out in the smoking section, all smoking weed together. They could be a gang thrown in jail.
Yeah, exactly.
The wheelchair gang.
The wheelchair gang, yeah. Oh well. Hopefully some common sense comes through.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anything else offhand you want to mention before I sign us off?
I will be back with details as I know them, but mark your calendars. April 24th here in Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is at it again. And we will have Our next social, April 24th, at the Shambhala Center in downtown Halifax on Tower Road, I believe it is. I will be late getting there because I will be landing coming back from BC at 8 p.m. and this is going on from 6:30 to 10. So I will be, coming in at the end of it. We have an amazing facilitator. His name is escaping me right now. I will have more details coming up on Monday. Coming in to give a talk and answer questions. This is I believe he is a cannabis psychedelic facilitator. So he works with cannabis and breath, if I remember correctly. And it should prove to be really interesting and really cool. And I'm kind of sad that I'm not landing at like 6 p.m. and I'm landing at 8 p.m. But I'm still going to be there and run in at the last thing and get to meet the guy. So
Good. Hopefully flight's not late. All right. Other than that, that's the report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, addies.ca, and Limestone City Hydroponics .ca as well. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Thanks for listening as well as watching. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate for silly laws too.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Every day, every week, we there. Same time, same seat. Wait for it and white bike. Roll out the mat, press play. Same little chair, same ashtray. Neighbors know it's that showtime. Laughing at the clock as it slides by.
I got the snacks in a brown bag, notebook full of wild plans, big flags. We tune in, tune out, feel straight. Calendar locked for the same day.
Yeah,
we doing it, doing it, doing it. The 420 pace, daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
we doing it, doing it. The 420 pace, every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo, yo.
Chat about life, chat about love. Little side eye when you call my bluff.
We disagree, then we crack up.
2 cups, 1 couch, 1 love.
You drop gems in your soft tone. I drop jokes and you grab your phone. Clips and bits for the crew to see. Don't post that, but you still click send on me.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo. One spark, one joke. Then another from the weekday stress to the weekend cover. If you miss one, you feel that hole. Like a skip step in a tight road.
So we line up time like traffic. in a crate.
If you coming late,
Still we'll wait, cause every day, every week, same place, we're living life on the 420 pace. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Every life leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show, same time next week. Say ya, say yo.
daily show ya with there.
Weekly link,
Same corner.
do it slow, do it straight. Keep it right on the 420 equate. Say yeah. Oh.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.